Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Asgard, the jewel of the Nine Realms. A realm of golden halls, unshakable walls, and unmatched might. Asgard stood tall, not only for its supreme military strength, but also for its mastery of both magic and advanced technology. Since the reign of King Bor, who had crushed the Dark Elves' ambitions and safeguarded the Nine Realms, Asgard had gradually asserted itself as the leading force among the realms. But it was under King Odin, Bor's son, that Asgard's dominance was truly sealed. After quelling a rebellion led by his firstborn daughter Hela, Odin rose to become the undisputed Allfather, and for centuries, peace reigned. Until it didn't. A few years ago, the frost giants of Jotunheim, led by their brutal king Laufey, dared to defy Odin's rule, invading Earth and shattering the fragile peace. The war was brief, but it was fierce. Though Odin lost his right eye in battle, he stood tall, wielding the mighty spear Gungnir and rallying the elite warriors of Asgard. Together, they stormed Jotunheim and drove the frost giants to their knees. As part of the victory, Odin seized the casket of ancient winters, the frost giants' most powerful relic, and imposed a hard-earned peace. That same day, a second child was welcomed into the royal family, a child not of Asgardian blood, but taken from the defeated frost giants as a symbol of peace and perhaps something more. His name, Loki Odinson. Loki, you tricked me again. A furious cry echoed through the golden halls of the palace. A boy no older than 8, with flowing golden hair and stormy blue eyes, stormed through the courtyard. His small hand stretched toward the heavens, and the skies answered. A distant black that whistled through the air, growing larger until it slammed into the boy's hand with a thunderous boom. Mjolnir, the war hammer of legends, the symbol of power and inheritance. And only one person could wield it so effortlessly. Thor Odinson, the crown prince of Asgard and future god of thunder. Standing opposite him, half hidden behind a pillar, was a pale-skinned, black-haired boy with a mischievous glint in his eye, Loki. Seeing the hammer in Thor's hand, Loki's smirk vanished. "Brother," he shouted as he turned to run. "Must you react like this every time? It was just a harmless prank." "You know I hate snakes," Thor growled, spinning Mjolnir by its strap, creating a howling vortex of air. "And you turned into one. Then you stabbed me in the gut while I was petting you. I'll make sure you never prank again." "Come now," Loki called over his shoulder, laughing nervously. Surely the future king of Asgard isn't afraid of a little serpent? But Thor was done talking. With a roar, he let Mjolnir fly. The hammer howled through the sky, streaking straight toward Loki like a divine meteor. Even with his skill and magic, Loki wouldn't escape unharmed from a direct hit, not without intervention. And at that moment, something did intervene. Ding! System notice. Host has completed 100 pranks. Reward unlocked. Skill, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Bonus for Beginner Quest, 100% proficiency awarded. A sudden rush of information surged through Loki's mind. He didn't think, he acted. Just as Mjolnir reached him, his body shimmered, dissolving into a haze of black mist. The hammer passed through him as if striking a reflection in a still pond. Only ripples remained, dancing across an illusion that was never truly there. Thor froze, heart dropping. What if? He immediately recalled Mjolnir, hand trembling. If he'd truly hurt Loki. But Loki was already gone. Within the quiet of the palace, black mist coalesced in the corner of a dimly lit chamber. From it stepped Loki, eyes wide with the aftershock of survival and success. "That was too close," he muttered, brushing imaginary dust from his green tunic. "All that just to complete the 100th prank mission. The system really wanted me to stab Thor." He sighed, but a crooked smile spread across his lips as he opened the glowing panel in front of him. Skill: Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Proficiency: 100%. Description: a deceptive technique inspired by the Night Parade's Phantom Trickster. The user becomes an illusion, a flower in the mirror, a moon in water. All attacks pass through. Perfect invisibility. Perfect evasion. Loki chuckled, stretching like a cat. Perfect skill for the god of mischief. With a flick of his fingers, he made the panel vanish. Thor may have the hammer, but he had the system, and this game had only just begun. With Mirror Flower, Water Moon in my arsenal, Loki muttered to himself, staring at the floating skill interface. As long as I have enough mana, I'm untouchable. He grinned, eyes gleaming. This isn't just a skill. This is divine protection. Paired with the illusion and invisibility spells he inherited from Frigga, his adoptive mother and Asgard's foremost sorceress, he now had a full cloak of deception. Even if the system threw kill quests at him later, Loki could now survive them all. He could imagine it already, his enemies flailing at shadows, burning energy and fury on illusions, while he slipped into the dark unscathed. Loki chuckled aloud. The joy of cheating death never got old, but his smile quickly faded. A blinking prompt dragged his attention away from the skill screen. New mission available. He exited the skill tab and opened the mission module. The next quest sat there, glowing ominously. He read it once, then again, and groaned. Mission 2. Infiltrate Odin's treasury. Steal the casket of ancient winters. Use it to freeze Thor Odinson into a popsicle. Reward: generous. What in hell's name? System: are you trying to get me killed? Loki buried his face in his hands. If I go through with this, Odin might shove Gungnir through my skull. Why not just hand me over to Hela and get it over with? All the excitement from unlocking a top-tier survival skill drained from him. He stared blankly at the task screen, the glowing characters now feeling like a death sentence written in neon. This is wrong, he muttered. Completely, utterly wrong. He slumped into a chair, muttering bitterly to himself. I shouldn't have died. I shouldn't have reincarnated. And if I had to reincarnate, why Loki of all people? Yes, this Loki was not the original. He was a transmigrator, a former Earthling, just an ordinary anime and Marvel-loving otaku who had spent hours downloading a clean 4K version of Thor 4, only to rage at the plot twist that butchered his favorite anti-hero. Then, he blinked and woke up in a crib. In Asgard, as Loki Odinson, freshly adopted from Jotunheim. The shock nearly broke him. At first, he couldn't believe it. But after a year of being cared for by the warm and regal Frigga, he had to accept reality. He was in the Marvel universe, possibly even a divergent timeline, and trapped in the body of a baby version of one of fiction's most infamous tragic villains. But he had time now, and knowledge. He remembered everything from the movies, especially how bad things got for Loki. Eternal betrayal, death at the hands of Thanos, and a cosmic legacy stained with pain. He swore he'd change it. No schemes for the throne. No betrayals. No doomsday alignments. He'd be a good second prince. Loyal to Thor. Charming. Harmless. But then, the system came. The Myriad Realm skill system, to be exact. A cheat tool from some twisted god of meta-humor, loaded with legendary skills and loaded with quests. Each reward was outrageously powerful. Each task was increasingly insane. And of course, the system couldn't kill him directly, it was bound to him. If Loki died, it would too. But this was the Marvel Universe. People died a lot. Not to mention, Hela, the goddess of death, his long-banished sister, destined to break free. Thanos, the purple, genocidal titan with a fetish for balance. No matter how quietly Loki tried to live, death was written into the very foundation of this universe. If he wanted to survive, he needed power. Real, game-breaking, system-tier power. And that meant doing the quests, which brought him to his current predicament. The first mission had been hard enough. Prank Thor 100 times. And not just harmless gags. Some had special criteria assigned by the system that pushed the limits of Asgardian patience and brotherly love. From the day Loki learned to walk, he launched a full-scale prank campaign against his older brother. 3 days without mischief? Impossible. 5 days without trickery? Unheard of. The god of mischief wasn't a title he chose. It was earned through blood, sweat, tears, and whipped cream traps. The reputation stuck. Even Odin occasionally sighed at the mention of his name. Thor, though, grew warier over time. He trained harder, got smarter, stronger, which meant each prank required more planning, more elaborate illusions, and even borrowed psychology from Loki's Earth memories. Loki had worked for years to complete that first task, and just before his 8th birthday, he did. The reward had blown away all expectations. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, a top-tier escape skill that let him phase into illusions and avoid all damage. Now, emboldened, Loki had believed he could continue like this, slowly, carefully, stacking abilities until he was strong enough to challenge fate itself. But this second task, breaking into Odin's personal vault, stealing the casket of ancient winters, and freezing the thunder god like a meat popsicle, that wasn't a prank. That was suicide. Though, Loki whispered, eyes narrowing, if I pull it off. The system promised generous rewards, and if it gave him another defensive skill, or perhaps a combat one, he might just survive what's coming in the future. Snap or no snap. Hela or no Hela. If he played the game right, maybe, just maybe, he could become the strongest entity in the 9 realms. Strong enough to stop the apocalypse. Strong enough to live free. And so, with a deep breath and a heart full of mischief, Loki smiled again. Fine, system. Let's play. However, just after obtaining the life-saving skill of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, the system allowed him to sneak into Odin's treasure house and steal the casket of ancient winters. What's even more outrageous is that Thor will be frozen into a popsicle with the stolen casket of ancient winters. Compared with the previous task of tricking Thor 100 times, isn't the difficulty increasing a little too quickly? You know, the Odin treasury is not like a museum where you can enter at will. It not only collects various valuable trophies of Asgard when Odin fought in the 9 realms. At the same time, it also keeps many dangerous artifacts with devastating power. The casket of ancient winters, which is required to be stolen in the system task, is such a thing that holds thousands of deadly winter artifacts. Once turned on, the icy and violent blizzard will completely freeze everything it touches. In addition, the most famous shadow should be the tesseract that has not yet been hidden on the earth. It is conceivable how closely guarded Odin's treasury will be. It can be said to be extremely difficult to enter and steal any treasure. However, for Loki, who has mastered the invisibility magic and can completely hide his aura through the mirror, entering the Odin treasure house is not the most difficult part of this task. As for freezing Thor into a popsicle, it's even simpler. For Loki, who has tricked Thor 100 times, there will be no psychological burden at all. The fundamental reason why Loki is so resistant to this task is that the ice crate originally belonged to the artifact of the Frost Titan Lauf, the king of Jotunheim. And he, Loki Odinson, the second prince of Asgard who was adopted by Odin, his real name should actually be Loki Lofson. That is to say, he is actually Lauf's biological son. Except for Odin and Frigga, no one in Asgard knows about this matter. Even Loki himself knew this truth early because of the memory of his previous life. Definitely, he has no feelings for Lauf, his biological father. The reason why he became the adopted son of Odin is because he is the blood of Lauf, the king of Frost Titan, but he is not as tall and strong as other Frost Titans. Therefore, as soon as she was born, she was abandoned by Lauf in the deepest part of the Jotunheim palace. If it weren't for the war between Jotunheim and Asgard, Odin led his troops to the palace of Lauf and found Loki. He's already merged with Jotunheim's frozen ice for who knows how many years. In addition, as a reborn person, he is born with mature thoughts. Loki is very clear about the truth of becoming kind is worse than raising kindness. But Loki's embarrassment is precisely because of this. Sneaking into Odin's treasury to steal things will make Odin angry or secondary. Although being spanked by Gunnel does hurt. What Loki is most worried about is whether his act of stealing the casket of ancient winters will make Odin suspect that he has learned the identity of his Frost Titan. As a result, the family relationship cultivated in the past 8 years has cracked. Because people with the blood of the Frost Titan will reveal their true skin color once they touch the casket of ancient winters, which even Odin's magic cannot change. Therefore, once he decides to accept this task, Loki must formulate a strict action plan to ensure that this matter will not be discovered by Odin or Frigg. System, can you tell me what reward you will get after completing this task? Your task is so risky. If the things are not strong enough, I'm willing to take the risk. Host, please rest assured, the rewards prepared by the system for you will definitely surprise you, and they match you very well. If you give up the mission and miss the reward of this mission, you, the host, will definitely regret it in the future. After listening to the system's speech while holding the pipa and half covering his face, Loki's heart that had just calmed down became eager to move again. As long as they can complete this task without anyone noticing, not only will they be able to get generous system rewards, but it will not affect the relationship between their families. Moreover, the entire task process, including the planning and preparation time in the early stage, will not exceed 1 month. This is much faster than the first Trick Thor 100 times mission. Do you want to gamble on this one? Undecided Loki, after thinking for a long time in the room, finally decided to accept this task. If the reward for the first mission wasn't the ability of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, perhaps Loki would give up this mission without hesitation. However, the effect of the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water can completely hide its own breath, giving Loki confidence that he can sneak out of the cold winter without being discovered by anyone. Then after the task is completed, put back intact. The only flaw in the whole thing is the task condition of freezing Thor into a popsicle. If Thor speaks out about this, Loki's plan will naturally fall by the wayside. However, after 8 years of getting along day and night, Loki has a very good understanding of Thor's character. Thor is not a child who goes back to complain to his parents after being wronged. What's more, as the eldest brother, he has always been very tolerant of his younger brother. In this way, I have to wait patiently for a while, and wait until Thor's anger at being tricked by me today completely dissipates before continuing this mission. And while freezing Thor, don't let him see the casket of ancient winters I'm holding in my hand. As long as Thor doesn't complain to his father and queen, even if he complains to Fandral, Hogan, and Vostag later, they will only think that I used freezing magic to play a prank on Thor. After planning all this, Loki went to Frigg's magic class every day as usual. After class, I went to the library to read books. Try not to be in front of Thor and remind him of a bad memory. On the other hand, Thor was also embarrassed to meet Loki because he couldn't control his emotions and almost missed and seriously injured Loki. But Thor originally is a nervous, carefree character. In just a few days, this bit of regret and shame was forgotten by him. Instead, it was because he found out that Loki hadn't been messing with him, and it always felt like something was wrong. I don't know if he was tricked by Loki too many times and suffered from Stockholm Syndrome. Oh, right. At this time, there is no such place as Stockholm on Earth, and I don't know what to call this mental state. It doesn't matter what it's called because Thor's state gives Loki a good chance to complete the task. Loki decided to take action tonight, stealing the casket of ancient winters while Thor was asleep and then freezing Thor. By the time Thor wakes up the next day, the ice should have almost melted. With Thor's thick lines, maybe he won't even find out that he's been frozen. This is the first time Loki has entered the vault of Odin. As expected, under the concealment effect of the mirror, the guards at the door couldn't find him at all. Loki easily entered the curry side. However, when he came to the treasure house, the first treasure that caught Loki's eyes was not the casket of ancient winters he was looking for, but the eternal fire, which was burning with blazing fire and released the high temperature that made him extremely uncomfortable. He heard from his mother, Frigga, that when Odin was fighting in the 9 realms, he took away this artifact that originally belonged to the flame titan Surti and kept it in his treasury for safekeeping. Because once the flame titan touches the eternal fire, it will become as huge as a mountain, and without his opponent, Asgard will also be in danger. But in the memory of his previous life, Surti still took back the eternal fire in the future and destroyed Asgard. I don't know this time, after the variable of me appears, will the future Asgard welcome the so-called Ragnarok? Loki unconsciously walked away from the location where the eternal fire was, and, at the same time, couldn't help thinking. Immediately afterwards, his gaze was attracted by the second artifact in the treasure house. Although this was the first time he had really seen this treasure, he was no stranger to it. Tesseract. This may be the most precious artifact in Odin's treasury, because the core of Tesseract is the space gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. This is why Tesseract can realize the transmission of any space in the universe and has endless energy. The reason why Loki is no stranger to him is also because, according to the plot and memory, he has a great fate with it. Looking away again, Loki has not forgotten his purpose of sneaking here in the middle of the night. After a careful search, I finally found the slightly dim casket of ancient winters in a corner of this huge treasure house. But when he put his hands on the exquisitely carved handle of the casket of ancient winters, the originally dim casket of ancient winters immediately emitted a dazzling blue light. At the same time, Loki's appearance, which was no different from other Asgardians under Odin's magic, changed rapidly. If Loki at the moment could see himself, he would have turned into a frost titan with blue skin and red eyes. Although his size has nothing to do with the word titan, Loki wasn't surprised in any way. He'd known this was going to happen. Quickly resorting to magic tricks to cover himself and the aura of the casket of ancient winters, Loki quietly left Odin's vault again and then sneaked into Thor's room. At the moment, Thor has fallen into a deep sleep, holding his beloved meow hammer. It can be seen from the corners of his mouth that he is constantly going up. He is experiencing a sweet dream. But I'm sorry, big brother. In order to complete the task of the system, I have to splash a basin of cold water on your beauty. If you want to blame you, you can only blame that despicable system, which is separating the pure and flawless friendship between us brothers. Although he said so on his mouth, there was no trace of hesitation in the movements of Loki's hands. Controlling the magic in the body, carefully input it into the casket of ancient winters. In an instant, an extremely cold air gushed out of it, freezing Thor solidly into a popsicle. However, Loki uses very little magic, and it is estimated that he can freeze Thor for several hours. Just after successfully freezing Thor into a popsicle, the system also heard a notification that the task was completed. When he heard what the reward for this mission was, Loki was so excited that he almost lost control of his magic. Fortunately, when learning magic with Frigga, he usually practiced manipulating magic power. Otherwise, Thor might have been frozen into a real popsicle just because of his shivering. Calming his excitement, Loki carefully returned the casket of ancient winters to Odin's vault. After returning to his room, he couldn't wait to open the system interface and began to carefully read the system introduction of a new skill. Skill, Devil Fruit, Frozen Power Change. Proficiency, 0%. Skill Introduction, a natural devil fruit from former Admiral Kazan. After the transformation of the system skills, the curse of the sea, originally carried by the devil fruit, was eliminated, and the ability to activate the ability was changed from consuming stamina to activating the ability by consuming mana. After the skill is turned on, any part of the body can be turned into ice, immune to physical attacks, and most energy attacks. You can also release freezing gas to freeze all substances into ice, or use freezing gas to make weapons and create any type of weapon to attack the target. P.S. Although this world is not domineering, don't underestimate the power of technology and magic just because it can be turned into elements. After confirming that the frozen fruit rewarded by the system was indeed the frozen fruit in his memory, Loki had thousands of words in his heart, but finally he said, "Damn, it smells so good. System. _ Sure enough, no matter where this person is, he can't escape the slap in the face of the law of Xinxiang in the end. System, you're really a heifer chasing a bull. You're so awesome. Not only did you get out the ability of the devil fruit, but you even eliminated the original weakness of the devil fruit. Hey, if you have any tasks in the future, just give orders to Master System. Even if I, Loki, go up the mountain of swords and into the sea of fire, I must definitely complete it. We can't blame Loki's bottom line for being too flexible. It's because the system gives too much. Just like what the system said before, the mission rewards this time really fit Loki very well. With the blood of Frost Titan, he was born with the ability to gain strength from the cold. It's just that Loki is a stunted xenomorph, and his ability in this aspect has been suppressed since birth. But now the appearance of the frozen fruit ability seems to have directly opened up his two veins of run and do, and reactivated Loki's ability, which has never been brought into play. Coupled with the ability of frozen fruits to elementalize and create frozen air, as long as Loki has enough magic power in his body, he can use frozen fruits to constantly enhance his own strength. And the improvement of one's own strength will in turn increase one's upper limit of magic power, thus achieving a positive cycle. As for the system prompt, telling him to be careful that technology and magic can cause damage to him after elementalization, Loki is not worried at all. But don't forget, in addition to the ability of frozen fruit, he also obtained the magical skill of mirroring flowers and water moons from the system before this. If this can make people squeak, what kind of waste is he, Loki? However, it is still too early to be happy. This time, there is no extra reward for novices in this mission, and the skill proficiency is still at 0%. If you want to become stronger as soon as possible, you still have to improve the skill proficiency of the power of freezing as soon as possible. There's a long way to go. Midgard, Sardinia. Looking down on the calm sea from a high altitude, a white line abruptly divides the sea into two. Above the white line, a small black that is slowly approaching the coast. Only after getting closer can I see clearly that it is not a white line at all, but an ice road frozen on the sea. The little black that keeps approaching the coast is actually Loki on a bicycle. Definitely, at this point in time, Midgard hadn't invented the bicycle yet. The bike that Loki is riding is a limited edition made of ice blocks based on the memory of his previous life, using the power of freezing. After a while, he had already returned to the seaside along the ice road he had frozen out. There is a deck chair and a table on the beach, also constructed entirely of ice. Loki was on the golden sand, looking at the blue sea in the distance, feeling the gentle sea breeze brushing against his cheeks. It was rare to enjoy such a pleasant time. He picked up a sterling silver jug and wine glass from the table on the beach and poured himself a glass of wine. As soon as the wine glass arrived in the hand, it was covered with a thin layer of frost, which turned the wine at room temperature into a frozen drink. But judging from the expression on Loki's face, the taste of this cold drink obviously didn't satisfy him. After more than 10 years of hard training, Loki has already raised his proficiency in freezing power to 100%. The moves created by Kazan and Aquaman at the moment are all mastered by Loki. The reason why Loki at the moment will appear in Midgard is actually sent through Bifrost with Odin and Thor. Over the years, in order to continuously improve his own strength, Loki is either familiar with the use of freezing power or learning magic with Frigg. In a trance, Loki has the feeling of dreaming back to his previous life and preparing for the college entrance examination. But this time, just hearing that Odin and Thor go to Midgard to complete a task, Loki thought of taking this opportunity to go together. After all, Midgard was also his home planet in his previous life. Although time and space are different, Loki still wants to come back and take a look and also take a vacation for himself to relax. The bottle of wine he drank just now was stolen from the house of the Lord of Sardinia in this era. No, it should be said that the Lord of Sardinia dedicated it to his god. With the brewing technology of this era, the taste is naturally not much better. As for Thor, he went with Odin to complete the mission of their trip. The purpose of their coming to Midgard this time is to transfer the Tesseract originally stored in Odin's treasure house to Tunsberg in Midgard and hide it. By accident, Odin discovered records about Tesseract and infinite gems in an ancient book in Asgard. After learning about the preciousness of this artifact and the dangers it may pose if it falls into the wrong hands, Odin decided to hide it on Midgard. Because Midgard is the weakest country in the Nine Realms, even Heimdall, who supervises the Nine Realms, will not pay special attention to this inconspicuous planet. However, Odin probably would not have imagined that just over 1,000 years later, Midgard had developed a technology that could initially utilize Tesseract energy. The decision he thought was extremely appropriate has also become the constant bane of the Earth's catastrophe in the future. Although Loki has the advantage of being a traverser, he knows the future direction of Midgard. But he was not going to discourage Odin's plan. Whether he could persuade him was one, and the other was that he was here on vacation, so he didn't bother to make trouble for himself. I didn't see the Supreme Mage, a local, didn't express any opinions, and it was no way for Loki to meddle in his own business. Speaking of Supreme Mage, Loki really hopes to go to Camartage to exchange magic experience with him. Although the magic systems of Camartage and Asgard are very different, but no matter what, Supreme Mage is also a master of the same level of strength as Odin. If he can learn something from the opponent, it will definitely be of great benefit to Loki's own strength. However, Camartage in this era is much more closed than it was more than 1,000 years later. Even when Lauf led a group of Frost Titans to invade Midgard decades ago, the Supreme Mage never came forward to stop it. It is conceivable that Loki's idea of coming to communicate with each other is probably useless. Definitely, above-board door visits may be out of the question, but sneaky infiltrations are still possible. Loki has full confidence in his own illusion. After all, not even the well-guarded Odin treasury could stop him, so sneaking into Camartage would not be too difficult for him. After the vacation is over, let's go to Camartage. I remember that in Camartage Library, there are not only the Book of Visandi that records all the white magic, but also the black magic of various evil gods. I also have a lot of books. Even if the magic in it can't be used by me, it is after all the inheritance of those big magicians. As long as I can learn from some experience and ideas, my strength can be greatly improved. Speaking of which, the reason why Loki is so unscrupulous is that even if he sneaks in secretly, he still has to learn the magic of Camartage. The main reason is that his strength has not been improved for several years. As early as when Loki was 15 years old, he had already learned all the magic recorded in Asgard and became the great demon mage who surpassed the Queen Frigg. The positive feedback formed by the power of freezing and the Frost Titan ability also lost its effect on enhancing physical fitness when Loki became an adult at the age of 18. In addition to the 2 skills obtained from the system, the proficiency has also reached 100%, and Loki's strength growth has entered a bottleneck period. Unless there is another adventure in the future, so that the strength can advance by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, Loki can only achieve further improvement in strength as he ages and accumulates over a long period of time. But since everyone said it was an adventure, how could it be so easy to meet? Unless you have the aura of the protagonist, or you're on the hook. Not to mention, Loki is indeed a cheater. But my own hanging is not very powerful. After Loki completed the second mission and acquired the ability of freezing power, the system also dutifully released the third mission soon. But even this third mission has passed for more than 10 years, and Loki has not completed it until now. There is no other reason. The difficulty of this task released by the system is 2F********G high. Mission 3, Prince's Revenge. I waited 8 years for an opportunity. I want to fight, not to prove that I am great, but to tell everyone that I must get back what I have lost. Ask the host to avenge the Frost Titan King Lauf, who abandoned him, and realize the rule of the Jotunheim kingdom and become the real king. After the task is completed, you will get a super rich reward provided by the system. From the task description, the system deliberately used the word super in double quotation marks to highlight how arduous this task will be. Although Lauf's strength has declined significantly after losing the casket of ancient winters. But Loki's freezing power will also be greatly reduced in the face of Lauf, the Frost Titan. To avenge him, Loki must at least reach the level of sub-godfather. And even with Lauf defeated by Loki, the mission isn't over yet. He still needs to achieve the rule of Jotunheim and become the king of Jotunheim to complete the task. This condition is really a bit difficult for others. Ruling a country is not something that can be achieved only by strength. Not to mention that after the previous battle of Jotunheim, Lauf signed a peace treaty with Odin that lasted for 1,000 years. If Loki dares to attack Jotunheim before the peace treaty expires, he will definitely be beaten by Odin with Gungnir. Since the completion of the system's mission is still far away, Loki turned his attention to Kamartaj magic. But what Loki didn't expect was that before he could put this idea into action, the victim of his plan would come to his door first. By the time Loki reacted, his whole body had been dragged into the mirror space. Faced with this unexpected situation, even Loki, who has always been calm, couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Because so far, he has not mastered any method to decipher space magic like mirror space. If the other party is determined to trap him in this space, Loki has no other countermeasures except waiting for Odin to rescue him. What makes Loki even more nervous is whether the other party has peeped into his future through the eye of Agamotto, the time gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. Because they spied him secretly sneaking into Kamartaj to read the magic book, so they acted preemptively and took him to the mirror space. Loki thought to himself, if there is still a chance to return to Asgard, I must ask Dwarf King Ai Chue to help me create an artifact that can use the power of space. Just when Loki was thinking wildly in his mind, the system's prompt sounded suddenly, making Loki's face darken again. It is detected that the host is about to face a major crisis. In order to protect the safety of the host, a side mission is hereby issued. Subquest 1. Ask the host to use his ingenuity to escape safely from the mirror space, and let the Supreme Mage agree to your request to read the Kamartaj magic book. After completing the task, the system will give the host a special reward. After reading the content of the side missions, Loki kept cursing the system in his heart as useless waste. Knowing the situation he is facing now, not only does he not provide him with any help, but also let him use his ingenuity to get out of trouble. Listen, is this something a system with a conscience can say? And it's fine if you don't help. This damn system is still here to make trouble. Let yourself speak to the Supreme Mage and request to read the Kamartaj magic book. The system thinks he didn't die fast enough, right? But even so, the special reward mentioned by the system still made Loki want to give it a try. What if the Supreme Mage really got a headache, let me out of here, and allowed me to read Kamartaj's magic book? Anyway, no matter whether there are systematic tasks or not, I still have to find a way to leave. And with the mirror flower and the water moon by my side, even if the mission fails at worst, I will die alone in the mirror space. After father and elder brother found out that I was missing, they probably wouldn't ignore me. Thinking of this, Loki felt a little guilty. The adopted son is also a son. Many thoughts flashed through Loki's mind, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. In the next second, a spark appeared out of nowhere in the mirror space, and an old man wearing a yellow mage robe with beard and hair appeared in front of Loki. And Loki knew at the first sight of him that this is Kamartaj's contemporary Supreme Mage, because the magic weapon hanging on the opponent's chest is the sacred object guarded by Kamartaj's Supreme Mage in the past, Eye of Agamotto. The god of trickery in Asgard, Loki Odinson has met his Excellency Mage. Now that things can't be avoided, Loki's choice is definitely to be proactive. He directly explained his origin and identity, and the purpose was to hope that the opponent would fear the strength of Asgard and Odin, and then let him go. However, as soon as the other party spoke, Loki's eyes widened in surprise again. I know who you are, Loki. In fact, the reason I came to see you today is at the request of your father Odin. The other said. After the other party's narration, Loki also knew that the name of this Supreme Mage was the Yeshur. I came to him today because Odin saw that since he became the big devil mage, he's been unhappy about the stagnation of his own strength in the past few years. So after placing the Tesseract in Tunsberg together with Thor, he took the initiative to find Dishur and offered to exchange 3 artifacts from Odin's treasure house in exchange for a chance so that Loki could enter Kamartaj to learn magic. And DC also agreed to the deal proposed by Odin and came here today to explain the situation to Loki and bring him back to Kamartaj at the same time, because he was worried about the sudden appearance of a stranger like himself, which would cause Loki to react in a stressful way. That's why Loki was dragged into the mirror space in advance, so as not to affect the common people in Sardinia. After learning all this, Loki was both moved and happy. Naturally, he was moved because he did not expect that his father, who had always been stern and strict in front of himself and Thor, had actually been silently caring for him in his own way. And happy definitely because the imagined danger did not become a reality, but also got the opportunity to study in Kamartaj. Things turned around so quickly, it was really unpredictable for Loki. But before entering Kamartaj with Diyesha, Loki did not forget that he had one more thing to accomplish. Deisi Mage, I would like to ask, can I read the magic books in the Kamartaj library while learning magic with you? Upon hearing this, Diyesha showed a kind smile. It's definitely not a problem. Kamartaj's collection of books is open to everyone. It's just that some banned books are more dangerous. If you want to read them safely, you need to wait for the book collection. You need to be more mature. At the same time as Deishi's voice fell, the system's notification tone sounded again. It's over. It's over. This time I lost a lot. Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The special rewards have been issued. This system will shut itself down for a while. It was completely unexpected by the system that things would develop to this point. The riskier the task, the greater the reward upon completion. This is the standard that the system has always followed. Therefore, when issuing side missions to Loki, the system set the content of mission rewards for Loki according to the situation at the time. But the system didn't figure it out after thousands of calculations. Apart from his cheating, the host also had his father's very thick thighs. Odin directly slapped the 3 artifacts in front of Daresh, allowing Loki to complete the side mission with ease. At this point, the system can only do things according to its own operating rules and distribute the prepared rewards. Not to mention the self-closing system in the dark corner of Loki's mind. Loki at the moment in the real world is obediently following the supreme mage Diyesha. Although Loki is extremely ecstatic in his heart at the moment, he is even more curious about the special rewards issued by the system. But on the surface, he still maintains a calm state, for fear that the supreme mage will find out that there is something abnormal about him. The two passed through the portal and came to the square of Kamartaj. This is the place where mages usually teach and train magic. If you look up along the direction of the long steps, you can see the supreme mage holy place built on the top. There's the place where supreme mage lives and meets his disciples on weekdays. Daresh took Loki up the stairs, and only after entering the hall, Daresh said to Loki again, "In the next period of time, I will be your mentor and teach you the magic knowledge passed down from ancient times by Kamartaj. Although because of the conflict of the magic system, you can't use these magic like the other mage I taught. But I believe that with your magical ability and ingenuity, you will definitely be able to find what you need among these precious things and integrate them into your own magic. Afterwards, if you encounter any problems in your studies, you can come here and ask me. You just came here today. I will arrange for a disciple to lead you to settle the residence first, and then take you around to get acquainted with the environment. Tomorrow, you will officially start studying the magic class I arranged for you." After Dishur finished speaking, he was about to call someone in to take Loki away, but was interrupted by Loki. "Wait a minute, Teacher Diyesi. I have a question for you right now." Although Darishi was a little surprised, he still stretched out his hand to signal Loki to continue talking. "Teacher, did you really agree to let me enter Kamartaj to learn magic because of the 3 artifacts my father took out?" While asking questions, Loki glanced at the eye of Agamotto on Daresh's chest from time to time. Seeing his appearance, The Yesi still doesn't know the answer that Loki really wants to know. The Yesi didn't hide anything and replied very directly. Before agreeing to your father's conditions, I did use the power of the Eye of Agamotto to explore your future. Although it's really rude to do this, I can't help it. After all, compared with Asgard, Kamartaj's strength is still too weak. I have to make sure that the decisions I make at this point in time don't irreparably catastrophe the future of this planet. Hearing Taishi's confession, even Loki, who has always been very calm, couldn't help asking eagerly. So, teacher, what did you see that you decided to agree to my father's condition and allow me to enter Kamartaj to learn magic? Loki at the moment was very disturbed. On the one hand, he doesn't want someone who can peek into his future at will, because it means that in front of this person, all the plans of the god of tricks will be invalid. Unless you could be like Odin, have enough strength to ignore this kind of prediction, and even make your opponent dare not spy on it. On the other hand, Loki really wants to know whether his own destiny has been shifted in the future that Yeshur sees, or whether he is still following the movie plot in his memory without any change. Actually, I didn't see anything. The Eye of Agamotto didn't show me your future in any timeline. Darishi shook his head and gave the answer Loki wanted. Loki, do you know what that means? It means your future is full of possibilities. You have infinite possibilities. Even time magic can't see your fate clearly. You could be the most evil villain in the universe, or you could be the kindest hero in the universe. It is precisely because of this that I decided to agree to Odin's conditions and let you enter Kamartaj to learn magic. I hope that through my efforts, I can guide you to a path that is more beneficial to the entire world. It may be a bit conceited, but an old man like me prefers to think of it as a beautiful vision for the future. Hearing this, Loki nodded thoughtfully. Then, with a smile on his face, he looked at Daresh and said, I think your vision will definitely come true in the future. I think so too. Ishi laughed heartily. After coming out of the holy place of the supreme mage, Loki, under the leadership of a mage, first walked around the entire Kamartaj, getting familiar with the functions and locations of each building. During dinner, I also experienced the food conditions of mages in Kamartaj. I have to say that the diet of this era really has nothing to do with the word delicious. After dinner, having gotten acquainted with Kamartaj's plan for Loki, he returned to the room assigned to him alone. In fact, along the way, Loki couldn't wait to get back to the room. After all, it can almost be said to be a special reward from the system for free prostitution, but he's been patiently not opening it to check, and he still doesn't know what it is. Open the system interface proficiently, and you will see a red dot marked on the position of the system notification, and this red dot is still flashing. Loki clicked it open, and a blue gift box tied with a red ribbon and a bow immediately jumped out his eyes. In the next second, the gift box exploded with a bang, and scattered fireworks instantly covered the entire system interface. And at this time, through the fragments of the fireworks, Loki finally saw the content of this special reward. Loki's pupils shrank, and his expression gradually changed from shock to excitement. It's no wonder that the dog system can shut itself down on the spot. This time, it's really at a loss. Ha ha. Loki's wanton laughter echoed in the room, but fortunately, it's not time for a break at this point. Otherwise, Loki would definitely receive friendly greetings from the neighbors around him. But it's completely understandable for Loki to be so excited. After all, the system was indeed bleeding a lot this time, and the rewards given made Loki very satisfied. Skill: Ninja Illusion Change. Proficiency: 0%. Skill Introduction. From a world of the Eyes of 5 Villages, legendary. It contains 10 auxiliary ninjutsu that are not limited to blood successors. After the system transformation, the host can use its own magic power to launch illusions. Although in front of Sharingan, the illusions present here are all fun. But with the insidious and cunning of the host as the god of tricks, I believe that these illusions will definitely be able to make these illusions shine in this world. Although the rewards this time are all auxiliary illusions, as the system said, with his insidious cunning. Oh no, it should be said that he is very wise and close to a demon. Illusion is meant to be used by people with high IQ and combat literacy in order to exert the most powerful effect. If the magic that Loki mastered before, the effect is to deceive the opponent's eyes and thus deceive the opponent's brain, then the effect of illusion is completely opposite. It uses magic power to interfere with the opponent's brain so that the information received by the opponent's five senses will be deviated. After obtaining these auxiliary illusions, coupled with the magic of Asgard that Loki has already mastered, as well as the freezing power of the strongest ultimate move, it will undoubtedly greatly enrich his tactics and style of play. For example, the technique of walking in darkness can interfere with the opponent's vision, causing everything in his eyes to fall into the abyss of darkness. Once the opponent's vision is deprived by Loki, even if his other senses are equally sensitive, he will inevitably show his flaws in a short moment due to temporary discomfort. At this time, use the power of freezing to launch a fatal blow to it, and it is easy to hit a higher hit rate and damage. There are also the Nirvana abode technique that can make people fall into a baby-like sleep, the magic here and now technique that can make multiple people have visual hallucinations at the same time, the fox heart technique that can make the enemy lose their way and become a road idiot, and so on. But what Loki likes the most is the magical technique of Narukami. The illusion is about taking everyone's fear and making it real, and making it feel like it's reality. That is to say, the greater the fear in the subject's heart, the stronger the impact of this technique. Let the opponent see the most feared image in the heart and carry out a spiritual blow. This kind of effect is just in line with the style of his trick god. Compared to defeating the opponent cleanly, he still prefers to defeat the opponent after playing with his heart. That is the pork heart with shrimps in Legendary. However, if Loki wants to apply these illusions to actual combat, he may have to wait for a while. Now entering Kamartage. The first task must be to learn the magic of Kamartage. The matter of improving the proficiency of ninja Genjutsu skills can only be pushed back a little bit. For Loki, who has already learned Asgard magic, learning in Kamartage will naturally not need to learn from the basics like Strange in the future. The course arrangement that a Yesher made for him was very free. In addition to going to the Supreme Mage Holy Place every morning to learn about the origin of white magic in Kamartage, Loki spent the rest of the time in the library, reading the magic books one after another. It is also through Taishi's narration and reading of a large number of magic books that Loki gradually understands the difference between Kamartage magic, or white magic, and the magic he learned before. The first thing that can be confirmed is that no matter which system of magic it is, the magic power consumed by the user comes from a real god. Born from the ancient times of chaos, these gods were born with unparalleled wisdom and power. The gods share their power with weak mortals for different purposes. Mortals, on the other hand, divide the gods into the Holy Spirit, which represents good, and the Mephisto, which symbolizes evil, according to the moral views evolved from their own civilization. The magic with the Holy Spirit as the source of magic power is called white magic. On the contrary, the magic with the source of magic power from Mephisto is called black magic. Definitely, not all magic is black and white. For example, the people of Asgard and the false gods like Frost Titan, who are mistaken for gods by mortals because of their great strength, are an exception. These races are usually descendants of the gods and can inherit part of the power of the gods through blood. The difference lies in whether the transmission of magic power is based on faith or blood. Both lead to the same goal, but also have their own advantages and disadvantages. With faith as the link, a mortal can gain extremely powerful strength in a very short period of time. Take Kamartage's mage as an example. It may only take a few years or even a few months for a person with extraordinary ability to obtain the source of magic power through faith and become a strong level godfather. But the disadvantage is that once the gods who are the source of magic power cut off the supply of magic power between the two parties, no matter how powerful they will become water without a source and a tree without roots. And with the bloodline as the connection, even though they're born with impressive strength, the source of magic power will not be at risk of being cut off. But if you want to grow into a real strong person, you need to go through a long time of precipitation. Just like Thor, according to the plot in the movie, it took more than 1,000 years to truly activate the power of Thor in his body and become a strong level god father who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Odin. Loki's situation is similar, but because he is a time traveler and has the system's cheat, he temporarily grows faster than Thor. But now, because the system task cannot be completed, it means that the system plug-in is temporarily blocked, so he seeks to find a way to break through the bottleneck of blood from Kamartaj magic. Due to the different sources of magic power, Loki cannot directly use the white magic and black magic recorded in the magic books of Kamartaj, unless he is willing to give up the advantages of his own bloodline and switch to the belief of a certain holy god or Mephisto. So for the current Loki, there are only two ways to achieve a breakthrough. The first is to find the laws in magic, so as to break down the barriers between different magic systems. As a time traveler, Loki knows that there are success stories on this path. For example, the future supreme mage Ancient One and his disciple Caecilius. Ancient One and Caecilius are the mage of Kamartaj. The source of the original magic power must come from the founder of white magic, the Trinity god Visandi. But later, in order to obtain a longer lifespan, the source of their magic power became the Mephisto Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. But after the transformation of the source of magic power, the two can still use the white magic recorded in the book of Emperor Waishan, because they broke the system barrier between white magic and black magic. However, this path is not suitable for Loki, not to say that Loki is not as smart as Ancient One and Caecilius, but for both sides, the difficulty of this path is completely different. If we talk about the conversion of different beliefs, for mage it is like changing lanes while driving. Although a little speed will be lost, the direction of progress will not change. So for a bloodline inheritor like Loki, it is like taking a cable car down from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, and then climbing up the ladder on foot. Not only do you have to give up the advantages you have gained, but the process of climbing back to the top is also very difficult. However, the second way may not be much easier and simpler than the first way. The second way to achieve a breakthrough is to decipher the mystery of the true source of magic power. The same magic, the effect produced by consuming a small amount of magic power, is completely different from the effect produced by investing a lot of magic power. Take the illusion magic that Loki is best at. When using a small amount of magic power, this magic may only be able to deceive the eyes of mortals. Add more magic, and even a false god like Thor can't tell the difference between illusion and reality. If it is a little more extreme, Loki can borrow the energy of an infinite gems to exert the effect of illusion magic. Then it is likely that the whole world will be deceived by his magic. When the world couldn't tell whether it was an illusion or an entity, the original illusion became a duplication with a real entity. Therefore, only Loki can crack the mystery of the source of magic power and obtain even greater magic power. Even if he can't learn all kinds of powerful magic recorded by Kamartaj, Loki's strength can be broken through. After confirming his next research direction, Loki came to the holy place the next day and asked Ayesha his own question. "Teacher, now I know that the source of all mages' magical power is a powerful god who rules a certain dimension. But the magic power of these gods cannot be endless. For a long time, they have continuously shared their own power with their believers or descendants. Where does their own magic power come from?" Hearing the question raised by Loki, Yesi couldn't help but look stunned, obviously very surprised in his heart. He didn't give an answer immediately. Loki sat quietly across from him, waiting for his answer. Yeshur frowned, and after thinking for a long time, he finally said, "To be honest, I never thought about this matter before you raised this question today. From ancient times to the present, every supreme mage believes that by believing in Emperor Waishan, one can obtain the blessings of the gods. It is a matter of course. Under such limitations of thinking, I may not be able to give a suitable answer to the question you raised, but I can provide you with a research idea which may help you uncover the mystery of the problem. Even Daresh, who is the supreme mage, doesn't know the answer to this question, which makes Loki feel a little disappointed. But for the research idea proposed by this level godfather, Loki still has a little hope in his heart. Daishi didn't make any excuses and directly expressed his thoughts. As a mortal, I can't imagine why the gods are so powerful. But the artifact created by the gods may be able to provide us with some clues from the side. Eye of Agamotto, as the god of the Trinity of Waishandi, Agamotto is an artifact left in Kamartaj, in addition to being able to help mage touch the taboo of time. It is actually a source of magic power that can provide endless energy for the Eater. If even the artifacts created by the gods can have such characteristics, does that mean that the gods have mastered a method to obtain endless magic power? After hearing the guess made by Dayesha, Loki showed a very shocked expression on his face. As a time traveler, he definitely knows that the reason why Eye of Agamotto possesses inexhaustible magic power is because of the time gem, which is the core of the magic weapon. Way of Magic. However, although Darishi's guess was wrong, it also reminded Loki that in order to obtain greater magical power, it is not necessary to start with the gods. Compared with gods who are inaccessible in other dimensions, at the moment exists in the two infinite gems on the earth, which is a better choice. Because even a mortal like Howard Stark, after studying Tesseract, can invent the unreasonable technology of arc reactor. There's no reason why Loki, a master of magic with extraordinary abilities, would gain nothing from it, right? Thinking of this, Loki immediately stood up excitedly from the chair and bowed deeply to Dayesha. Thank you, teacher. I think I've found my next direction. After Loki finished speaking, he bid farewell to Daresh and walked out of the holy place. He didn't ask the other party to lend him the Eye of Agamotto for research. Instead of embarrassing Daishi, he should focus on Tesseract. Odin hid the Tesseract in a small town called Tunsberg not long ago, and at the moment can be said to be in a completely unowned state. In this way, no matter how long he wants to study, no one will take care of him. It is obviously more suitable than Eye of Agamotto, which already has a master. However, he had just stepped out of the gate of the holy place and immediately turned around and returned to Daishi and said with a smirk on his face, Teacher, can you please open a portal for me and send me to Tintin in Europa? Spurk. At this time, Loki really envied Kamartaj's mage from the bottom of his heart. Wherever you want to go, just open a portal and you're done. Unlike him, you have to call Heimdall first, and then ask Heimdall to turn on Bifrost and teleport himself there. I don't know if the system will reward spatial skills in the future. Forget it. Instead of relying on the system, it's more practical to ask AI Chui for help after I go back. Loki thought to himself. Although he did not travel to Tunsberg with Odin and Thor, the Tesseract's hiding place is no secret to Loki. According to the memory before the crossing, Loki knew that the Tesseract was hidden in the rock tower castle of Tunsberg and was protected from the world by the guardians of the church. But since the location of the Tesseract has been known by Loki, no matter what kind of defense it is, it will be useless. Even the vault of Odin, which was guarded by Asgard soldiers, Loki was able to enter as if no one was there. How could the rock tower castle of Tunsberg, guarded by mere mortals, stand in the way of Loki? With the help of Supreme Mage, Loki, who came to Tunsberg through the portal, quickly found the destination of this visit. When he came near the castle, he realized that the guards here were actually not strict. Think about it too. Since it is decided to hide Tesseract here, it is natural that the fewer people who know it, the better. After all, it is easy to make one person loyal, but it is much more difficult to make a group of people loyal. Loki estimated that, except for the guards in the church who knew the existence of the Tesseract, the guards patrolling outside the castle had no idea what they were protecting. Facing a group of mortals without any extraordinary ability, Loki didn't intend to assume the posture of sneaking into Odin's vault. The use of a magical skill like Mirror Flower and Watermoon here is simply a sledgehammer. Even a trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years can't do this kind of thing. It just so happened that Loki hadn't practiced the ninja jinjutsu that he received after completing the side mission, so he just took this opportunity to practice. After the ninja illusion skill has undergone system transformation, the most convenient thing is that it can not only be activated with magic power, but also does not need to be sealed. The technique of Nirvana abode. As Loki activated the illusion, phantoms of white feathers appeared above the rock tower castle and slowly fell from the air. As for the guards around the castle, those who saw these phantom feathers lost consciousness and fell into a coma before they realized why there were feathers appearing in the sky at this time. Even though Loki's current illusion skill proficiency is still at 0%, but with his magical ability to use the technique of Nirvana abode, it is still very easy to kill a few mortals. But if the enemy was stronger, Loki would not dare to make such a big deal. The technique of Nirvana abode is an A-level illusion technique, and its difficulty cannot be underestimated. This was the first attempt to use illusion, perhaps because the target was too weak and it didn't bring any improvement in Loki's skill proficiency. Loki doesn't care about that. The purpose of his coming here was not to practice illusion. The Tesseract hidden here is the key to his trip here. Once he successfully analyzes the method to break through the magic power bottleneck from the Tesseract, it can bring him a strength improvement that far exceeds a 100% proficiency in ninja jinjutsu. After getting rid of the guards and patrolling outside the castle, Loki easily entered the church of Rock Tower Castle. Inside the church, Loki repeated his old trick, using the technique of Nirvana abode again to make the church guards sleep like a baby. Then came to a stone wall carved with a relief of the world tree, pressed the mechanism on the relief, and took out the Tesseract hidden in it. After restoring the wall mechanism, directly used the power of Tesseract to teleport back to Kamartaj through space. And just like that, Loki took the Tesseract from the castle's chapel without much effort. But the easiest part ends here, and the following research is the most difficult and critical part. But Loki didn't lock himself in the room because he studied Tesseract. He still followed the previous habit, went to the holy place every morning to receive the teachings of the Yesha, and went to the library to read various types of magic books in the afternoon. Although he can't use these magics now, it doesn't mean he won't be able to use them in the future. What's more, these magic books in the Kamartaj library are either the inheritance left by a certain god or the notes left by the former supreme mage. If you read more, maybe you can comprehend the mystery of Tesseract by analogy. Not to mention, after more than half a year of hard work by Loki, with the help of the magic knowledge he learned in Kamartaj, he has come up with some research results. It's just that this research result is a bit far from the goal he set. But it's also a happy thing. At least Loki doesn't have to go to AI Tree for help. Because after more than half a year of research, Loki has developed a space magic from Tesseract. And he temporarily named the space magic he researched for himself, Flying Thor. It's really not that Loki wants to copy it. It is really the effect of this space magic, which is too similar to the Flying Thor art in the anime he had seen in his previous life. Congratulations to the host, self-created magic skills, Flying Thor. Skills will be automatically included in the system skill library, and the host can check the skill proficiency through this system. Loki, open the skill module. Skill, Flying Thor. Proficiency, 0%. Skill introduction. Although it is the host's self-created magic, the highly similar skill effect makes it difficult for this system not to suspect that the host has the suspicion of Chow. Respect 11. This skill needs to cooperate with the magic imprint left in advance. After the skill is activated, the host can jump directly through the space and instantly move to the previously marked place. After reading the skill introduction written by the system without authorization, Loki felt even more that the magic he created was exactly the same as another ninjutsu called Flying Thor's Jutsu. But as long as the skills are good enough, Loki doesn't care what is copied or not. What's more, because of this self-created skill, the system thoughtfully released a new side mission for itself. It is detected that the host's self-created skills are included in this system. In order to encourage the host to make persistent efforts, a phase side task is now released. Subquest 2, Level 1. As the host's first self-created skill, don't you feel ashamed at 0% skill proficiency? Please increase your skill proficiency to 100% as soon as possible. The second phase of the mission will be released after the completion of the Level 1 mission. There's no reward for completing the Level 1 mission. Loki pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. System, you must have deliberately withheld my reward this time because of the hemorrhage in the last side mission, right? System, how can the host defile people's innocence out of thin air? You are maliciously speculating. As a principled system, all behaviors of this system are absolutely in line with the rules. If the host wants to get the task reward, he must hurry up and complete the task. I haven't read what your so-called rule stipulates. Who knows if there will be a bug? Knowing that I'm doing my best to study the mysteries of Tesseract, I even release side missions to destroy my Tao heart. After I solve the Tesseract matter, I must copy it. I was wrong. Come out with a few more original skills and squeeze the wool of your stingy system. Although he hasn't found a way to break through the bottleneck of magic power, after more than half a year of research on Tesseract, Loki has found some clues. At such a critical moment, even in the face of the temptation of system rewards, Loki still firmly chose to continue the research on Tesseract. However, in order to save the time spent going back and forth between the Supreme Mage Holy Place, the library, and the dormitory room at 3 o'clock every day, Loki tried to leave his own magic mark in the 3 places, a purple demon emoji with a smirk. This magical imprint is quite suitable for his title of the god of lies and tricks. The Supreme Mage Holy Place, the library, and Loki's dormitory room. The distance between the 3 places is not too far. For Loki, who has 0 proficiency in flying Thor, he can also try it with confidence. So in the following days, many mages were taken aback by Loki's sudden appearance of movement. Even the Supreme Mage Yesi, when he saw Loki flashing in front of him for the first time, was inevitably frightened. Daisher, who has always been in a calm state of mind, couldn't help but gritted his teeth and looked at Loki and asked, "Did you do it on purpose? Or did you accidentally?" Faced with the Yesi's expression of wanting to kill himself, Loki finally didn't answer and said sincerely, "Accidental. Absolutely inadvertently. I have just created this magic, and I am not very proficient in using it. Teacher, you have a lot of it, so please forgive me." Hearing Loki say that this is a new magic he just created, Yesi's expression changed instantly. He grabbed Loki's arm excitedly, looked at Loki in shock, and asked, "Wait a minute. Did you just say that you created a brand new magic, and this magic is also a space magic?" Yesher's excitement is not unreasonable. Kamartaj has existed for thousands of years. Although there are more and more magic books in the library, it has never been heard that Mage has created new magic. Even he, the Supreme Mage, still uses the magic handed down by the ancient gods who don't know how many years ago. The news that Loki successfully created his own magic is definitely a first for Derisi. Hey, it's thanks to the research idea you provided me, teacher. This space magic is actually an unexpected gain in my research process. Loki explained, "I originally wanted to directly create an infinite source of magic power. Isn't it very bold? The whole source of magic power, infinite magic power. Just this idea, exactly this idea, infinite magic power source. When I first conducted research, I told everyone that I wanted to be an infinite source of magic power. All the old Wong from the Mage Library, the old Zhang from the canteen, all of them are very excited. The source of infinite magic power. I have been talking about the source of infinite magic power. I have been preparing to study the source of infinite magic power. But then I gave up." Loki was talking about it complacently, but DC was beside him. But the more he heard, the more black lines on his forehead became more and more, until finally couldn't bear it anymore. He interrupted loudly. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me what is going on with this space magic you created." "Oh, no problem. Teacher, let me tell you. Just when Loki introduced the magic fly, Thor he developed to the Yesha in the supreme mage holy place. On the other side, in a dark room in Kamartaj, a mage was performing a weird sacrifice ceremony. "I am here to summon you, Demon King. Heard the call. Please come to my side. Let me see your true face." While chanting incantations in a strange tone, he used magic power to construct an evil magic totem. With the complete formation of the magic totem, the entire sacrificial ceremony was officially completed. It was at this time that a huge face shrouded in countless dark mist appeared in the mind of this mage. Just seeing the other person's eyes vaguely through those dark fogs made him unable to help but have the idea of worshipping. "Why are you calling me? My believers?" A rough and hoarse voice sounded in the mage's mind, even though the two parties were not in the same time and space. After hearing the voice, he crawled to the ground piously before responding tremblingly in his heart. "Great God of darkness, Lord Dormammu, I have found a way to fulfill your long-cherished wish. This is why Deisi has such strict control over some magic books that record black magic. Not every powerful mage has the firm will to match his strength. Once the thoughts waver a little, they will be led into the abyss of depravity by the temptation hidden in those black magic." Obviously, this mage was bewitched by Dormammu. "Oh, you mean you have already found a way to allow me to successfully descend to your dimension without being hindered by that old Daisher?" "Yes, my lord. I have a brilliant idea. Quick, tell me your solution quickly. If you can help me successfully complete my descent, I will grant you to get rid of the entanglement of death and obtain eternal and endless life." "Master, please listen to me. Recently, a newcomer came to Kamartaj, but the identity of this newcomer is not simple. He is the king of Asgard, the second son of Odin. After knowing the news, an idea popped into my mind immediately. Is it possible to kidnap him as a hostage and force Kamartaj to contact the enchantment left by Agamotto? If the Yesi agrees to this condition, then Master, you will naturally be able to come to our dimension easily. But if he doesn't agree, then Odin's son is worthless. If Odin finds out that his son died in Kamartaj, and it was because of Daisher, Master, do you think it is possible for Asgard to declare war on Kamartaj for revenge? Once the mages of Kamartaj fall into the quagmire of war, there will certainly be negligence in the guards of the three holy places. When the time comes when the snipe and the clam will fight, I will be able to take advantage of it and destroy the three holy places. Without the barrier protection formed by the three holy places, Master, you can easily complete the rule of our dimension." "Ha! This is indeed a brilliant idea. It seems that my long-standing wish is finally coming true. This plan, you can do it with confidence and boldly. I will give you more powerful power, and you must bind that son of Odin back to me." "Yes, my master." Guaranteed to complete during the day, the moment when the sun sets. Loki left the library at this time every day, and after a simple dinner, he returned to his room to continue his research on Tesseract. And the depraved mage who planned to kidnap Loki has obviously already passed the investigation and mastered the law of Loki's activities. Only recently, after Loki has mastered the flying Thor, he will use the flying Thor to teleport back to the room after dinner. So the only place he can do it is in the very short distance between Loki leaving the library and entering the cafeteria. Although the distance of this journey is short, with years of experience in Kamartaj, he still found an excellent ambush location. Great timing, great ambush locations, plus he's just gotten more power from Dormammu. With the right time, place, and people, and the fact that he was doing mental calculations, but not intentionally, he was full of confidence in his actions this time. The ambush has been set, and all that remains is to wait for Loki to fall into his trap step by step. At the moment, the afterglow of the sun has not completely disappeared, but against the only light, the environment in Kamartaj looks even darker. The fallen mage hid in the shadows, and at the same time used black magic to completely cover up his aura. Soon, he heard a clear sound of footsteps coming from not far away. After the footsteps gradually approached, corrupted mage's eyes lit up. The person who came was his long-awaited target, Loki Odinson. Loki was as usual on the way back. His brain was still constantly simulating the next research ideas on Tesseract. He didn't notice at all that on the road he must pass every day, someone had already set up an ambush and was staring at him. After all, Loki has neither knowledgeable arrogance nor little Spider-Man's spider telepathy, a skill that could predict danger. When Loki realized that someone was attacking him, he was once again trapped in a mirror space. However, compared to the nervousness of being imprisoned by the Supreme Mage for the first time, this time Loki, who has already flew Thor beside him, is obviously much more relaxed. Definitely, Loki won't relax his guard just because his mind is relaxed. The first time he felt something was wrong, he had already used the ability of Mirror Flower and Water Moon to protect his own safety. Just as Loki was observing his surroundings vigilantly, a gloomy voice came from behind him. Gia, Loki Odinson, you finally showed up. I have been waiting here for a long time. Loki turned away, expecting to see who it was that was ambushing him. What can be seen is only a figure with black aura all over his body. But at this time, Loki has been able to roughly guess the situation he is currently facing, because he is no stranger to the black figure that suddenly appeared behind him in front of him. Having read a lot of magic books in Camartage, he recognized it at the first sight. The black magic in the book. This shadow is nothing more than an entity duplication formed using dark power. It seems that there is another lost lamb who was bewitched by Dormammu. It's fine if I don't find out. Since you have already come to the door, then I will waste a little time today and help the teacher to clean up the door. Midgard is protected by an enchantment constructed by the 3 holy places left by Agamotto. Even a Dimension Mephisto like Dormammu has very limited power that can be transmitted. If before creating space magic to fly Thor, Loki might still be a little apprehensive. But now, the mirror space not only cannot completely imprison him, but also allows Loki to unleash his full power without restraint. From Loki's point of view, his own victory was already assured when the other party had evil intentions. As expected of being Odin's son, what a shame. That's right. In the eyes of you high gods, we mortals are just ants who might be trampled to death if we are not careful. Responding to Loki was another shadowy duplication emerging from the shadows. That is, after the second shadow duplication appeared, more and more shadow duplications began to appear in the mirror space one after another, completely surrounding Loki in less than a minute. After the siege was formed, these hundreds of shadow duplications said in unison. However, there's a saying in my hometown called ants kill elephants. If your elephant doesn't want to be killed by our group of ants today, if you're going to die, I advise you to obediently give up resistance and catch him without a fight. Unexpectedly, after hearing what the other party said, Loki directly covered his face and laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? Hundreds of angry questions came from all directions of Loki. It seemed that in the next second, these shadow duplications would swarm up and tear him to pieces. Loki stopped laughing slowly, but still had a mocking smile on his face, and his eyes were full of undisguised contempt. I said, "Did you make a mistake? Or did you really dare to ambush me with only this means?" If this is the case, then I can only regret to tell you that quantitative changes are meaningless if they do not lead to qualitative changes. Moreover, I am not an elephant. If I have to use a metaphor, it must be a dragon flying in the sky. No matter how many small ants there are, it is impossible to hook the dragon flying in the sky, let alone cause any damage to the dragon. Loki's words were like an ignited fuse, and the emotions of the hundreds of shadow duplications around him were instantly detonated, and 2 spatial blades immediately appeared in their hands, and they rushed towards him with crazy roars. Until this moment, Loki was still calm. I saw him utter a few words in an almost inaudible volume amidst the chaotic, rushing sound of shadow duplication. A sage. Swish! The moment Loki's voice fell, with his feet as the center, a powerful freezing air began to spread rapidly. Where the freezing air passes, Everything it touches turns into ice cubes at the extremely low temperature. The first to bear the brunt were the duplications of the shadows closest to Loki. They all maintained the movement of rushing towards Loki just now, like lifelike ice sculptures, densely arranged around Loki. In just a few breaths, the mirror space that was still very noisy just now, at the moment has become audible. Hundreds of shadow duplications holding space blades all turned into ice sculptures under Loki's Ice Age move. Boom! Loki casually sent out a magical impact to make up the knife, blasting all the ice sculptures made of these shadow duplications into pieces. After finishing all this, Loki didn't move anymore, just stood there quietly, constantly observing the surrounding situation. After waiting for a few minutes, the man behind the scenes who used the shadow duplication still did not appear, nor did he continue to launch a second wave of attacks. After confirming that the other party had fled here, Loki began to sense the magic mark left in the... Loki, who returned to the room, did not conduct Tesseract research tonight for the first time, because at this moment, his heart was full of doubts, and he couldn't devote himself wholeheartedly to the research. It's not that he has doubts about the true identity of the mage who ambushed him. Camartage has been passed down for countless years, and every once in a while, there will always be a few traitors who can't stand the temptation of Mephisto. Now that this man has accepted the power that Dormammu bestowed on him, as long as he is in Camartage, it will be easy to find him. However, Loki estimated that the other party should have fled Camartage after the ambush operation failed just now. Hunting down a mage who can open a portal is no easy feat. What really confuses Loki is, what is the purpose of the other party in ambush him? Analyzing from the information revealed in the man's previous words, killing himself is definitely not the purpose of the other party. Because the other party had made a clear threat, if he didn't want to die, he would be caught without a fight. Then the reason why that person attacked me at the risk of revealing his identity must have something to do with Dormammu behind him. After thinking of this, Loki's thoughts immediately became clear. What Dormammu wants to accomplish is nothing more than conquering the dimension formed by the Nine Kingdoms. As Midgard is the weakest existence among the Nine Kingdoms, once Dormammu breaks through here, it will be able to complete the invasion of the entire dimension along the world tree system linking the Nine Kingdoms. So, are you treating me like a persimmon and wanting to use me as a breakthrough point? With Loki's wisdom, once he found the train of thought, he quickly guessed the purpose of that mage's actions today. It has to be said that even Shindu, the master of his trick, couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the method the other party came up with. The only thing the other party miscalculated might be that they didn't expect Loki to be in a *** hole. Otherwise, even if Loki can defeat the opponent in the ambush tonight, he will not be able to escape the prison of the mirror space. After figuring out what happened tonight, Loki picked up the Tesseract, ready to continue his research. But at this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Loki's mind, and the expression on his face became very serious, as if he had thought of something crucial. It's really like the blessing of misfortune rests on it, and the blessing of misfortune rests on it. If I hadn't been ambushed and attacked by Dormammu's men tonight, I'm afraid I wouldn't have remembered such important information. And this information, which was inspired by Dormammu, made Loki extremely excited. Dormammu was once a human necromancer. Yes, Dormammu, the now famous ruler of the Dark Dimension, was once a mere mortal. But after accidentally discovering the existence of the Dark Dimension, he gave up his physical body and entered it with his own soul, and then became the powerful dimension Mephisto it is today. So, why did Dormammu choose to give up his physical body when he first entered the Dark Dimension, after existing in the form of a soul? How did he obtain such a huge magical power? Does this mean that there is such a method that can directly obtain magic power from the dimensional space through the soul, without borrowing the power of others through the transmission of blood or belief? And it's not just Dormammu. It seems that every powerful god rules a dimension that belongs to them alone. What about infinite gems? Is the energy inside them really endless? Or because they can replenish energy from the surrounding space all the time, they appear to be inexhaustible? This is a direction worth trying. If I can directly obtain magic power from the surrounding space and replenish the magic power consumption caused by using magic at any time, wouldn't that be equivalent to having endless magic power? Loki, who decided to give it a try, immediately changed his mind and began to adjust the direction of the next research. In the previous research, Loki has been trying to crack the mystery in this way by injecting his own magic power into Tesseract. And this time, in order to verify his guess, Loki intends to use his soul to perceive Tesseract directly. So Loki used astral projection for the first time since learning magic, allowing his soul to leave his body. The reason why he used it for the first time was because the system had reminded him when he was learning this magic. Although after his rebirth as Loki, his appearance is completely different from his previous life, but the shape of his soul still maintains his previous life without any change. So if after he uses astral projection, others see the true appearance of his soul, it may cause unpredictable consequences. After knowing this, Loki has not used this magic. Even when Frigga was teaching, she still found various reasons to refuse to practice. However, with Loki's super high ability in magic, it was very easy to use this magic for the first time. After the soul left the body and floated in the air, Loki felt that his thinking became clearer and his thinking speed increased several times. So much so that when he looked at the real world around him, everything seemed to be played in slow motion and slowed down. Loki raised his hand and touched his face. The moment his hand and face touched, the strange yet familiar feeling made him recognize immediately that this was his previous appearance before time travel. Having lived in this world for more than 20 years, he didn't have any emotion. Just to calm his mind for a while, Loki began to try to observe the world completely through the perception of the soul. He seems to be able to vaguely feel that there is something he is very familiar with in the surrounding space. It's just that no matter how he thinks, he still can't catch a clue. Without dwelling on this for too long, Loki turned his attention to the Tesseract. If it is said that when observing the Tesseract with the naked eye, what you see is a small square emitting faint blue light. Now the Tesseract that Loki perceives through the soul is like a black hole that is constantly attracting and devouring everything. Having perceived this, Loki's expression immediately became excited, because this proves that his guess may be correct. Tesseract, or infinite gems, the energy it originally possesses is not endless, but because it obtains energy from the dimensional space all the time, it creates this illusion. Owner, the fallen mage who ambushes Loki, at the moment is like a snail that has been shrinking its shell. The whole person crawled on the ground and curled up into a ball, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although he managed to escape from Kamartaj after the failed attack, being caught by Kamartaj might not be a bad thing compared to facing Dormammu's interrogation. So, the task assigned to you failed. With the power I gave you, you can't even do anything to a little Asgard? Dormammu asked calmly. That is to say, over the years, the invasion of Midgard has failed too many times, and now it can be so calm. If Dormammu had been throwing a tantrum every time he failed, he would have been blasted. Even so, from his calm tone, one can still feel the murderous intent hidden in it. For Dormammu, Loki is nothing more than a character whose strength even level god Father can't reach. If one's followers can't even deal with this kind of fun, no matter how clever his brain is, he has no value in Dormammu's eyes. And there is no value of existence. What awaits him is definitely only destruction. The mage also seemed to hear the killing intent in Dormammu's tone, and quickly raised his head to explain. Master, I really can't blame you for the miss this time. Originally, everything went smoothly according to my plan, but who would have thought that Loki would be so powerful? Just in the blink of an eye, the freezing air released from his body froze the hundreds of shadow duplications I created into ice cubes. If I hadn't been cautious enough to keep a safe distance from him from the beginning, I'm afraid even I would end up in the same end. I also ran away in order to bring this news back to the master, so. Otherwise, even if I risk my life, I will definitely continue to complete the task. Snort. You don't need to make any excuses for your incompetence. However, it was beyond my expectation that the Asgardian had the ability to freeze. I heard before that Odin's eldest son was born with the power of awakening thunder. Unexpectedly, his second son also possessed such a special ability, plus his crazy daughter. Odin is lucky. Since you failed for the first time, I will let you go temporarily. However, capital crimes can be avoided, and living crimes cannot be escaped. As punishment, I will take away 10 years of your life. Dormammu's words are full of false benevolence. For these depraved mages who pursue eternal life, apart from death, there is no punishment more cruel than life extraction. As for the so-called death penalty, Dormammu is not a kind-hearted lord. The reason why he didn't kill the other party was simply because the other party was still useful. While that mage is no match for Loki, he can be used as an excellent bait to lure Loki into new traps. Even if it's trash, Dormammu has to squeeze every last bit of value out of it before destroying it. Kamar-Taj, the supreme mage holy place. In a daily morning class, Loki told Derisi what happened yesterday. The Yesher felt sorry for Loki's attack in Kamar-Taj, but more of it was the helplessness of being the supreme mage. White magic has limits. It cannot violate the rules of nature. This also means that many things that black magic can easily achieve after breaking through the limitations of morality, white magic will never be able to do. But mages are not gods. They are all mortals with their own inner attachments and desires. In this case, it is inevitable that mage will be seduced by the dark forces and become a follower of Mephisto. Among them are even heroes who have made great contributions to resisting the invasion of other dimensions. Sometimes, even the Yesher, who is the supreme mage, will inevitably be shaken in the face of Mephisto's bewitching. In the end, he was able to persist because he was not indifferent to the conditions offered by Mephisto. It's just that he has seen too many examples of his colleagues being deceived by Mephisto. No matter how nice things Mephisto promises, very few of them can actually be realized in the end. Whenever I think of the eyes of these people struggling to die in despair, and the mocking laughter of the Mephistos playing with them, the eager desire into Yesi's heart will gradually calm down. Loki, who has never had such an experience, naturally cannot empathize with the Yesi's emotions. However, in Loki's memory, Asgard actually had similar problems. At that time, Odin had just ended his campaign against the Nine Realms and became the ruler of the Nine Realms. But in the face of the many Asgard warriors who followed him to fight, Odin simply couldn't come up with enough awards to reward them. As a wise monarch, Odin is very clear that if he cannot solve this problem, he will plant huge amounts of hidden dangers for his future rule. In order to completely solve this problem, Odin summoned all the necromancers in Asgard at that time and created Valhalla, known as the Land of Heaven, with exquisite magic. And it also has a more familiar name, Soul Castle. All heroes who have made sacrifices and contributions to Asgard after their death, their souls will be led to the Soul Castle and continue their lives in another way. It is equivalent to Odin's conditions of eternal life and the glory of heroes as conditions in exchange for the warrior's filial piety to him. Loki thinks that if Kamar-Taj also builds his own soul castle, the situation that caused the Yesi's headache may be improved. After hearing the idea proposed by Loki, Derisi also thinks that this method is indeed worth a try. The existence of the soul castle not only provides a perfect home for the hero's soul, but also minimizes the possibility of mage being bewitched by Mephisto. I'm thinking about the establishment of the soul castle. Now let's talk about your research. If you encounter any new problems, you can bring them up and we can discuss them. After studying in Kamar-Taj during this period, although Loki's strength has not improved much, his attainments in magic theory have already surpassed the supreme mage of the Yesher. So now Daresh will say that this question can be discussed instead of directly saying that he can help Loki answer. Teacher, this is the second thing I want to explain to you today. I seem to have found the answer to the mystery of the source of magic power. Through direct observation and research on Tesseract and the Soul State, Loki quickly verified his previous guess. The energy originally possessed by the Tesseract is not endless, and it is only because it obtains energy from the dimensional space all the time that it maintains a constant energy. The key to this process of continuously obtaining energy from the dimensional space lies in an energy matrix built inside Tesseract. This energy matrix is like a filter which will filter and purify the energy obtained from the dimensional space, making the originally violent and chaotic energy mild and usable. The familiar aura that Loki felt in the space around his soul before is actually the untamed magic power floating in the space. Those ancient and powerful gods must be like Tesseract, through the same or different methods, absorbing the free energy absorption in the dimensional space into themselves, and then transforming it into a more peaceful and easy-to-use magic power. These peaceful magic powers are transmitted through faith or blood, which is the source of magic power for mages to cast all their magic. But if a mage can simplify the chain of magic power transmission and use itself as the starting point to domesticate the violent magic power in the dimensional space, then he can at least reach a level comparable to that of a god in terms of magic power and obtain inexhaustible magic power. This is what Loki has been pursuing, the way to break through the bottleneck of magic power. And this method is also called by Loki immortal mode. After a night of testing, Loki has basically figured out the prerequisites for opening the fairy mode. The first is to absorb the energy absorption in the dimensional space into your own body. In the soul state, Loki can easily perceive the original energy hidden in the dimensional space. But once the soul returns to the body, this perception will become quite difficult. Only in a state of complete concentration can one vaguely perceive the existence of this energy. In real combat, it is definitely not possible to fight in the soul state. And in the process of fighting, it is impossible to maintain the state of concentration. If the energy perception of the first step cannot be completed, then the fairy mode will become a tasteless existence for Loki. Secondly, the raw energy absorbed into the body is a very violent energy. One must have a strong enough physical fitness so as not to be hurt by this domineering energy. In the end, even though the free energy in the dimensional space has been successfully perceived, the energy absorption has been successfully absorbed into the body. Such domineering raw energy cannot be directly used to activate magic. It needs to use its own magic power to dilute it and neutralize the original violent characteristics of the original energy. The mixed magic power not only retains part of the violent characteristics of the original energy, but also makes the magic casted more powerful. At the same time, because of the existence of its original magic power, it is also very easy to control and can perform very fine magic power manipulation. However, these three prerequisites must be met to use the fairy mode, which is a requirement for common mage. For a genius like Loki, there is definitely an easier way. It turns out that his research on Tesseract was not in vain according to the original idea. In the future, Howard Stark will learn from the arc reactor technology developed by Tesseract, which is actually a simplified version of the energy matrix after castrating the automatic energy absorbing function. Because of the existence of the beggar's version of the energy matrix, the powerful energy generated during the cold fusion process is safely bound in the arc reactor and is directly converted into electrical energy in a way with almost no loss. And Loki's plan is to build an energy matrix similar to Tesseract in his body at the cost of consuming all his magic power. Through this energy matrix, Loki can automatically absorb energy into the body from the dimensional space, even if he is not in the trance or soul state. The raw energy that enters the body can be converted into milder magic power through the energy matrix, which can be used by Loki at any time. The excess magic power that is not usually used can also be stored in the set seal in the body as a second magic source to deal with the possible situation that energy cannot be absorbed. However, whether this whimsical idea can be successful Loki has not really tried it. Because once the experiment starts, all the magic power in his body will be put into the construction of the energy matrix. If someone attacked him at this moment, Loki would be powerless to fight back. After all, the corrupted mage who attacked him last night was still at large, and Loki definitely wouldn't take such a risk to start the experiment. But if there's a supreme mage next to him to escort him during the experiment, that is another matter. As long as you concentrate on completing the energy matrix, don't worry about safety. I will protect your safety. Derisi did not refuse Loki's request, because if Loki's vision does come true, it will undoubtedly open up an unprecedented path for magic. Although Derisi still doesn't know yet whether the emergence of this new path will do more harm than good to magic and mage, or the harm outweighs the good. But as he said to Loki before, there are infinite possibilities in Loki, and no one can predict whether his choice of the moment will make the future better or worse. The only thing Daisher can do is to try to guide Loki on a path that is better for everyone. And after getting along with each other for this period of time, Duresh also gradually understands how Loki behaves in the world. On the surface, Loki is a sinister, mischievous kid, but after a deeper understanding, you'll find that Loki has his own persistence in everything he does and will not violate the bottom line in his heart. From Loki's eyes, the Yesher has never seen the aloofness of being a god, but only the habit of all beings being equal. It is these little details that make the Yesher confirm that Loki has a kind and beautiful heart. He believes that Loki, who has such a kind heart, will not do anything to disappoint him. So even though Loki's experiments are still full of unknowns at this moment, Duresh is willing to support him to break through the fog and pursue the mysteries of magic. With the Yesha protecting him, Loki can finally let go of all his worries and start trying to build an energy matrix in his body. The process of constructing the energy matrix in the body is actually very similar to the process of the future Tony Stark using the prism accelerator to create new elements. The huge magic power is continuously strengthened in the body and finally gathered at a core point. After repeated expansion and compression, the magic power gathered at the core point finally reaches a balanced state, and the construction of the energy matrix is considered a success. However, after the energy matrix is completed in the body, Loki needs to continuously input magic power into it to maintain the fragile dynamic balance of the energy matrix. So after the energy matrix is completed, it is necessary to energy absorbing from the dimensional space to transform new magic power through the energy matrix. In this way, the energy matrix can be used as a new source of magic, providing magic power for Loki to use magic. And because the energy matrix is obtaining energy from the dimensional space all the time, Loki will no longer have to worry about the lack of mana in the future. In addition, Loki specially set up a magic storage seal in consideration of some special situations where energy absorbing cannot be obtained from the dimensional space. The whole process can be said to be interlocking and thoughtful. But even so, Loki made a mistake. He underestimated the rage of these primitive energies floating in the dimensional space, or he overestimated his ability to bear. When the original energy was attracted by the energy matrix and entered Loki's body constantly from the dimensional space, he only felt that scorching lava poured into his body and subconsciously wanted to elementalize and suppress this intense energy. Pain. However, in the process of building the energy matrix just now, Loki's own magic power has been exhausted, and there is no magic power to support his body for elementalization. There is no way. At this time, Loki can only rely on his willpower to forcibly endure the pain. As long as the original energy is converted into new magic power by the energy matrix, then elementalization can be performed again. However, things did not go in the direction Loki expected. The transformation of the energy matrix was indeed successful, and Loki was also successfully elementalized. But the severe pain caused by the influx of raw energy into the body did not decrease at all. Not only that, because there is a steady stream of new magic power generated in the energy matrix, but in a state of extreme pain, Loki cannot effectively control these magic powers at all. So after he became elemental, these out-of-control magical powers turned into low-temperature frozen air and continued to spread outward from Loki in order to seek an outlet for catharsis. Seeing this, DC hurriedly brought Loki into the mirror space to prevent Loki from losing control and causing damage to Kamartaj. In the mirror space, Loki's body is still releasing freezing air, and it is getting worse. The temperature of the surrounding space also began to drop sharply. In just a few breaths, DC's mortal body could no longer bear the freezing cold and retreated from the mirror space to the holy place of Kamartaj. It won't work like this. If Loki is left in the mirror space and his magic power continues to run wild, he may end up freezing himself. We need to move him to a wider place. Yesi thought quickly in his mind, trying to find a suitable location. After a while, Ishi put on a defensive magic weapon for himself, and then entered the mirrored space again. At the moment's mirrored space had completely turned into a frozen world, and the extreme cold made Ishi feel unbearable even though he was wearing a defensive magic weapon. He wasted no time, stretched out his hands that were already shaking from the cold, and opened a portal to Loki's location. Immediately afterwards, Darishi performed astral projection on himself and followed Loki through the portal in a soul state. On the other side of the portal, the Yeshur chose the highest mountain range in Midgard, the Himalayas. In the Himalayas, Loki can unleash the already runaway magic power in his body without any scruples, and the Himalayas stretches constantly in towering mountain walls and can block the cold that erupts on his body, so that it will not spread wantonly. Loki, can you hear my voice? Darishi in the soul state approached Loki, communicating directly through the spirit. Loki, who was suppressing the pain, couldn't respond verbally and mentally, and squeezed out a voice from his nasal cavity with all his strength. It's good if you can hear it. Listen to Loki. This is the center of the Himalayas. There are no people around. You can release the energy in your body to your heart's content. After a while, you will release all the magic power in your body in the shortest possible time. Then seize the short magic power vacuum period and quickly cut off the magic power supply to the energy matrix. This time, Loki didn't respond to the Yesha's words because at the moment he was almost at his limit. After receiving the message from the Yesi, Loki no longer endured and completely let go of the restriction on the energy in his body. The next moment, violent freezing air rushed out of Loki's body like a flood that broke a bank. All the objects that came into contact with along the way were covered with a layer of crystal ice. The freezing air that hit the mountain wall quickly climbed towards the top of the mountain, turning the white-topped, snow-capped mountains into continuous icebergs in an instant. Especially the closest mountain to Loki, the ice peak formed by the frozen air raised its overall height by more than 1,000 meters, reaching an altitude of 8,848 meters, directly becoming the highest peak in the entire Himalayas. And this mountain, which became the highest peak in the Himalayas because of Loki's magical runaway, will generally be called Mount Everest in the future. Because the temperature dropped sharply, the air pressure in the entire Himalayas dropped sharply, making the surrounding clouds begin to gather here. The clouds rolled up and formed huge amounts of vortex, which continued to extend downwards. But just when a Yesi thought that an abnormal storm was about to form, Loki's burst of freezing air instantly turned the entire sky into ice. Then it was quickly shattered under the action of gravity, turning into countless hailstones, falling from the sky. After this series of explosions and releases, Loki finally created an energy vacuum moment in his body, breaking the balance of the energy matrix. Without the attraction of the energy matrix, the riot of primitive energy finally subsided. But Loki didn't know it, because his rampage this time not only created the world's highest peak in Midgard in the Himalayas, but also forced a country north of the mountain into the Little Ice Age. Old Zhang, do you feel that the temperature has dropped suddenly these few days? It's already getting ready for summer. Why is it still cold in spring at this time? Who knows what's going on with this ghostly weather? It was normal in the morning when the temperature dropped, but it suddenly changed around noon, and there was hail. Anyway, you should wear more, Old Wong. Don't be like whoever catches the wind, and cold will be in trouble. On the square in Kamartaj, two passing mage were talking about the abnormal weather changes these days. It's been 3 full days since Loki's magical runaway, and the temperatures around the Himalayas are still showing no sign of warming up. For this unusual weather condition, the mages of Kamartaj do not know what the cause is, nor do they have any solution. The only thing I can do is to add a few more clothes and occasionally make complaints when chatting with acquaintances. And as the culprit of all this, Loki has not had a good life in the past 3 days. Physical damage is second to none. As a descendant of the Frost Titan royal bloodline, Loki possesses incredible self-healing ability, which allows him to recover from injuries very quickly. The hardest thing to bear was the feeling of emptiness in his body after the mana was exhausted, making Loki feel as if he had become a soulless shell. Even after 3 days of recovery, the magic level in Loki's body has only barely recovered to 1/10 of its original level. It will take at least a month of recuperation to return to its full state. This is the price Loki has to bear after his risky attempt fails. If it weren't for the Supreme Mage, DEC, who was escorted by the side before the experiment started, Loki's ending would definitely be even more miserable than it is now. However, although the energy matrix attempt failed, the reason for the failure was not that Loki's conjecture was wrong, but because his body could not withstand the impact of the violent raw energy, which eventually led to everything getting out of control. Now Loki finally understands why Dormammu gave up his human body before entering the dark dimension. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the baptism of those dark energies in the dark dimension. In the future, if Loki can obtain a physical strengthening skill from the system, so that the body can withstand the impact of violent energy, there may be a chance to realize the truly perfect fairy mode. But now, Loki can only let the completion progress of this skill stay in the theoretical stage for the time being. However, since the idea of energy absorbing from the dimensional space is correct, at least it proves that another tasteless version of the fairy model is still feasible. As for how it can be used in actual combat, I will leave it to the Ishi or other Kamartaj mages to solve it. Loki is no longer ready to continue this research, because such a weak skill is useless to his strength improvement. And the failure of this experiment is not all bad for Loki. After the impact of the original energy on the body and the out-of-control runaway of the magic power, Loki's magic power source broke through and finally broke through the bottleneck of magic power that has troubled him for a long time. If magic power is compared to water, and the source of magic power is compared to a container, then Loki's breakthrough is equivalent to changing the water container from a bowl to a basin. Although the basin is still empty now, there is no doubt that it can hold more water than the previous bowl. In addition, his physical attributes, which have not been improved for a long time, have also been stimulated by the super freezing air generated by this runaway. They are no less inferior to Thor, who has received warrior training since he was a child. In the future, maybe you can consider changing jobs to be a warrior or a melee mage. The picture is exciting to think about. It is equivalent to saying that the goal that Loki chose to come to Kamartaj in the first place has been completed. Although this process was completely beyond his expectations, as long as the result is satisfactory. During the next month of recuperation, Loki did not maintain a life of 3 points and 1 line as before. The research on Tesseract has ended. All the magic books in the Kamartaj library have been browsed, and the goal of breaking through the bottleneck of magic power has been successfully completed. So Loki turned his attention to the only 2 skills that are currently not at full skill proficiency. It just so happens that these 2 skills do not consume much mana, and they're all within the range that his current mana level can bear. Moreover, the skill proficiency of Flying Thor is still the prerequisite for opening the second stage of side missions. Take advantage of the recuperating diagnosis time, and complete the first stage of the task by the way, and strive to get the task reward earlier. But after practicing for a period of time, he found that it was really not easy to start the second stage of the side mission. Loki's skill proficiency in ninja genjutsu has improved the fastest. Illusion and spiritual magic are what he is best at. For the 10 auxiliary illusions included in the skill, Loki has been able to use all of them proficiently after only an hour of practice. A week later, the skill proficiency of ninja genjutsu was directly full, reaching 100%. On the contrary, on the self-created space magic fly Thor, the improvement of skill proficiency has not been satisfactory. Obviously, there is nothing wrong with his spellcasting skills, but the skill proficiency value on the system panel just can't increase, which makes Loki feel very strange. What is the reason for this? Until the end of the 1-month recuperation period, Loki's magic source was fully replenished, and Thor's skill proficiency had only increased to 19%, not even 1/5. But today Loki did not continue to practice flying Thor and put on the proficiency of the skill, because today is the day he left Taj, left Midgard, and returned to Asgard. The goal of coming here in the first place has been accomplished, and the injury has fully healed. Loki has no reason to stay in Taj. However, apart from improvement in strength, the biggest gain of Loki's journey in Midgard is getting to know Dec, a teacher who is both a teacher and a friend. Although due to the limitations of the times and the differences in cultural background between the two, Loki could not agree with many of the views put forward by Dec. But this does not prevent them from frankly exchanging opinions and exchanging their views. It was with the inspiration of the Yeshur that Loki later developed the Flying Thor and Immortal modes from Tesseract. Teacher, I won't say any provocative words, but I promise you as the second prince of Asgard, Loki Odinson, whether you or Taj need me in the future, you can come to me and help. Yes, I, Loki, will never refuse. Derishi laughed loudly when he heard this, and said, "Ha ha, it seems that the purpose of my original decision to agree to Lord Odin has been achieved. You're already on the right path, Loki. Besides, the gates of Taj will be open for you. If you want to come back, you can come back anytime. Anyway, you naughty guy has left a magic mark in my holy place." Loki, then let's talk about it. Teacher, don't let me come back at that time. And you still ask me for 3 artifacts as tickets, but I don't have any. After speaking, seeing the old man Daresh blowing his beard and staring, Loki teleported away with Tesseract before he could vent his anger. This brat is really annoying. I don't know when the next time we will meet. Maybe before that time, I, an old man, will have already turned into a dead bone in a tomb. After all, no matter how powerful I am still immortal. Coming to the Rock Tower Castle in Tunsberg again, Loki did not trigger another collective sleep supernatural event. Just quietly returned the Tesseract to Zhao and left this place directly. It was not until he came to a deserted wilderness that Loki called out to Heimdall, but it is estimated that Midgard is too inconspicuous in the 9 kingdoms. Loki called him 2 or 3 times in succession before Bifrost fell from the sky and brought him back to Asgard. After experiencing a dizziness, when Loki came back to his senses, he was already standing in Heimdall Castle guarded by Heimdall. Heimdall, long time no see. Seeing Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, with a stern face and a statue-like figure standing at the gate, Loki moved up to him and said hello. "How have you been recently? Did my stupid old brother take the trouble to come to you for a duel, and then you knocked him down with one move?" For Loki's accusation, the expression on Heimdall's face did not change, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He still clearly remembers one time, as Loki mentioned, when Thor, who had just learned something new, approached him again and offered to fight a duel. Heimdall knew that according to Thor's single-minded temperament, if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to work quietly all day today, and Thor would keep pestering himself with shamelessness. On the contrary, he accepts Thor's duel, and with his strength, he only needs one move to defeat Thor, saving time and effort. So when he saw Thor coming for a duel, Heimdall didn't refuse much and agreed directly. But just when they were about to do it, Odin suddenly appeared outside the gate of Symingberg and directly caught Heimdall's dereliction of duty and Thor's behavior of affecting official affairs. Then he caught the two of them and reprimanded them for more than an hour. If the real god king Odin hadn't appeared later, neither he nor Thor would have noticed that the Odin who had been reprimanding them for more than an hour in front of them. In fact, Loki turned into it using magic. The two just acted as the object of Loki's prank and made a big embarrassment in front of Odin. Although later Odin did not punish him for his duel with Thor, but also punished Loki himself. But for Loki's magical ability that even his own eyes can't see through, Heimdall still left a deep impression on him and has always been very afraid of Loki's ability. Don't be so cold, Heimdall. We're all old acquaintances. Loki was unaware of all the bad deeds he had committed. In desperation, Heimdall had no choice but to say, "Your Highness Loki, since you have returned to Asgard, shouldn't you first go and greet His Majesty Odin and His Highness Frigga? The God King and God Queen miss you very much." Okay. I haven't shown up for such a long time. It's time to greet them well. Then I'll talk to you next time. After finishing speaking, Loki patted Heimdall on the shoulder while showing him a smile. Smile. And seeing Loki's smile, Heimdall couldn't help shivering from the spine. To him, it looked like a devil smile. For a talker like Loki, there is really no better entertainment than flirting with a stuffy pot like Heimdall. But for Heimdall, there's nothing like being pestered by a chatterbox at work. Having finished harassing Heimdall, Loki made a beeline for the palace. It has been nearly half a year since he saw his mother, Frigga, and Loki can't wait to meet her. As for that old man Odin, since the other party gave away the 3 artifacts for him, I will give him face today and be a good boy for a while. Father, Queen, I'm back. Inside the palace, Loki saluted Odin and Frigga in the Asgard way. Frigg, like every ordinary mother, got up and came to him after seeing him salute and began to ask his health and care about his study experience on Midgard. As for Odin, he was dignified as always, and he had no intention of bringing up the matter of giving Loki the tuition fee with 3 artifacts. After confirming that Loki was safe, Frigga left the hall, leaving the space for the father and son. On the contrary, this made the atmosphere in the palace become a little awkward for a while. Everyone understands the atmosphere of communication between father and son. In the end, it was Odin who spoke first. "You already know the truth?" Odin said this in a tone of conviction and a little uncertainty, as if he didn't want Loki to give an affirmative answer. For Odin's endless question, Loki also felt confused, not sure what the other party was asking. So I could only guess and reply, "Well, the Ishi has already told me that you came to him with 3 artifacts, and he agreed to give me a chance to study in Kamartaj. Thank you very much for your kind attention. My concern, father." But Loki's answer is obviously not the same thing as Odin's question. Odin shook his head. "That's just my responsibility as a father. Loki, you don't have to thank me for that. What I want to ask is, do you already know the truth about your life experience gone?" Loki looked at Odin with some surprise, and he froze in place. Leaving Loki alone in Kamartaj and Midgard, it was impossible for Odin as a father not to be concerned. From what Heimdall mentioned before, Odin and Frigga miss themselves very much. They must often find Heimdall and let the other party use his pair of Heimdall's eyes that perceive everything to observe their living conditions in Midgard. Even though they knew very well that in Kamartaj it was impossible for Heimdall to see Loki's situation due to the veil of magic. But for a pair of parents who miss their children, sometimes even no news is good news. Until more than a month ago, Heimdall told Odin that he saw Loki go berserk because of his magic power, releasing a terrifying freezing air all over his body, which caused a natural disaster in Midgard. Odin didn't know Loki's identity as a time traveler, nor did he know that Loki had a system cheat. So the release of frozen air from Loki means that for Odin, the Frost Titan blood in his body has been awakened. But Odin couldn't confirm when the blood in Loki's body was awakened. When did Loki know this secret that he has been keeping very carefully? Father, if you are asking, when did I know that I'm not an Aesir Protoss at all, but a Frost Titan, I have known it for a long time. After all, Loki is a Frost Titan. I knew it before time travel. Odin was shocked when he heard this, because in his memory, Loki never seemed to show any abnormalities in this regard since he was a child. So until today, Odin didn't know that Loki had already learned the truth, but he still thought that his secrecy work was perfect. Loki, I hope you understand that you are my child no matter what. You are Loki Odinson. In Loki's memory, this was the first time he saw his father, Odin, the king of God, showing such a flustered state in front of him. This is definitely, father. No matter what happens, you and my mother will always be my closest people. You don't need to have any doubts or worries about this. What Loki said made Odin a little distracted. It feels like a blink of an eye. Loki, you have grown up, although you often like to play tricks, but today I know that you are actually the most mature of the two children. I don't know if you're interested in listening just now, old man, brag about my youthful prowess. Father, your heroic deeds when you were young. My mother told Thor and me hundreds of times as a bedtime story when we were young, and I'm almost able to recite it backwards. No, what I'm going to tell you today, Frigga certainly hasn't told you. This is a story that happened at the end of the Battle of Jotunheim. After the battle, I went into a temple where I saw a child. To those Frost Titans, the child was so small that his real father, King Lauf of the Frost Titans, abandoned him in the temple to fend for himself. But after seeing this innocent child, a despicable thought came to my mind. I actually wondered if I would bring this child back to Asgard and raise him. Then in the future, Jotunheim and Asgard may form an alliance through this child to ensure eternal peace. That child is me, right? I am a descendant of Frost Titan Lauf, the son of prophecy that you plan to bring peace to both nations. That plan is gone, Loki. You are my child, and I don't want to use you as a tool or pawn to accomplish any of my goals. The reason why I only told you these things today is because I want to protect you. Don't be hurt by this brutal truth. But you are more mature and brave than I imagined. Maybe I should have told you the truth earlier. After listening to Odin's narration, Loki didn't show any emotion of touch or anger. Instead, his eyes kept rolling around, as if some bad idea popped up in his mind. Father, well, I don't think you need to give up on your plans so quickly. For the sake of the two countries' long-term peaceful coexistence, I don't mind being a tool man or a pawn at all. Don't look at Loki's righteous words. In fact, he just remembered that he still has a system task of Prince's Revenge that has not been completed. But if he can use the power of Odin and Asgard, let him wait for the throne of Jotunheim. Not only can Loki get the task rewards issued by the system, but Asgard can also turn an enemy into a friend and gain a loyal ally. This is also a win-win thing. Regarding Loki's idea, Odin did not immediately agree or reject it, but asked suspiciously, Loki, with your character, are you really interested in the Jotunheim throne? Loki shook his head. The throne doesn't really matter, but people always have to find a goal for themselves. Since this matter is good for Asgard, Jotunheim, and even the entire Nine Realms, why not do it? And if there's anything else you want to say, just say it. Seeing Loki's hesitation, Odin urged him. And with Thor's rampant and reckless temperament, he will inherit the throne of Asgard in the future, and he doesn't know what trouble he will cause. If I become the king of Jotunheim, at least I can help him clean up some messes. Speaking of Thor, Odin on the throne feels a bit of a headache. He is very satisfied with his son, whether it is ability or strength. The only fly in the ointment may be that when she was born, she left her brain in Frigga's stomach and forgot to bring it out. Just like what Loki said, he doesn't think about the consequences of doing things at all. He only knows how to rush forward, a pure reckless man. However, it is still too early for the day when Thor actually inherits the throne. Now that the problem has been discovered, it is necessary to find a solution as soon as possible. Nidavellir, the first country in the Nine Realms to form an alliance with Asgard, is also the place where the dwarf clan forged artifacts for the gods of Asgard. It is actually a country born by the ancestors of the dwarf family, who added star rings to a dying fixed star through superb craftsmanship. Gungnir, Odin's eternal gun, and Mjolnir, Thor's Mjolnir, are all artifacts created with the energy of this dying fixed star. Although the work of the dwarf family is to create weapons for the gods and warriors of Asgard. In fact, they were originally pacifists. Forging weapons is nothing more than using their own specialties and hobbies, while gaining Asgard's protection in exchange. Loki came here today, through Bifrost, his purpose, no doubt, to find a craftsman of the dwarf clan to forge a suitable weapon for himself. And, as the second prince of Asgard, the person who came to greet him naturally couldn't be an unknown person. Long time no see, Loki. The last time I saw you was when you accompanied Thor to build Mjolnir. As Dwarf Wong AI Chui spoke, he opened his arms and walked towards Loki. And facing the embrace of a dwarf, who wields forging tools every day and is over 5 meters tall, Loki doesn't think he can bear such enthusiasm. So when AI Chui was about to hug him, Loki decisively used the magic mirror. His body turned into a phantom, and the real Loki appeared behind AI Chui. Hey, AI Chui. Odin should have reminded you many times. You have to get rid of this bad habit of wanting to hug your friends when you see them. Haha, sorry. I forgot that you were a necromancer, Loki. Although AI Chui said sorry, you can guess from the expression on his face, the next time I see him absolutely still. Speaking of which, Loki, did you come to our Nidavellir today for something? You're not here to play a prank again, are you? I still remember clearly the time you came here with Thor. When I was making Mjolnir's handle, you conjured a butterfly and flew in front of my nose, causing me to sneezed. As a result, I originally designed the long-handled Warhammer Mjolnir, and a hammer handle is only half the length left. That day, Thor chased you on Nidavill's star ring for a whole day and night. Ha. Hearing AI Chui bring this up, Loki didn't feel embarrassed at all. Anyway, it's all the system's fault, and he's just the one who took the blame. Just take it easy, AI Chui. How can I be an adult now? How can I still play those childish pranks? Unless the system issued a task. I'm here today. Yes, I want you to build me a weapon, or more accurately, a set of weapons. A set of weapons? So you have already designed this weapon? AI Chui said with some displeasure. Definitely not yet. Weapon design must be handed over to professionals like you. It's just that I have a little idea. Oh, tell me what you think. I wanted to make a 4-handle dagger with a ring at the end of the handle and a function like Thor's Mjolnir that could be summoned after being thrown. With these requirements, it's not easy. Give me half a day, and I can build it. AI Chui patted his chest as he spoke, then left Loki behind, turned and walked directly into the forging room. Just as Loki was about to follow, he was stopped by 2 dwarf guards following AI Tree. Your Highness Loki, please forgive me. But since you left last time, His Majesty AI Chui has issued an order that you are forbidden to enter any forging room during the forging period. Loki didn't expect that the big man looked carefree, and he didn't expect to hold grudges like this. However, considering that AI Chui is helping him build weapons, Loki has nothing to say when the other party does this. After all, ensuring the quality of the weapons produced is the most important thing at the moment. As a necromancer, the reason why Loki came to AI Chui was to complete the side missions released by the system. After returning to Asgard from Kamartaj, he did not relax his demands on himself, and still practiced the skill of flying Thor hard every day. But no matter how much he practiced, the improvement of skill proficiency was always very slow, and later it stopped at 20% and stopped changing. Loki didn't know what was going on, and thought that the system had manipulated the proficiency value. But the system's response is still the same sentence. It can't do any behavior that violates its own running rules. The reason for the slow increase in proficiency is that Loki himself has not found the correct way to practice. So depressed, Loki casually threw the dagger on his body. Seeing the dagger pierce straight into the light body with the handle still shaking, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Loki's mind. He immediately walked up to the dagger and pulled it out from the wall. At the same time, a purple trass pattern with a smirk flashed on the dagger. Facing the other wall, Loki threw the dagger in his hand again. But in the next second, before the sharp blade of the dagger pierced into the wall, a hand appeared on the handle of the dagger, stopping its forward momentum. Loki looked down at the dagger he was holding in his hand, and then turned his head to look at the position where he pulled out the dagger. Just now, a name began to emerge in his mind unconsciously, flying to the second stage of Thor. If I'm right, reminiscent of the prompt given by the system, Loki quickly opened the system panel to check the skill proficiency of taking off Thor. Skill: Flying Thor. Proficiency: 100%. Sure enough, Flying Thor's skill proficiency has been raised to a perfect 100%. The branch tasks and Subquest 2, the second stage. Congratulations to the host, successfully derived the second stage of Flying Thor on the basis of Flying Thor. The skills will be automatically included in the system skill library, and the host can check the skill proficiency through the system. Please increase your skill proficiency to 100% as soon as possible. The system rewards for this side mission will be issued after the second phase of the mission is completed. It wasn't until this time that Loki finally understood what the system was planning. Because of the skills he created himself as the host, the system can automatically include them in the skill library. Therefore, as long as he continues to extract wool from his host through phase side quests, the losses caused by the system sending tears of ninja illusion before can be compensated little by little. Loki said, "How could this stingy dog system be so generous all of a sudden, assigning side missions to himself? It's really easy to calculate." But even knowing the calculations of the system, Loki still has to complete the task honestly. Because the system uses an open plan, as long as Loki is unwilling to give up the final mission reward, he can only proceed step by step according to the mission requirements. But after figuring out the routines of the system, if you encounter similar side tasks next, you can complete them more efficiently. I just don't know if I want to complete the second phase of the side missions with the system's urgency. Should I still have to make a fuss about Flying Thor's derivative skills? If so, then simply by practicing to improve the skill proficiency, Loki estimates that even with his Frost Titan lifespan, he may not be able to see the day when the proficiency is full. If not, then the task is much simpler to complete. As long as you practice repeatedly step by step, you will soon be able to brush up your skill proficiency to the full, and then get the task rewards. But before moving on to the second stage of the side mission, Loki decided to create a set of exclusive weapons for the skill of Flying Thor's second stage. The so-called second stage of Flying Thor is actually jumping from static space at a fixed point to a space jump at a moving point. By leaving the magic mark on the throwing object, and then throwing the throwing object in your hand, you can perform flexible, short-distance space jumps according to the trajectory of the throwing object flight. According to his own combat system, Loki decided to use the dagger as his movement marker. Daggers are easy to carry and easy to hide. It can be used as a throwing object for a long-range attack, and then teleport to the enemy unexpectedly when the enemy is dodging. It can also be used as a melee weapon to increase the lethality of the attack in close combat. However, in order to avoid the embarrassing situation of picking up the dagger by himself after being thrown out by himself, Loki specially came to Nidavellir and asked Dwarf King AI Chwei to create a set of dagger artifacts with automatic recall ability for himself. When, in the forging room, the sound of heavy and crisp metal impacts can be heard endlessly. Hearing this voice, Loki knew that AI Tree had started to forge his own dagger. Having nothing to do, he found a place to sit down at random and began to think about Thor's conversation between him and Odin in the palace that day. "Loki, if you want to be a king, why don't you try and become the king of Asgard?" Odin's words caused Loki to look at him with shock. To be king of Asgard? Loki is the blood of the Frost Titan. How could Odin pass the throne of Asgard to him? Loki couldn't believe it, but judging from Odin's tone, he didn't seem to be joking. "I'm not joking, whether it's Loki, you, or Thor. They are all my Odin's children. Since there must be someone who will be my heir, why can't this person be you? At least at this stage, you want Thor to be more mature and excellent. So let's fight for this throne, and I will choose the more excellent one between you and Thor to become the next monarch of Asgard." I believe that even if Thor loses this competition in the end, he didn't gain nothing. At that time, he must have become an Asgard warrior worthy of the name of Thor. Loki knew very well what Odin's intention was in doing this. He wanted Thor to grow into a more excellent existence through competition with him for the heir to the throne. But as a time traveler who had watched Marvel movies in his previous life, Loki knew very well that Odin's method would not work at all. As the eldest prince of Asgard, Thor has always lived in an environment full of stars and moons, and he simply cannot understand what kind of abilities and qualities a qualified king should possess. In Thor's view, as long as he defeats enough enemies and wins enough wars to bring glory to Asgard, that's what a monarch should do. So in the movie, Odin deprived Thor of the artifact, sealed the power in his body, and banished him to Midgard. It wasn't until after experiencing the life of ordinary people in Midgard that Thor began to understand what humility and benevolence are, and possess the qualities needed to become a wise king. Therefore, Loki directly rejected Odin's proposal without any hesitation. It was of no value to him to compete with Thor for the throne of Asgard. It can neither help Thor to become a better Thor, nor can he obtain systematic task rewards. But before leaving the palace, Loki left this passage to Odin. Asgard is the leader of the entire 9 realms. Such an important burden, my little arms and legs can't bear it. Let Thor bear the burden bar. Although I rejected your proposal, I will use my own way to help this incompetent brother grow up. If Thor comes to you crying and complaining, don't blame me. It is said that only when a person has experienced pain can he truly grow. The reason why Loki has such a mature mentality now is not because he is a time traveler, but because he has struggled in the society before time traveling and has experienced 996 blessings. So if you want Thor to grow into a wise king who meets the requirements in Odin's mind, you can't just rely on lip service. You must let him know that your impulsive and reckless behavior will eventually make him lose everything he cares about most. How many floors can a bag of rice resist? Feel the pain. A bag of rice is resistant to the second floor. Think pain. A bag of rice is too much. Accept the pain. Let me wash a bag of rice. Understand the pain. I wash so much mud in a bag of rice. People who don't understand pain. And that pile of black tiles, Wakela, people who can't understand true peace. Only after experiencing such pain can Thor understand how heavy the responsibility of being a monarch is, and how precious the value of peace is. When definitely this plan is actually implemented, it will definitely be impossible to make the whole of Asgard pay for Thor's mistakes. So at this time, it's Loki's turn to play. The technique of magic and narukami uses everyone's fear to make it real, and makes people feel that it is reality. I believe that after passing this illusion, Thor should at least have a longer memory. But even if it doesn't work, Loki won't be disappointed. According to his memory, before traveling, it will be more than 1,000 years before Odin dies and Thor inherits the throne. During these 1,000 years, it was enough for Thor to understand the pain of growing up. Just as Loki was planning how much pain Thor would feel in the next 1,000 years, the constant knocking in the forging room finally stopped. Then the door of the forging room was opened again, and AI Chwei, who was covered in sweat, came out from inside, holding 4 dark double-edged daggers in his hands. The 4 double-edged daggers held in AI Chwei's hands, like a knife used to cut steak. When AI Chwei handed them over to Loki, the real master, they finally showed the normal file size. The moment he held the daggers in his hands, Loki felt a special connection with the 4 daggers, as if they had become an extension of his own hands. Loki tried to throw one of the daggers. The sharp blade sliced through the air, and the whole process of the dagger flying out was so quiet that no sound could be heard. Then with a thought, the dagger that he just threw flew back into his hand miraculously. Because the surrounding environment is relatively dark, the dagger's dark appearance reduces the reflection of light on it. If Loki is not focused enough and his eyesight is strong enough, he may not be able to detect the existence of the dagger. How about it? Isn't the dagger I made for you by myself not bad? Seeing the surprised expression on Loki's face, AI Chwei said proudly, "It's more than satisfied. It simply exceeded my expectations." Loki was not afraid of AI Chwei's swelling and directly praised him. Sure enough, the expression on AI Chwei's face immediately became more proud. "Let me tell you, these 4 daggers are made of URU metal. Not only are the blades extremely sharp and will never wear out, but they can also transmit magic power, which has an amplifying effect on magic. In addition, you should have discovered that the runes on the dagger, in addition to the summoning runes you requested before, I also added concealed runes. When the dagger is swung, it will not make any sound or reflect light, very suitable for sneak attack. Loki nodded when he heard the words. Although AI Chui's self-inflicted addition of hidden runes is indeed very suitable for him, why do his words sound so unpleasant? It's as if in AI Chui's eyes, he is the kind of despicable villain who likes to engage in sneak attacks. Thank you, AI Chui. Next time I have a chance, a young man who doesn't talk about martial arts will definitely stab you in the back with the dagger you made. Loki didn't spare anyone, and didn't give AI Chui a chance to fight back after speaking. He launched Thor directly and flew back to his room in Asgard. Now that the weapon in hand has been obtained, it is naturally time to continue to complete the second phase of the side mission. Soon, daggers were flying everywhere in the room, and at the same time as the daggers, Loki was constantly flashing. Loki appeared in every corner of the room while flying the second stage of Thor, and at the same time opened the system interface with two purposes to check the skill proficiency of flying the second stage of Thor. Skill: fly Thor's second stage. Proficiency: 18%. However, after half a day of practice, the skill proficiency has been raised to 18%, which should be a normal performance for a genius like Loki. Since there is no problem with the improvement of proficiency, it means that the system did not play tricks on the calculation of proficiency this time, and secretly added some hidden rules. It seems that the system still knows that the leaks should not be cut too thoroughly, and the leaks must be cut off constantly if there is room. After confirming that there is no routine for the side missions in the second stage, Loki began to devote all his energy to the practice of flying Thor's second stage. After 2 days of sleepless nights and forgetting to eat and sleep to improve the proficiency of liver skills, the proficiency of Fey Thor's second stage is finally full. Skill: fly Thor's second stage. Proficiency: 100%. Subquest 2 is detected. The second stage has been completed, and the settlement of Subtask 2 is started. The mission is settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission 2, and the rewards for this mission are now issued. Subquest 2 is detected. The second stage has been completed, and the settlement of Subtask 2 is started. The mission is settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission 2, and the reward for this mission are now issued. Bonus skill: Moko Potmo. When Loki heard that the reward given by the system turned out to be Mach Potmo, he was really stunned. His jaw almost fell to the floor. Loki is not aimed at anyone, but compared with Moko Botoma, the task rewards given by the system before could be said to be all fun. Skill: Moko Potmo. Proficiency: 30%. Skill introduction: from Taigu. Mephisto appearance: Demon Essence user. Shaking S Queen Estes. It is the ultimate skill that can only be used once a day. Everything will freeze in front of me. When the skill is activated, it can create a low temperature of absolute zero, completely stagnating the movement of microscopic particles, thus temporarily freezing time and space. After reading the skill introduction given by the system, and confirming that the Moko Botmo given by the system is the skill in his memory, Loki was so excited that he almost wanted to poke his temple with his index finger. It's so high that I can't do it. Loki can even imagine that when he fights against the enemy in the future, he will shout, "Smash, Verudo," in front of the enemy. Then a flying Thor second stage flashed in front of the enemy and attacked the enemy's vitals with a knife while the opponent's time was stagnant. When the enemy's time reappeared and began to flow, he had already stood aside coolly, while the other party could only fall into eternal darkness with endless doubts in the dying struggle. Although there is a limit that it can only be used once a day, if it is really difficult to fight, Loki can still use Thor to run away. It can be said that Loki is invincible in this wave. By the way, the system. Why do the skills rewarded this time have a 30% proficiency from the very beginning? Because of the host's own Frost Titan bloodline and the previously obtained freezing power, the difficulty of using Mach Batmo has been reduced. Therefore, when calculating skill proficiency, this system takes these factors into account. Hia. Your system is really getting more and more sensible. Since you are such a kind-hearted host like me, it must not let you suffer. What do you think this is? As he spoke, magic power began to emerge from Loki's hands. The magic power in Loki's hands continuously flows in different directions and is compressed, finally forming a magic ball with high rotational density. At this time, the system's notification tone also sounded. Congratulations to the host, self-created magic skill, Helix Pill. Skills will be automatically included in the system skill library, and the host can check the skill proficiency through this system. Loki's move can be regarded as reciprocating. Since the rewards issued by the system are so generous, then Loki naturally doesn't mind letting the system take advantage of him. He wanted to try the spiral pill skill when he first created Flying Thor. However, because I was busy with the research on Tesseract at that time, and the branch tasks just released by the system had not been completed yet, this matter was temporarily put on hold. Today is the first time that Loki tries to recreate the moves of Helix Wand in the form of magic power, according to the anime content in his memory. Thanks to his extremely high ability and powerful magic control ability, he used this move very easily. And the system's response is also very fast. Since the host Loki has already delivered the benefits to the door, there is no reason not to accept it. It is detected that the host's self-created skills are included in this system. In order to encourage the host to make persistent efforts, a phase side task is now released. Submission 3, Level 1. Please increase your skill proficiency to 100% as soon as possible, and the second phase of the task will be released after the completion of the Level 1 task. PS develop new derivative skills, which can make the task faster. What else can Loki say about the system's face on the stick? Seeing that the system rewarded Moko Botmo for himself, Loki definitely chose to accept the mission. Who knows if there will be any attractive rewards for this side mission. However, as the second prince of Asgard and an adult necromancer, it is not as easy for Loki to spend all day training in the training ground. Since he has enjoyed the glory and privileges brought by being a royal family, he naturally needs to take on the responsibilities of being a royal family. So from time to time, Loki needs to be a representative of Asgard, follow Odin or Frigga, and visit other countries for exchanges. Sometimes, if Asgard's allies or vassals invade or rebel, Loki also needs to follow Asgard army to go out to support. Loki's life is constantly switching between performing Asgard's tasks or completing system tasks, alternating and repeating. However, this is not a bad thing for Loki. After all, the skills obtained from the system still need to be used in actual combat before they can be used flexibly. And Loki has gradually gained a brand new title other than the God of Lies and Tricks because of his powerful strength displayed in various wars in the Nine Realms. In the army, some people call him the God of Frost because of his powerful freezing power. It is called Black Flash because of its elusive movement on the battlefield. For a time, almost all the people of Asgard from top to bottom felt that the naughty boy who only knew how to play pranks had grown into a trustworthy and reliable hero. In this regard, Thor's heart can be said to be full of resentment, but not because Loki's growing popularity threatened his claim to the throne of Asgard. It's because only Thor knows that Loki is obviously still as bad as he was when he was a child. No, he's gotten worse now, Thor said angrily alone in the room. Others may not know it, but Thor, the victim, knows Loki's true face very well. To others, Loki is Asgard's hero, but to Thor, Loki is still the old god of mischief. Loki doesn't know how. No matter where he hides, he can always come behind him in an instant and unexpectedly. If Loki simply wanted to scare him in this way, that's fine. But every time, Loki would leave a painful memory of inhumanity in Thor's heart. The only thing Thor can be sure of is that Loki has mastered a magic that can make people fall into the illusion of incomparable reality. In the real world that Loki made up for him, Thor experienced that because of his own recklessness, it triggered another war between Jotunheim and Asgard. Odin was furious at this, stripped him of all that he was Thor, and exiled him to Midgard. In the end, Odin died in the battle with Jotunheim, and Loki became the successor to the throne of Asgard. And he, in order to appease Jotunheim's wrath, was left forever in Midgard and died in a mortal manner. This is already a very good ending. What is more tragic is that because of his impulsiveness, his mother Frigga was killed by the Dark Elves. Because of his arrogance, he attracted Surti, which led to the destruction of Ragnarok in Asgard. Yamjing's head caused half of the entire universe to be wiped out with a snap of fingers. Thor doesn't know exactly where Loki's imagination is coming from, but he knows it's going to drive him crazy. Before, he had put down his dignity and complained to Odin and Frigga, but the result was at most a few words of comfort, and finally nothing happened. How did Thor know that Loki and Odin had already passed the gas in private? Especially with Loki's plan working so well, Thor's reckless rampage on the battlefield has been drastically reduced. Odin can't wait to let Loki continue to increase his strength. How could he stop? Because Thor came to him to complain. Moreover, Loki is extremely measured in every attack, and when he sees Thor's mood is too low, he temporarily let him recover for a few days. When Thor's emotions are almost adjusted, he will continue to cast illusions on him. So even their mother Frigga, although she couldn't bear it after knowing this, still acquiesced to Loki's actions for the sake of Thor's future. A family of 4, except him, are all on Loki's side. In this case, it's no wonder that Thor's complaint can be useful. But Thor is not the only one who is depressed. Loki wasn't in a good mood these days, because he hadn't received a new mission released by the system for a long time since he completed the side mission 3, released by the system a few years ago. According to the system's explanation, the side missions were originally a patch made by the system when the main missions were blocked due to insufficient host strength. The purpose is to allow the host to continue to complete the main task after improving his strength through the rewards of the side task. Therefore, the side quests of the system cannot be issued indefinitely. When the system determines that the strength of the host is enough to complete the main quest, no more side quests will be issued. Although with Loki's current strength, it is true that ability single-handedly overturned the entire Jotunheim. But on the one hand, the peace agreement signed between Jotunheim and Asgard has not yet expired. And, on the other hand, the Frost Titan seems to have lost its ambition after losing the casket of ancient winters, and has not made any small moves. This makes Loki just want to complete the main task of Prince's Revenge, and he can't find an excuse. If Loki came to the door to declare war despite being unknown, wouldn't that be slapping Odin and the entire Asgard in the face? From other countries in the 9 realms, where else would anyone dare to trust Asgard? There is no way. Loki can't ignore the interests of the whole of Asgard in order to complete the task for himself. Since there are no new tasks and no new skill rewards, Loki will focus on improving his strength, focusing on improving the proficiency of skills and the cooperation between various skills. For example, the Moko Botmo I got before and the quest rewards I got from Side Quest 3 because I was too busy dealing with Asgard's affairs, and with the power of these 2 skills, there's almost no chance to use them on the battlefield. So until now, the proficiency of these 2 skills has not increased to 100%. In addition, with the increase of age, Loki can feel that his source of magic power and physical fitness are still slowly improving. Although the speed of this improvement is very slow, Loki's strength is indeed increasing. At this rate, Loki estimates that by the time he is around 1,000 years old, his physical fitness will be at its peak. At that time, maybe you could try to open the perfect version of the fairy mode again. The skills that Loki now masters include the magic learned in Asgard, the task rewards issued by the system, and various skills created by himself. There are too many skills, and the magic power consumed to use them at the same time is also huge. In particular, Moko Botmo's big move of freezing time and space can clear 90% of Loki's blue bar in one shot. If the freezing time needs to be extended, there will be no drop of magic power left. Loki is now in urgent need of a skill that can improve his magic life, so that he can fully display his strength. Wait a minute. Loki suddenly remembered something. If you want to improve your magic life, you can not only increase your upper limit, but also use external force. How could I forget that thing? With it, wouldn't my current problem be easily solved? Infinite gems. Gems not only possess incomparable magical power, but also contain huge amounts of energy. Loki's idea is very simple. Since his own magic power cannot be increased in a short period of time, wouldn't it be better to find a cheat and directly borrow external energy? And what can satisfy Loki's huge consumption of mana is naturally infinite gems. Among the 6 infinite gems, Loki's first choice is the power gem. Because according to the memory before time travel, Loki basically knows the location of the 6 infinite gems. Needless to say, Time Gem is now serving as the core of Eye of Agamotto's magic weapon, and is protected by the Supreme Mage in Kamartaj. Space Gem is Tesseract, at the moment is also in Midgard, and it is hidden there by Odin, and Loki can't act rashly either. Reality Gem is the tie particles used by the Dark Elves thousands of years ago when they tried to rule the 9 realms. But later the Dark Elves were defeated by Bor, the god king of Asgard at that time, that is, Odin's father Bor. Tie particles were also sealed in a mysterious place by King Bor, and they have never been seen since. Mind Gem doesn't know if it has fallen into Thanos' hands at this time. If Thanos has already got it, Loki doesn't know where Thanos is now. If not, Loki doesn't know where it is. Soul Gem is very strange. It is located on a dead planet called Vomerstar. It needs to sacrifice the life of the person you love most in exchange for the appearance of Soul Gem. Even at this point in time, is there a paternity test expert waiting for someone who is destined to visit? As for the final Power Stone, Loki is almost certain that it is now located on a planet called Morag. The original civilization on this planet used its advanced technology to make the Power Gem into an artifact called the Universe Spirit Ball. However, due to the over-reliance on and excessive demand for the power of the Power Gem, the result was the backlash of the Power Gem, and the civilization of the entire planet was destroyed. After such an analysis and comparison, among the 6 infinite gems, the only one that Loki can completely determine the location of and can take away without any scruples is the Power Gem. Before Loki can find the Power Stone, though, he has one more thing to do. That is ask Odin for leave. To put it bluntly, his current status is, to put it mildly, the second prince of Asgard, and to put it bluntly, he is an advanced worker. It's just that he doesn't need 996 to work as a migrant worker, and he also holds shares in the family business of Asgard, which can be distributed in the future. Since he was about to leave his post and go out to do errands, he naturally had to ask his immediate superior for leave first, and he could leave only after getting approval. So you came to me to ask for leave, because the universe is so big. You want to see it? On the throne, Odin looked down at Loki below. His serious expression filled his whole body with a sense of oppression. That's right. Loki couldn't say that he was going to find infinite gems. Odin managed to find the place before and hid the Tesseract in Midgard. To let him know that Loki is going to bring another one back on his own initiative, Odin will definitely pull out his Eternal Gungnir on the spot and pump Loki's glutes hard. After being confirmed by Loki, Odin did not respond for a long time, but stared at Loki with his only remaining eye. Under Odin's gaze, Loki only felt that he was getting more and more guilty, and cold sweat was constantly breaking out on his forehead due to nervousness. Just when he was about to give up asking for leave and sneak out some time, Odin let out a long sigh, and then said helplessly, "Go, take a good look at this universe, and take a good rest, by the way. Also, pay attention to safety and come back early." After speaking, Odin waved at Loki and drove him out of the palace. Loki was still a little confused, wondering why Odin suddenly agreed. But as long as he can get a leave of absence, at least he won't have to leave the country illegally. The fake Loki was invited, and he left the palace in a happy mood. But Odin in the palace frowned tightly, looking preoccupied. The reason why Odin is so worried is not because Asgard has encountered any insurmountable difficulties. On the contrary, in the past few years, because of the outstanding performance of Loki and Thor, Asgard has entered the most prosperous era since his reign. So apart from his status as king of Asgard, what remains is his status as a husband and father in the family. Who else could make Odin so distressed but his two children, Loki and Thor? The trouble with Thor is that Thor grows too slowly. This kind of slowness is not just the slow growth of strength, but the slow maturity of mind. But for Loki's annoyance, it was because Loki grew up too fast, whether in strength or in mind. Loki is far stronger than Thor, who is the big brother. So when Loki proposed to go to the outer universe to have a look, Odin's feelings as a father were very complicated. On the one hand, he is proud of Loki's maturity and independence. But on the other hand, he is worried whether it is too early for him to leave his protection now, and whether he will encounter dangers that he cannot handle in the outside world. What worries Odin even more is whether Loki's personality and thinking will change due to some encounters outside. If such a thing really happened, and there was no one who could show him the way, then would Loki become like the proudest daughter he had ever been, becoming. But after a long time of thinking, Odin finally decided to let Loki go through his own life according to his own ideas. No matter how many entanglements there are in his heart, Odin knows that he should not stop a child's courage and determination to go out for his own selfishness. It's really not an easy thing to be a good father. Odin shook his head, throwing out all the thoughts in his mind, then stood up from the throne, ready to return to the bedroom to rest. At this time, Odin seemed to suddenly remember something, with a wry smile on his face. If Friggin knew that Loki was going to leave Asgard again, it would probably be uncomfortable for a while. I'd better go back to the study to rest recently. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing a knock on the door, Loki, who was packing his luggage, stopped what he was doing and walked towards the door. Just when the door was opened, a figure rushed in from the door. The man was only 40 centimeters away from Loki, looking straight into Loki's eyes and asked, "I heard the news that you're going to leave Asgard to go outside to have a look. Is it true?" When Loki saw who it was, he couldn't help feeling dizzy. But everyone is already rushed in front of him. Loki can only bite the bullet and answer, "That's right. You know that too, Sif. I've been living in Asgard since I was born, and the only time I've ever traveled far was in Midgard for half a year. It's just not beyond the scope of the 9 realms. So now that I have a little bit of strength to protect myself, I want to go outside the 9 realms and see what the outside world is like while I'm still young." The person who came was none other than Heimdall's younger sister, the Asgard female warrior who grew up with Loki's childhood sweetheart, Sif. The reason why Loki has such a headache is because Odin loves Sif very much, and when Sif was very young, he expected her to become Thor's wife in the future. And Thor in this period really liked the beautiful and powerful Sif. Unfortunately, the two were assigned to suppress a rebellion. During the mission, Sif was ambushed by the enemy and was in danger. At this moment, Loki, who noticed that Sif was in a bad situation, immediately threw the dagger in his hand, and then rushed to Sif with the second step of flying Thor. Loki, who appeared in a flash, hugged Sif's slender waist with one hand and led him to avoid the enemy's attack. With the other hand, he threw the dagger again and used the second stage of flying Thor to bring the two out of the enemy's ambush. It seems that after this heroic rescue experience, Sif has a secret love for Loki, and every time Loki goes out to perform missions, Sif will apply to go with him. For Sif's obvious gesture of love, how could Loki not be aware of it because of his intelligence? And to be honest, a woman like Sif, who is naturally beautiful and has an independent personality, actively pursues herself, and Loki definitely is also very excited. As a result, Thor, Sif, and Loki become a love triangle where he loves her, she loves him, and he loves her. It's fine if it's just a love triangle, because Loki, who is a time traveler, knows that in the future Thor will find someone who really makes his heart move. But that person is not Sif, but a female scientist from Midgard. To add to Loki's headache, if he and Sif were together, wouldn't there really be reproductive isolation between them? After all, of the two of them, one belongs to the Aesir Protoss, while the other is an out-and-out Frost Titan. For this reason, Loki has never been able to truly confirm his feelings for Sif, and the relationship between the two has always been in an ambiguous state. Hearing Loki's affirmative answer, Sif looked at Loki with tears in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me about this in advance? because you were afraid that I would pester you. Loki, you are ruthless, cruel, and unreasonable. Loki heard Sif's words. Where am I ruthless? Where is the cruelty? Where is the unreasonable trouble? The response almost blurted out subconsciously. Fortunately, Loki was able to maintain his sanity for the time being and stopped his mouth in time. But Sif seems to be able to read Loki's thoughts. Even if he didn't finish the sentence, he still guessed what he was going to say. Were you not ruthless? Were you not cruel? Were you not making trouble for no reason? This time, Loki's flaming spirit of taking the lead finally couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately retorted, Okay, even if I'm ruthless, cold, and unreasonable. Sif, you are ruthless, cold, and unreasonable. Okay, let's stop arguing. Loki suddenly stretched his right hand forward, half-tilted his head, and said with his nostrils slightly open, It's my fault that I didn't mention to you in advance that I'm leaving Asgard. I promise you, when I come back from the outside, I will watch the snow, the stars, and the moon with you from poetry to philosophy of life. Okay? Good. Sif, I feel thrilled and scared and excited and happy right now. Just worried. Don't worry. We still enjoy this moment. This is a golden opportunity. Loki said and embraced Sif in his arms. Sif, do you think you are too much? But I like you too much. It has been a long time since I was hugged by you like this last time. Loki, I like you too much. Sif, me too. Loki, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Sif, me too. I have as much as you have. No, I have more than you. Loki, you can't have more than me because I'm full. Sif, you are full. Then I will overflow. Loki, Sif, before leaving Asgard, I have a secret to tell you. Unexpectedly, Sif directly covered his ears. I won't listen. I'm here to join this family, not to tear it apart. Oh, you tormenting little thing. Since you don't want to hear my secrets, take this as a thought for you while I'm away from Asgard. Loki said. From the cuff of his clothes, he took out a dagger and handed it to Sif. This is the dagger specially made for me by the dwarf king Ai Chwei I found in Nidavellir. I left my magic mark on the dagger. If I'm not in Asgard, if you encounter any danger during your mission, as long as you instill your magic power into this dagger, I will be able to sense it and rush to your side as soon as possible. After listening to Loki's promise to himself, Sif looked down at the dagger that Loki handed him, trying to hide his blushing cheeks. I will take good care of the dagger you gave me. Remember to be safe and take care of yourself when you are outside. Aye. I will wait for you to come back in Asgard. After speaking, it seemed that he could no longer bear the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Sif took the dagger in his hand, turned around, and ran away shyly. Only Loki, who was awake, was left alone in the room, confused. What the hell did I do just now? That person just now was not me. That person just now was definitely not me. It must be that Aunt Xiong has put a goo on my... After all these years in Asgard, Loki piloted a spaceship for the first time. Because in the Nine Realms, no matter where you go, you can reach it through Bifrost. So although Asgard also has spaceships with a very high level of technology, they rarely have the opportunity to use them. The Xander star that Loki is going to this time is a planet outside the rule of Asgard. Since there is no record about Morag in Asgard's star map, Loki can only determine, based on the information obtained in the movie in his previous life, that the location of Morag should be in the Milky Way. To find this planet whose civilization has died, he still needs to obtain the standard coordinates of the Morag star in the universe. So Loki set the first destination of this trip to Xander, which is also located in the Milky Way. In a sense, what Loki told Odin and Sif wasn't a lie. He came out this time. In addition to getting the cosmic spirit ball on Morag, he also wanted to see the cultures of other life planets in this universe. Xander is the most inclusive planet in the Milky Way, and various races can be seen on Xander. Under the guardianship of the powerful Nova Corps, there is no discrimination or war on Xander. Under such an environment, a large amount of news gathers here every day. Loki wants to get news about Morag, and Xander is undoubtedly the best place to go. Moreover, Xander, as a multi-ethnic and multiracial multicultural civilization, is able to manage the entire planet in such an orderly manner there must be some experience that Asgard can learn from. This is also something that Loki, who wants to become the king of Jotunheim in the future, must learn. In terms of speed and convenience, spaceships are definitely inferior to Bifrost. However, after jumping through space through several wormholes, Loki has successfully reached Xandar. Different from the magical style of Asgard, Xandar's star will make people feel emotional when you see it at first sight. This is what a technological civilization should look like in the future. On the flat road, only pedestrians pass. Other means of transportation pass through the artificially constructed air corridor. In the sky, small ships of the Nova Corps can be seen flying by from time to time. On the ground, there are patrol robots walking in the streets and alleys. Loki didn't immediately start collecting news about Morag, but walked slowly on the streets of Xandar, analyzing the overall situation of this civilization. Xandar's inclusive multiculturalism makes its population far exceed that of Asgard. However, if the military strength of the two countries were compared, the winner would undoubtedly be Asgard. Therefore, after seeing the prosperous civilization on Xandar that eliminated discrimination and war, Loki couldn't help but have a bold idea. Can Asgard also follow the example of Xandar and use Asgard's strong military strength as a guarantee to unify all the countries in the 9 realms and integrate them into a multi-ethnic and multiracial multicultural civilization? In this way, the differences and wars among the 9 countries can be eliminated, so as to achieve long-term peace and stability? Thinking about it this way, this idea seems very ingenious, but after thinking about it carefully, Loki felt that he was still a little whimsical. If such a plan is to be realized, it is definitely not something that Asgard can unilaterally decide to do. Moreover, in the 9 realms, except for the humans in Midgard, most races have very long lifespans. The hatred between various forces and races usually lasts for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If you want these hateful races to live together peacefully, you can't do it simply by relying on Asgard's force deterrence. If you consider the entire 9 realms, this idea is almost impossible to realize. But if I do become the king of Jotunheim in the future, maybe I can try something different under my rule. After finishing his observation of Xandar, Loki casually inquired on the side of the road and found an all-purpose house that could trade the information he wanted. And the boss of this house of all things is also very powerful. In the ancient star map he collected, he quickly found the coordinates of the position of the Morag star. Definitely, if you want to get what you want in a place like Wanshu, the price you need to pay is naturally not low. But unfortunately, when Loki came out this time, he brought a lot of things on the spaceship, but he just didn't bring any money. But it doesn't matter, Loki always has a way to get what he wants. Planted an illusion on the boss of Master House, and the boss generously gave Loki the location information of the Morag star that Loki needed. According to the coordinates given by the boss, Morag star is not far from Xandar star where he is now. For space jumping, the shortest distance can be reached only through 2 space wormholes. It was a long night and dreamy, so Loki didn't stop and immediately drove the spaceship to the coordinates of Morag star. After the spacecraft moved away from Xandar, the scenery outside the window quickly became desolate. But when Loki landed on Morag, he was deeply shocked by the sight he saw for the first time. This is the first time that Loki has seen with his own eyes what the entire planet will eventually look like after a civilization has completely disappeared. The traces of intelligent life living here are faintly visible, but under the sculpting of nature and time, all prosperity is attributed to the most primitive wildness. This made Loki suddenly recall a memory where Ragnarok's Asgard happened. If I can't change the fate of Asgard, maybe after thousands of years, the prosperous Asgard will become like this. It seems that you can't get too complacent. You still have to continue to strengthen your own strength. As long as your strength is strong enough, all problems will become no problem. Thinking of this, Loki is even more urgent to get the Cosmic Spirit Orb. Although he knew that the Cosmic Spirit Ball was on Morag, he didn't know where it was. If you explore alone, you don't know that you will be able to find the temple where the Universe Spirit Ball is stored in the movie until the Year of the Monkey. Fortunately, Loki has been prepared for this. When magic cannot solve the problem, he will definitely rely on the power of technology. After returning to the cockpit for some operations, a dozen drones flew out of Loki's spaceship and began to scan the entire Morag star. Soon, one of the drones discovered the ruins of a temple emitting a violent energy reaction. Duh, duh, duh. Loki threw the cosmic spirit ball in his hand one after another, with an expression of irrepressible joy. The civilization on Morag has been destroyed for an unknown number of years, and the various traps set up at the beginning have long since failed. After confirming the location of the cosmic spirit ball, Loki went straight to Huanglong. He easily entered the secret room of the temple without even using elementalization along the way, and brought the cosmic spirit ball back to the spaceship. But don't look at Loki throwing the cosmic spirit ball around, looking very relaxed. This thing is a dangerous item in the absolute sense. As the core of the cosmic spirit ball, the only ability of the power gem is to endow the user with absolute power. It seems to be very simple, but this power has the destructive power that can completely destroy everything. This destructive power is not only aimed at the target of the attack. If the user originally cannot withstand this force, then even the user himself will be destroyed by the ability of the power gem. Although the power gem is now covered with a protective shell of the cosmic spirit ball, its danger cannot be taken lightly. Don't forget, the once prosperous civilization on Morag was completely destroyed by the backlash of the power gem. However, Loki is not worried about this. With a bug skill like Mokabatmo, even if there is any accident, Loki can solve it by freezing time and space. What Loki needs to consider now is how to more easily manipulate the energy in the Power Stone. Although the cosmic spirit ball has suppressed most of the violent characteristics of the power gem as a protective shell, it is still not stable enough to output energy outward. In the process of casting magic, this sudden strong and weak energy output can easily cause the magic to get out of control, thus revealing flaws. From this point, it can be seen that there is a considerable gap between the maker of the cosmic spirit orb and the maker of Tesseract and Eye of Agamotto. On the spaceship that shuttled aimlessly between the planets, the cosmic spirit ball kept sliding up and down in Loki's hand, retracting and releasing back and forth. Fancy kaleidoscopic shapeshift. A few hours passed like this. For the problem of unstable energy output of the cosmic spirit ball, Loki still couldn't think of any good solution. Forget it. Even if the strong man who made the cosmic spirit ball back then is not comparable to a great god like Agamotto, he is by no means comparable to the current me. Even if he couldn't solve the problem perfectly at that time, I'm afraid I can't find a solution even if I think about it. Let's go to Nidavellir to ask AI Chui for help and rebuild the universe spirit ball. AI Chui can even create the magic of Infinity Gauntlet, which can control 6 infinite gems. It shouldn't be a problem for him to solve some small flaws in the universe spirit ball. So Loki is in the cockpit, setting the destination of the spaceship autopilot to Asgard. Then prepare to take the cosmic spirit ball and directly use the flying Thor to teleport to the position where he left the magic mark in Nidavellir. But just when Loki was about to launch Thor, he suddenly sensed a reaction from one of the magic imprints he left behind. Loki thought at the first time whether Sif had encountered some danger, but after some induction, he realized that it was the magic imprint he left in Kamartaj holy place that reacted. Loki was a little puzzled. What was the Yesi looking for at this time? Was Kamartaj in danger? Wrong. With the Yeshur's strength and the Eye of Agamotto in hand, even if Dormammu makes a comeback, he should not be able to threaten him. After a short thought, Loki still had no clue. So he decided to use Thor to go back to Kamartaj to have a look. If nothing happened, it would definitely be the best, and it would be considered as going back to visit Deixi. If something really happens with his current strength, he can also help Kamartaj. Sensing the magic imprint that reacted just now, Loki had a thought, and the next moment, he appeared in the Kamartaj Supreme Mage holy place. And at the moment, the Yeshur was sitting in the holy place, not showing any surprise at Loki's sudden appearance. So, teacher, You deliberately triggered the magic mark I left in order to call me back. That's right. The Yesi nodded and admitted. Then, teacher, you asked me to come back. Is there anything you need my help with? If so, just say it. I promised before that as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. After Loki finished speaking, the Yesi nodded again. I'm looking for you this time, and I really need your help with one thing. By the way, let me tell you a piece of news. The corrupt mage who ambushed you before has been captured by us, and now we have locked him in the mirror space. He came back quietly originally intending to check on your news, but he didn't know that you had returned to Asgard a few years ago. As a result, he was discovered by Mage, who is now living in your previous room, and the fighting between the two attracted when the other mage noticed. We all worked together to arrest him. Hearing this news, Loki did not have any emotional fluctuations and just said flatly, "If you don't mention this, I'll almost forget it. It's fine if someone catches it, and it's better to be kept alive in a mirror space than to be swallowed up by Dormammu someday. Let's talk about what it is you need my help." At this time, the Ishi slowly revealed the purpose of this meeting. Do you still remember the soul castle you mentioned to me a few years ago? Darish asked Loki. As a frost titan with a lifespan of thousands of years, Loki's memory cannot be too bad. Otherwise, wouldn't he be dementia before he gets old? Definitely remember, we were also discussing the matter of the fallen mage that day, and then extended to the fact that mages are easily bewitched by Mephisto because their inner obsessions cannot be satisfied through white magic. At that time, I suggested to you that you can build a soul castle in Kamartaj in the same way as Asgard. In this way, the souls of those heroes who fought for Kamartaj can live in the soul castle after death. Middle. Wishes that were once unfulfilled in the material world can be made up in the spiritual world. In this way, the probability of mages being successfully bewitched by Mephisto can be greatly reduced. Having said that, Loki paused for a moment, then looked at the Yesher in surprise and asked, "Teacher, have you made up your mind to build a soul castle belonging to Kamartaj, so you asked me to come back to help?" The Yesher nodded slightly and said, "I have thought about it many times in the past few years. I and these other mages first came to Kamartaj to learn magic, but they all had their own selfishness. Some people come to Kamartaj because they are shocked by the wonder of magic and to satisfy their thirst for knowledge. Some people hope to make up for the regrets of life, old age, sickness, and death through magic, so they come to Kamartaj. Others entered the gates of Kamartaj because of the pursuit of great strength and extraordinary power. But regardless of our original intentions, the result is that we did carry the responsibility that Kamartaj gave us to get to where we are today. Even if a small number of people failed to stick to their positions in the middle, everyone didn't come here with a pure purpose, and no one is more noble than anyone else. What qualifications do we have to criticize them? Compared to the time in life that a mage gave for Kamartaj for justice, the magic that Kamartaj taught him is worthless at all. In the final analysis, Kamartaj owed them. In this case, as the supreme mage, I definitely want to make up to them. Therefore, the construction of the soul castle is imperative, and I definitely need your help from Loki." Loki nodded readily and agreed. "There is definitely no problem. I have read the magic of creating the soul castle in a magic book in Asgard, and I have all the details in my mind. Just to build a soul castle, in addition to magic, there are also some magic materials that are also essential. Without them, it is impossible to build an environment and space that can satisfy the soul to reside in it. Father, after he decided to build the soul castle, it took a long time to prepare and consumed huge amounts of resources before finally successfully completing it. If we're going to reproduce a project like this in Kamartaj, we have to take a long-term view." For Loki's suggestion, the Yesher shook his head this time and did not agree. In order to ensure the stable and continuous operation of the magic barrier against the invasion of other dimensions, Kamartaj needs to invest a lot of resources every year to protect Agamotto. The remaining 3 holy places are under maintenance. Kamartaj doesn't have the extra resources to invest in the construction of the soul castle. Also, I've run out of time. What do you mean there's no time? Loki's pupils dilated slightly, and there was a vague premonition in his mind. The Yesi himself was rather calm. That's what you understand. No matter how powerful I am, I'm still just a mortal after all, and I will eventually face life, old age, sickness, and death as a mortal. I am now 109 years old, which is quite a long life among mortals. I have experienced ordinary life in my life, and I have also experienced the magic of magic. Since I took over the important task of the Supreme Mage, I have been cautiously walking to this day, and I have finally lived up to the sacrifices made by my predecessors and the sacrifices made by my descendants. Expect, if my life ended here, it would be considered a fulfilling life. But I'm still not satisfied, or I still have regrets. If I can't complete the construction of the Soul Castle before leaving this world, maybe it will only exist in an illusory ideal forever. So, I have to finish it before I die. For that, I need your help, Loki. When I sensed that my lifespan was approaching, I began to think about how to build the Soul Castle without consuming any resources from Kamartaj. Finally, I found the answer. That is my soul. Use the powerful soul of a supreme mage to replace those materials, so that my soul will become the paradise where the souls of future heroes live. At the moment, Loki was completely stunned by Dirishi's crazy idea. He couldn't imagine how much courage and madness a person must have before dying to come up with such a method and be willing to sacrifice his own soul. Even Loki, who is called a god by mortals, can only be ashamed of this lofty spirit. So regarding Yesher's decision, Loki did not persuade him to give up, but just asked him with a serious expression, "Are you sure? Once the sacrifice starts, there is no way to regret it." The Yesi replied firmly, "I'm sure I don't regret it." After a brief silence, Loki said, "Okay, I'll help you." The moment Loki agreed, a brilliant smile appeared on Yesi's face. At this moment, the holy aura emanating from Yesha made Loki feel that he is a god who can see through the sufferings of the world. Sure enough, the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, and the greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. The old thief Araki sincerely does not deceive me. While Loki was preparing the magic circle for the construction of the Soul Castle, the Yesher left the holy place and announced to all the mage in Kamartaj the successor of the next Supreme Mage, and at the same time announced the existence of the Soul Castle to everyone. But he didn't tell everyone that the price he paid for building the Soul Castle was the powerful soul of his Supreme Mage. After all this was done, the Yesher returned to the holy place with a young man and introduced to the busy Loki, "Loki, this is the next Supreme Mage I have chosen. Her name is Yao. Yao is a very capable child. I believe she will become a more outstanding Supreme Mage than me in the future. But she's still very young now. I hope that if she encounters any trouble in the future, Loki, you can help take care of her." Loki turned his head and glanced at the young man named Yao. He was a very pretty girl. The only fly in the ointment, perhaps, is the little bald head whose hair has disappeared without a trace at a young age. I can agree to this request, but I think I may not need my help and care at all. I can tell at a glance that she has the conditions to become a top powerhouse. After all, she has become bald now, so the distance to become stronger should not be far away. Having received Loki's promise, the Yesi nodded in relief. "Yao, then you go out first. Regarding Supreme Mage, I have already explained to you what should be explained, and I will leave the rest to you." Yao solemnly bowed to the Ishi, turned and left the holy place. After she left, the Yesher's kind eyes just now gradually became determined. Loki already knew what he was thinking from the look in his eyes. "Everything is ready." "Thank you, Loki," the Yesher thanked. Loki waved his hand. "There's nothing to thank, since I promised. I will definitely do it." "Then bye, Daresh." "Goodbye, Loki." After finishing speaking, Dirishi's soul had left his body and projected into the magic circle constructed by Loki. The next moment, as Loki constantly increased the output of magic power, the entire magic circle erupted with dazzling light. Chains emerged one after another from the magic circle, tightly binding the soul of the Yesher in it. Afterwards, a fiery flame rose in the magic circle and began to burn Yesi's soul. Yesi decided to use his own soul as the material for building the Hall of Valor, which meant that his soul needed to be burned by fire and repeatedly forged. In the extreme pain, he will gradually lose his consciousness and finally become a part of the soul castle as the material to carry the soul. That's why before starting to prepare the magic circle, Loki asked Rishi so seriously if he was really sure to do this. Under the burning of the magic flame, Yesi's soul has gradually begun to melt, and at the moment, a giant hammer appeared in the magic circle. The sledgehammer kept falling onto Ishi's soul, beating him into shape, and then folding it, and then continuing to beat him again. During the whole process, Yesi always had a faint smile on his face, and he didn't utter a single painful cry from the beginning to the end. I don't know how much time has passed, but Loki just provided magic power for the magic circle like a machine. It wasn't until the Soul Castle was successfully completed and the magic circle dissipated completely that Loki realized that he had burst into tears unconsciously. Seeing that the Soul Castle has been successfully built and began to slowly disappear into the void, Loki said softly again, "Goodbye, Daresh." When Loki walked out of the holy place, the new supreme mage was standing in front of the door. But she didn't look into the holy place, but locked her eyes firmly on Loki. "You were waiting for me?" Loki asked tentatively. The girl didn't answer his question, but instead asked, "Has the Yesi mage gone?" Loki was a little surprised. "Although I don't know your Asgard's magic, I have learned some rune characters." After seeing the magic circle inside, I guessed what a Yesi mage was thinking. During Yao's narration, his tone was very calm, but the sadness in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Isi is right. You are indeed a mage with extraordinary abilities. Although I can't teach you the magic of Asgard on my own, if you want, I can teach you some tricks I created myself. The little tricks that Loki is talking about are definitely his Flying Thor series of magic and Spiral Pill series of magic. Now that the Ishi had promised to take care of Yao, it was natural to come up with something real. Moreover, the magical ability shown by Yao also made Loki love talents. The principles of these two kinds of magic are very simple, and they're not exclusive to different magic systems, so they're just right to teach Yao. Regarding this, Yao was not polite and directly said to Loki, "I want to learn." She has now become the new supreme mage, shouldering the important task of protecting the safety of the entire Midgard on the magic side. For her, the more means to enhance her strength, the better. "Okay, since you want to learn, I will teach you everything." Loki thinks that the new supreme mage is really more and more interesting, with high ability, courageous personality, and more importantly, the talent of a great emperor, bald head. The two of them didn't waste time. After the matter was decided, they returned to the supreme mage holy place and started teaching. In the past few years, although Loki has stagnated in the progress of the system, the study of skills has been going on. Like the magic of the Flying Thor series, in addition to the original Flying Thor and the later derived Flying Thor 2, he later developed the Flying Thor guide mine that could transfer space to other objects. As for the Spiral Ball series, let alone the various balls that Prince Naruto mastered in the combustible and non-combustible stages, Loki copied them all through magic power. There are more than 20 large and small file sizes and various types of meatballs. Loki's original plan was to teach Yao the most basic magic of Flying Thor and Helix Pill today. After she practiced for a period of time, she would return to Kamartaj and slowly teach her the remaining series of derivative magic. But Loki still underestimated Yao's learning ability. He just explained the principle of magic 1 second before, and Yao was able to use this magic 1 second later, and Loki didn't even have time to demonstrate it to Yao. Moreover, after learning a spell, Yao can immediately draw inferences about it. Before Loki can teach her some derivative magic, Yao has already mastered it by himself. As a result, in just one afternoon, Yao learned all the magic of the Flying Thor series and the Spiral Pill series. Although some details and skills in using magic are still lacking, Yao's ability, even Loki, the #1 mage in the 9 realms, is amazed. "Teacher, Thank you very much for teaching me today. In the holy place, Yao respectfully saluted Loki, who was about to leave. Although Loki only taught her for an afternoon, Yao changed his address to teacher. This scene made Loki think of Duresh again. He was like Yao a few years ago. Even though the Yesher kept saying that he didn't teach him anything, Loki still called him teacher all the time. Flying Thor, you have also learned to leave my magic imprint in the holy place. After I leave, if you need to find me, please notify me through the magic imprint. I will come as soon as possible after sensing it. Yao nodded and said, I understand, teacher. If there is anything I need to trouble you, teacher, I will definitely not be polite. By the way, teacher, I don't think the name Yao is aggressive enough. It really doesn't match my status and majesty as the supreme mage. How about changing my name to Ancient One? Ancient One. In the future, I will make those Mephistas who plan to invade our dimension be terrified when they hear my name, Ancient One, and dare not have any thoughts about our world anymore. Loki sat face up in the cockpit, staring blankly at the ship's ceiling. Until now, he still couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that the little bald head he taught was actually the other boss of the future level godfather, Ancient One. In the future, Ancient One has broken through the boundary between black magic and white magic and can still maintain an immortal soul after the death of the body. Thinking of this, Loki suddenly felt a sense of urgency. I am still at the peak of level sub-godfather and have not broken through to level godfather. If Ancient One came from behind and surpassed me, where would I put my face as a teacher? I can't continue to be in a daze here. I have to find AI Chui quickly, help me solve the problem of the universe spirit ball, and then find a way to complete the main task of the system as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, I will really lose face. Flying Thor activated. Loki teleported directly onto Nidavellir. Where did you get such a big treasure? It's a waste of money. It's a waste of money. Look here. How can you use this method to forge it? And here, the rune is obviously wrong. After Loki handed the cosmic spirit ball in his hand to AI Chui to check, AI Chui kept chattering and pulling him, pointing out to him all kinds of low-level mistakes made in the process of building the cosmic spirit ball. Okay. I'm here to ask you to help improve this thing, not to listen to your complaints about the meeting. AI Chui, just tell me if you can solve the problem of unstable energy output of this thing. Let's finish it, son. Loki, who was already impatient, interrupted him directly. Definitely no problem. You can come to me for this matter. I'm not bragging. There's really no one in the 9 realms who can help you solve this problem except me. AI Chui assured, patted his chest. The person who built this cosmic spirit ball, although the forging skills are not very good, but what they made is not useless. At least it can suppress the violent core of this thing. To solve the problem of unstable energy output, the easiest and quickest way is to put a new protective shell on the outside. Loki's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He jumped onto AI Chui's shoulder and then whispered in his ear, if this is the case, can this new protective shell help me make it like this? That is, AI Chui listened to each request made by Loki and constantly nodded his huge amounts of head. The requirements you mentioned are not a problem for me. However, if the entire protective case is in that color, wouldn't it be a bit too ostentatious? And the shape you mentioned, isn't it too exaggerated? Loki put his hands behind his back and shook his head, pretending to be profound. AI Chui, you don't understand. Sometimes men just need some unrealistic romance. The shape I proposed, although it is not practical, but it can't stand it handsome, if I hang it on my chest at that time. Although he didn't know what the so-called romance of a man was in Loki's mouth, AI Chui still built a new protective shell according to his request. It was a square pyramid made of building blocks of various shapes, and the whole body showed a golden yellow luster. On one of the triangular faces of the cone, a hollow eye symbol is chiseled. Through the position of the eyeballs of this symbol, one can just see the cosmic spirit ball nested inside the quadrangular pyramid. At the center of the bottom of the cone, there is also a gold ring, and a rough silver necklace is buckled on the ring. Try it. The problem of unstable energy output has been solved before, and I don't know how you came up with such a strange shape. AI Chui handed Gold's pyramid to Loki, muttering in his mouth. Loki is not as knowledgeable as AI Chui. He is a rough old man who doesn't know what romance is. Taking the gold pyramid that AI Tree handed him, Loki stroked its smooth surface with his hands, showing a very obscene expression on his face. The strange shape that AI Chui mentioned is actually the 1,000-year-old building blocks worn by the protagonist in an anime Yu-Gi-Oh! That Loki had seen in his previous life. When I watched this anime as a child, Loki thought that if he could wear a 1,000-year-old building block, he would look very cool. It's a pity that there was no such condition at that time. The only thing that could be hung around the neck was the key of the house. Now, although it's a different world, it can be regarded as satisfying the childhood regrets of the previous life. What's more, the shape of the 1,000-year-old building blocks, even if it is changed to another universe, Loki still thinks it is very handsome. Wearing the Millennium building block on his chest, Loki began to try to mobilize the energy in the power gem for his own use. The originally violent and unstable energy, after being suppressed by the cosmic spirit ball and balanced by the 1,000-year building blocks, when it came to Loki's hands, it was already docile like a newborn baby. Under Loki's control, this energy quickly rotated and compressed, and finally formed a spiral pill in his hands that he had practiced for 2.5 years. Hey, be careful. Don't let that thing blow up my place. Seeing the appearance of Helix Wand, AI Chui only felt his scalp tingling and quickly reminded him. First, I'm paying attention now. Second, my name is Loki Odinson if I don't call you. Third, your craftsmanship is awesome. I will come to you next time I need you. Fourth, if I have something to do, let's go first, bye. As soon as the words fell, Loki and the spiral pill in his hand disappeared from AI Chui's sight. On the desolate and dead planet Morag, Loki suddenly appeared here with a spiral pill in his hand. And the moment Loki landed, he also pressed the spiral pill in his hand to the ground at the same time. With a huge amount of explosion, the ground instantly produced a large amount of smoke and dust under the powerful destructive force. After the smoke and dust dissipated, what the blow just now left on the ground was a huge crater comparable to a meteorite impact. Even Loki himself was amazed by the power of the spiral pill just now. It seems that I didn't feel wrong when I was in Nidaville. Although after the adjustment of the 2 protective shells of the cosmic spirit ball and the 1,000-year building block, the energy of the power gem can already be used normally. But the quality of this energy is much higher than my own magic power, so that under the same amount of consumption, the power and effect of the skills used with the help of power gems are dozens of times that of my own magic power. If this is the case, then not only can Moko Botmo, the killer weapon at the bottom of the box, be freed from the restriction that it can only be used once a day, even the duration of freezing time and space after using Moko Botmo can be greatly improved. It just so happens that there are no life forms on this planet, so let's try the effect of Mahapatmo here. Everything in the world will be frozen in front of me. Hit Varudo. As Loki Zhong Heir shouted the name of the move out of the blue, and then twisted his body to make a JoJo standing motion, the whole world seemed to suddenly quiet down. Within the range covered by the Mahapatmo skill, the only one who can move freely is Loki himself who activated this skill. While silently counting the time in his mind, Loki began to wreak havoc in this completely still space. It wasn't until Loki counted silently to 60 seconds that Mahapatmo's effect of freezing time and space was completely released. And as the flow of time returned to normal, all the places where Loki had destroyed just now exploded at the same time. The blazing flames shot up into the sky, as if a small sun had risen from the ground of Star Morag. Just when the flame was about to rise to its highest point in the air, Loki activated his skill again. Smash Varudo! The flame was fixed there so abruptly, like a tombstone erected for the planet Morag. But this time, Mokobotama only lasted less than 10 seconds, and the effect of freezing time and space ended. At the same time, Loki could feel the position of his temple, and there was an inexplicable tingling faintly. It seems that even in the case of sufficient magic power, It is impossible to use a move like Moko Botmo without restrictions. In addition to magic power, it will also consume my mental power. However, if the original 60-second time stop duration is divided, each time-space freeze lasts only a few seconds, which will not only increase the number of uses, but also reduce the mental load a lot. After paying the price of temporary dizziness, Loki finally figured out the limit of his current ability. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Only by clearly understanding one's own strength and the enemy's strength can one flexibly adapt to actual combat. Loki has always done a good job. At least Loki is very satisfied with the increase in his own strength brought by the Millennium building blocks. For now, except for the ultimate move like Moko Botmo, other skills can be used without restriction. But the surrounding environment may not be so happy. After his ravages just now, the place where the pillar of fire rose has now formed a lava lake. Bubbles and flames are still popping up on the surface of the lava lake. It can be seen that even after the explosion is over, the scorching heat is still scorching the land. Fortunately, on this planet, there are no environmentally friendly girls who stand up and point to Loki's nose and ask oyster sauce, so Loki doesn't need to worry about any environmental issues. However, even Loki himself may not have thought that although his actions did not attract protests from environmentalists, they brought him a big trouble. Having finished testing the Millennium Block, Loki is preparing to use the flying Thor to leave Morag. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. I thought there were no life forms on this planet, but I didn't expect to meet a single Asgard. From the tone of the man's voice, it seemed that he was very happy to meet Loki unexpectedly. But Loki, at the moment, for the sudden appearance of the unknown existence, only felt shuddering in his heart. And his instinct told him that the owner of this voice was very dangerous. You seem nervous, haha. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You look behind. The man's reassurance did nothing for Loki. But following the direction indicated by the voice, he finally saw the true face of that person. When Loki turned around, the first thing he saw was a white spaceship shaped like a goose egg. On top of the spaceship stood a man. The man was not wearing any HEU flight suit, and his hands released the energy of blue to connect him to the spaceship, which looked like he was pulling the reins in his hands, and the spaceship was the white horse he was riding. However, combined with his slightly fat figure, this matter looks very inconsistent. After confirming that Loki had seen him, the man jumped off the top of the spaceship and landed less than 10 meters away from him in front of Loki. He looked at Loki with a kind smile on his face, and with his gray beard and hair, it was easy to feel close to him. But no matter how friendly he appears, Loki doesn't trust someone he's meeting for the first time easily. What's more, from the blue energy released from his hand just now, Loki can feel that the opponent's strength is stronger than his own. Loki looked at him vigilantly, but the man seemed to be unaware of it, or out of contempt for the weak Loki. He still walked towards Loki with a smile on his face. Young man, relax. I'm just a lonely wanderer drifting in the universe, hoping to find more life. Can you tell me how you did what you just did? Facing his question, Loki had a puzzled look on his face. Because logically speaking, with his energy intensity and control over energy just now, it is impossible not to master the skill of energy explosion. Even if it caused a greater degree of damage, it should not be difficult for this man. But why did he stop his spaceship and come to Loki to ask this question? However, in the next second, Loki knew the scalp-numbing answer from his words. How did you manage to completely stop the movement inside the molecule? My spaceship passed by here just now. When I discovered this, I was almost terrified. Although the man said that he was about to be frightened, there was no change in expression on his face. This guy, he can actually feel that time and space are frozen. Loki was very surprised by this. At the same time, the judgment of this man's strength and danger level has been raised by another level. Sorry, I have nothing to say about the matter you asked. Now, I am leaving here. Please continue your drifting journey in the universe. No, please wait a moment. Seeing that Loki was about to leave, an energy chain appeared in the man's hand, trying to force Loki to stay. But Loki, who was always vigilant, was trapped by him with a light move. Flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. Black is surrounded by mist, and Loki is now a flower reflected in the mirror and a moon floating in the water. The energy chain created by the opponent directly penetrates the phantom left by Loki. 2 thorny spears. On the other hand, after dodging the opponent's attack, Loki's body did not relax. The 2 ice spears instantly condensed and fired towards each other. To Loki's surprise, the man didn't make any dodge movements. The 2 thorny spears hit his chest directly and then pierced into the ground, nailing his whole body in place. Even so, the man still had that fake kind smile on his face. He stretched out his hands to crush the ice spear that pierced his body, but the penetrating wound left on his chest didn't even have a trace of blood. Silk threads made of countless ice blue energies quickly gushed out from the wound, but within a short while, the man had already recovered from the inside to the outside. This guy, what kind of monster is it? His body is actually completely composed of molecules controlled by divine power. At this moment, Loki finally understood how his former enemy felt when he was able to elementalize himself. But Loki doesn't intend to use the flying Thor to escape now. After the first confrontation just now, Loki has already analyzed that the strength of this mysterious person is indeed superior to him. But the actual combat ability is insufficient. Lack of combat experience and combat skills. Although he has just used the Moko Potmo twice, he is not in the best state of mind right now. But even if the 2 sides start to make serious moves, Loki is sure to get out unscathed. That being the case, I definitely need to investigate carefully. What is the origin? Is it because of the pendant on your chest? The magic that can pause time. In a confrontation, the intelligence battle between the 2 sides is always relative. Obviously, while Loki was collecting information about the other party was also collecting information about Loki. Loki successively used Mirror, Flower, Water, Moon, and 2 thorny spears by mobilizing the energy in the Millennium building blocks. Although the whole process took only a few seconds, this information was still captured by the man. This made Loki silently add one more item to him in his heart. The ability to have a very sensitive sensory energy. Aren't you answering? Haha, it seems I guessed it right. To appear in this place with such a powerful artifact, your identity in Asgard shouldn't be easy, right? The man didn't care about Loki's silence. He was still talking to himself with a relaxed expression. Your elders may have given you such a precious treasure because they were worried that you would be in danger outside. However, they may not have heard such a sentence. A man is not guilty, but a woman is guilty. Since you have sent the treasure to me, how can I let it go so easily? I don't know where you Asgard got this treasure. The energy contained in it makes even my natural Shindu feel terrified. With this treasure, it won't be long before my duplications can spread all over the universe. At that time, I will be the master of the universe. Young man, if you leave your things now, I can let you go for Odin's sake. Otherwise, when I get angry, your life will be lost. Now Loki is 100% sure that this guy must be a villain and not run away. Because only the villain would say so many words before making a move, revealing his plan and purpose unabashedly. And after listening to the other party's series of confessions, Loki has basically guessed his true identity. If the guess is correct, he should be the famous scumbag in the Marvel movie universe, the 3,000 women who ascended in the daytime, and the foolish biological father Star-Lord, the god Ego. It's no wonder that this guy is so emboldened to talk here. In the face of his level god-father strength, if it were someone else, I'm afraid he would have obediently followed what he said. It's a pity that he ran into Loki, who is a badass. With the blessing of multiple skills, such as Mirror, Flower, and Water Moon, Ice Elementalization, and Flying Thor, Loki's life-saving ability can almost be said to be at the full level. Unless the enemy holds infinite gems, an artifact that can attack from the rule level, or possesses strength above the level single universe. Otherwise, no matter who the opponent is, Loki is inherently invincible. What's more, half-baked gods like Egu were directly dealt with by his filial son Shinjue with a bomb in the movie. There is no other divine power of the level Godfather, but no other body of the level Godfather. As long as he can find his body, Loki's strength is enough to kill him. Thinking of this, Loki is already a little eager to try. If he could kill Egg at this moment, wouldn't that Star-Lord who punched an Avengers Alliance for shit stick in the future not appear? Thinking about it this way, Loki became even more excited about killing the scumbag Egg. But the ego standing in front of me now is just a duplication created by that scumbag man using his divine power to manipulate molecules. If you want to really kill him, you still have to find his body. Since this is the case, I can only let this guy's duplication bring me in front of his real body. Loki calmly planned the details of the next action in his mind, while duplication, a scumbag standing not far away, completely lost patience when he saw that Loki was completely unmoved by his proposal. Young man, since you don't know good from bad, don't blame me for being rude. With that said, Egg Scum Duplication launched an attack on Loki. After the fight, just now, he also seems to understand that relying solely on the ability of duplication can't do anything to win Loki. So this time, duplication directly rooted the divine power in its body into the land of Star Morag. Then, under the ability of the divine manipulator, the land around the two of them seemed to come alive. Stone dragons and earth dragons surged from the ground towards Loki and strangled them. Under such an overwhelming attack, there is no room to dodge at all. But all this can't stop Loki. Ice Age. The extremely cold, freezing air quickly spread from Loki to the surroundings, freezing everything it touched along the way into ice. The stone dragons and earth dragons that were still twisting their bodies just now turned into wonders. And Loki is like the king of this frozen world, surrounded by them in the center. Loki's move of Ice Age really shocked Ego. Almost half of Morag planet was covered by ice, and the range of freezing air's influence even surpassed his divine power as a god. But at the same time, Ego looked at the Millennium Building block with more and more fiery eyes. The stronger the ability of the 1,000-year building block, the more benefits he can bring to himself after he succeeds. With this in mind, Ego decided not to keep his strength and input almost all the divine power in the duplication into the energy root system that was planted just now. As egg duplication began to do its best, everything that was frozen by Loki was activated again. It's like everything that Loki did just now made Egg's wedding dress. Those substances controlled by Egg, after Loki put a pair of frost armor on them, turned his head and attacked Loki again. Not only that, while Egu relaunched the offensive, he also prepared a dark hand. He took advantage of Loki's focus on the impending attack in front of him, and directly removed all the ground under Loki's feet. Loki, who suddenly lost support under his feet, had no way to adjust his center of gravity or change his position. Seeing that the Earth Dragon in ice armor was about to hit Loki's body, there was no panic in Loki's eyes. Boom, 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 boom. Under Ego's duplication control, hundreds of thousands of tons of material poured down towards the location, and the violent vibration even cracked the ground frozen by Loki because it couldn't bear it. When Egg's attack finally stopped, the flat ground where Loki had just stood had changed. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a mountain peak mixed with ice, mud, and rocks stood there abruptly. Seeing this scene, EG's duplication finally revealed his true face. The kind fake smile that has remained unchanged for thousands of years has now been replaced by a face that is contemptuous and contemptuous of everything. I got you. Loki's voice came from behind him, just as Egg's spirit relaxed. It turns out that Loki threw a dagger at the position of Egg duplication when he activated Ice Age. For Loki's action, Ego definitely also discovered it. But because the dagger didn't pose any threat to him, Egg subconsciously ignored its existence. But it was this dagger that he ignored, which drew a parabola in the air and landed in the blind spot behind him. Relying on this dagger, Loki used Thor's second flight at the last moment and teleported to Egg's back. Then, when the opponent thought that he had the chance to win, He swung the dagger in his hand and stabbed the back of the duplication. As a villain, it's fine if you don't know the reason why villains die because of talking too much, and you don't even understand the law that there is smoke without injury. You, a villain, have failed too much. Under Egg's surprised eyes, Loki smiled evilly with his mouth twisted and directly filled the taunt. You can't hurt me. As long as my divine power is still there, I can continue self-healing. Being teased by Loki, the duplication turned around and yelled at Loki angrily. But the next second, just as he was about to attack Loki again, Loki disappeared completely from his sight. B asterisk 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 D. Get out of here. There is no end between us. Even if it is Asgard, I will find you. Duplication, which lost its target, can only be alone on the deserted planet Morag, impotent and furious. That scumbag, he should still be on Morag now, incompetently furious at the boundless wilderness. Ha ha ha. Loki, who returned to the spaceship, could imagine the expression on Ego's face when he suddenly disappeared. Definitely the reason Loki chose to fly Thor back to the spaceship was not to escape. It's just that, knowing that Egg on Morag is a duplication, Loki felt that he didn't need to waste energy on him. Anyway, no matter how many times his attack hits the opponent, that guy will recover to his original state in a short time. Even if Loki finds a way to eliminate the opponent, wasting a lot of time to eliminate a duplication is a complete loss for Loki. So after Loki decided to kill Egg's body, he had already formulated a very detailed action plan in his mind. From his use of Ice Age to the dagger ignored by Egg, and finally launching, flying Thor's second stage, he stabbed into Egg's duplication. Every move is within Loki's calculations. But as the god of tricks and lies, how could Loki's calculations be so simple? Now that he already knew that his attack could not cause fatal damage to Egg's duplication, why did Loki stab that knife stupidly? The answer is that all of this is actually a cover-up to confuse Egg duplication. Loki first stabbed to attract duplication's attention, and then provoke the other party's emotions with verbal taunts. In the end, when Egg duplication was burning with anger and was about to lose his mind, Loki had unconsciously left the imprint of flying Thor's magic power on the back of the opponent's neck. After finishing all this, Loki left gracefully, waving his sleeves without taking a single cloud. The only thing left for Egg's duplication is that crooked smile, full of irony. I'm afraid, even if the Dragon King returns, he can only bow down. The trap has been set. Next, Loki just needs to quietly wait for the prey to take the bait. Once duplication returns to the planet where Ego is located with the magical imprint left by Loki, he can teleport there directly and give the other party a surprise mother F asterisk asterisk cur. For the next several months, Loki piloted the spaceship without making a single space jump, just roaming in the universe in such a leisurely manner, while constantly collecting information on the various footholds of Ego duplication. After repeated analysis and comparison of the coordinates of these footholds, Loki finally determined the coordinates of the location of Ego's body. Because of Ege's duplication, every time he leaves from a planet, he will return to the same coordinates for a period of time. Loki guesses that duplication consumes most of its divine power every time it plants its energy roots on a new planet. Therefore, after a duplication completes a mission, it needs to return to the planet where the main body is located to replenish the lack of divine power in the body. Now the location coordinates of Ego's body have been determined, and the rest is to wait until duplication returns to the planet body again for rest. According to his observation during this period, the average time for duplication to complete a task is about a week. If there is no accident, the other party will return to the planet body again after 7 days. However, Loki will not waste these 7 days in vain. Since the last time he used the Mokabatmo twice on Morag, his proficiency in this skill has reached 70%. During these 7 days, it was completely enough for Loki to increase the skill proficiency of Mokabatmo to 100% and then adjust his own state to the peak. As a result, on the 4th day, Loki had already completed the first small goal. Skill Moko Potmo. Proficiency 100%. Skill Introduction from Taigu. Mephisto Appearance Demon Essence User. Shaking S Queen Estes. When the skill is activated, it can create a low temperature of absolute zero, completely stagnating the movement of microscopic particles, thus temporarily freezing time and space. With the help of the power of thousand-year building blocks, time and space can be frozen for up to 90 seconds. At 100% proficiency level, Loki's control over mental power and magic power is more refined. As a result, the time he can freeze time and space has increased from nearly 70 seconds on Morag to today's full 90 seconds. When fighting an enemy, the 90-second pause is more than enough time for Loki to smash hundreds of steamrollers into the enemy's face. For the remaining few days, Loki was not doing any training, but was meditating to adjust his mental and physical state. Until the 6th night, Loki suddenly sensed that the duplication had returned to the coordinates of the planet itself. Although it was a day earlier than expected, Loki at the moment is in good shape. After staying on the spaceship for such a long time, he went through 2 days of meditation adjustments. Even Loki, who likes to be flat with times and square root, feels a little itchy. Loki adjusted the spaceship to autopilot mode, and then did not teleport to Igo's body immediately, but first flew to the Morag star by flying Thor. Coming to this desolate planet again, the corners of Loki's mouth could not help but curl up. If Thor saw Loki's expression now, he would turn and run without any hesitation. Because whenever Loki shows this expression, everyone who sees it will be treated very badly by Loki. And this time would be no exception. Loki raised his right hand above his head and constantly mobilized energy from the Millennium Block. Huge amounts of energy are constantly rotating and compressing in Loki's palm, but the volume has not shrunk like the spiral pills used in the past, but is getting bigger and bigger. While the volume of Helix pill continued to expand, a gust of wind began to appear around Loki. You must know that because the galaxy where the Morag star is located has no fixed star radiation, the air convection on this planet is extremely weak, and it is impossible to form a natural wind at all. But now, there's an unusually light wind blowing around Loki, and the wind is constantly increasing. As the wind gradually increased, wind blades like the blades of an electric fan appeared around the huge amounts of Helix wand, and at the same time, the whole wand began to emit a piercing, buzzing sound constantly. The next moment, Loki launched Thor again, and this time, he finally appeared on Egg's planet itself. Ego Eat Me, Super Big Jade Spiral, Shuriken. Ego Eat Me, Super Big Jade Spiral, Shuriken. Egg Duplication, who was flying Thor to locate the signpost, didn't hold back for even a second in front of Loki's palm technique that descended from the sky, before he was divided into a pile by the countless tiny magic blades of the super-large Jade Spiral, Shuriken Molecular. But Loki's offensive didn't stop here. The duplication that eliminated Egg was just an appetizer for him, and the real main meal, the main body, hadn't been served yet. Loki was still constantly injecting the energy of the Millennium building blocks into the spiral pill, and then at the moment when he could no longer control it, he threw out the super large Jade Spiral Shuriken that was about to run out of control. The Berserk super large Jade Spiral Shuriken directly came into close contact with Ego's planet itself, but there was no violent explosion scene as imagined. The high-speed rotating super large Jade Spiral Shuriken seems to have become an efficient shield machine. After touching the surface of the planet, it began to penetrate hard towards the core position where Ego's body is located. All the obstacles that stand in front of it along the way will be disintegrated by its countless tiny magic blades. At this time, the planet's crust and mantle began to move relatively substantially, which caused strong earthquakes on the surface. Ego seems to hope to change the original trajectory of the super-large Jade Spiral Shuriken through this relative movement between the strata. But in Loki's view, this is Egg, the aloof god, trembling uncontrollably because of too much fear when he realizes that he is about to face death. Ah, Egg, you half-god, are you shaking with fear? You can't do this, look. The Millennium Building block you want is still hanging around my neck. I'm delivering it to my door now. How can you do it if you don't hesitate? Loki kept provoking Egg with words, but maybe he had more energy than he wanted, and Ego didn't even have a word of rebuttal except that he trembled more violently. Speak up. You were very arrogant when you tried to grab my things on Morag. Why don't you speak now? Ego, don't hide in there and keep quiet. I know you're home. You're capable of snatching things. Why can't you speak? The unilateral provocation failed to get Ego's response, so Loki decided to give this scumbag another boost. Mobilizing the energy of the 1,000-year building blocks, Loki began to quickly condense spiral pill shurikens one by one, and then launched a carpet bombing towards the surface of the planet. The inexhaustible energy of the Millennium Building blocks, combined with Loki's super magic control ability, directly makes him a humanoid Gatling fort that continuously fires spiral pill shurikens. Although the power of the Helix Maru shuriken is not as powerful as the Super Jade Helix shuriken, under Loki's high density and continuous attacks, cracks can already be seen on the surface. And these cracks are still constantly spreading around. Even if Ego keeps sending divine power to repair, it still can't keep up with the speed of Loki's destruction. Soon, Egg stopped using divine power to repair the planet's crust. Just when Loki thought that Egg was going to give up struggling, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Why does the crust on the surface of the planet seem to be actively cracking? It's not an illusion. The crust on the planet's surface is indeed actively cracking. What exactly does Egg want to do? Loki's doubts didn't last long, and Egg gave the answer with practical actions. As an old guy who has existed in the universe for millions of years, how could Ego give up his life so easily? This planet is a protective shell created by Ego after spending a long time and a lot of divine power in order to protect his fragile core. And now, since this protective shell could no longer effectively protect him, and might even become a drag on him, Egg would abandon it without hesitation. As the strata of the entire planet continued to crack, Loki finally knew what Egg was planning. On the ground, only a few hundred meters away from Loki, 5 towering peaks suddenly pierced through the rock formations on the surface. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of rock farther away also broke through the rock formation on the surface and slowly emerged from the ground. But Loki knew that those were not mountains and rocks at all, but Ego's huge body rebuilt after abandoning the protective shell of the past. The 5 mountain peaks are actually the palms of EGE's slowly raised upwards, and the huge rock that floats out of the ground is the head of his huge body. Ego gave up the strong defense brought by the original planet, and chose to build huge amounts of the body of the gods in exchange for more flexible mobility. At the same time, due to the change in appearance, Loki could no longer tell which part of the body Ego transferred his core to. It's even possible for Ego to keep his core shifted in the body in exchange for a higher security type. It would definitely be bad news for Loki if Egg broke out of the ground. This meant that not only would he not be able to successfully kill Ego, but he would also suffer retaliation from Ego himself in the future. Don't think that EG's body of God is so huge that his moving speed will be very slow. With the divine power accumulated by Ego's body over millions of years, it is completely possible to drive this huge body effortlessly, making movements that are more flexible and swift than Loki's. Even if Loki himself can avoid Ego's attack, but the monk can't escape the temple if he can escape. Ego knows that he is from Asgard, and Surti may not be able to play at that time, and Asgard will usher in a Ragnarok. Damn it, how did it become like this? In the movie Guardians of Galaxy, those few rotten fish and rotten shrimps can be easily dealt with. How come it's difficult for me to upgrade to hell? No, you must not let this guy get out. Otherwise, I will become a sinner of Asgard. Things had gotten to the point where Loki had given up on his original plan to kill Egg. Now he can't be sure where the other party has transferred his core. To change the current situation, Loki has only one choice: to freeze Ego and the entire planet together. He began to frantically extract the energy of the power gem from the Millennium Block, and even the Frost Titan's blue skin, which had been covered by Odin's magic, was exposed at this time. Loki constantly challenged his limits. His body temperature was dropping at a terrifying speed, until his body temperature was infinitely close to the critical state of absolute zero, Ice Age. With the release of the skills, the energy gathered in his body was instantly transformed into frozen air, and then starting from his body, it began to spread rapidly towards the entire planet. And this whole process lasted a full day and night. Through his own body, Loki constantly converts the energy transmitted by the thousand-year building blocks into frozen air, adding ice seals on the surface of the planet over and over again. Eventually, Loki was exhausted and had to stop. And at the moment, this planet, together with Yago's body, has been frozen under the Ice Age and turned into a large ice ball with a temperature infinitely close to absolute zero. If there were no accidents, at least within 100,000 years, Ego would not be able to escape from the ice. Stopping the move of the power of freezing, Loki raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, using the power of freezing for one day and one night to release the move of Ice Age. Even if there are thousands of years of building blocks constantly providing magic power, it is not a small test for Loki's spirit. And even if he managed to freeze Egg now, Loki wouldn't be happy at all. After all, his goal at the beginning was to kill this scumbag, but now he just used Ice Age to freeze Ego. Loki knew very well that this was not a hopeless situation for the god Egg. With a near-eternal life, this long 100,000-year freeze can be regarded by Ego as a short nap. And when Egg wakes up from this hibernation, perhaps Loki has already disappeared in the long river of time. But this time the car rollover is not all bad. At least Loki knows through this incident that when he wanders outside in the future, he should at least hide his true identity first. When he and Egg's duplication first met on the planet Morag, the other party identified his origin through the conspicuous Asgard costume on his body. This also led to when the subsequent developments gradually exceeded his control. For the sake of Asgard's safety, Loki had to continue to bite the bullet and stand in a stalemate with Egg. Immediately after realizing this, Loki magically changes his clothes and appearance. Not only that, he also planned to go to Nidavellir to find AI Chui and then make a mask for himself. Because wearing a mask is easy to give others a psychological hint, making it easy to think that the person's true face is under the mask. In this way, even if Loki takes off his mask while eating, others will think that his magically conjured appearance is his real appearance. Loki's hand is really a panda order. The bamboo shoots are home. The title of the god of lies and deception is indeed well-deserved. Loki had come to Nidavellir with ease, and AI Tree knew why he came when he saw him. Tell me, this time I want to help you build something weird and weird again. Loki shook his head and smiled wryly. When did I leave such a bad impression on you? That being said, Loki was not at all polite to AI Tree when it came time to ask. I want a mask this time. You can use the shape and material yourself. There are really no weird requests. After listening to Loki's request, AI Chui suddenly laughed heartily. Hey, what's the matter with you? Have you received professional training? Besides, is what I said so funny? Loki looked at AI Chui depressedly, not knowing what kind of nerves the other party was having. Ha ha. This has nothing to do with you. Oh no, it seems to have something to do with you again. In short, it's been a long time since I met a party like you who allows me to play freely without mentioning any conditions. Do you think I can be unhappy? Ha ha. Oh, I see. Loki understood instantly, nodded and thought in his heart. As a worker who also had experience with Party B in his previous life, Loki expressed his understanding of AI Chui's mood at the moment. But as if recalling some unpleasant memories, Loki quickly shook his head again, looking at AI Tree with pity in his eyes. AI Chui is still too naive. Sometimes the party who doesn't ask for anything is the scariest party, eh? Loki just muttered in his heart and couldn't help shivering. Fortunately, AI Chui met himself, and Loki was not one of those party who didn't know anything but liked to point fingers, asked people to change, and finally adopted the first version of the plan. He wants to protect AI Chui's dream and let AI Chui know that Party A also has a heartwarming little angel like him. Then, well, AI Chui, I think the small details here are still a bit awkward. Can you change it? What does the treatment of this place want to express? I don't want you to think. I want me to think. Okay, stop making trouble and listen to me. Well, after constant trial and error, it seems that the first version is the most suitable for me. AI Chui, please work harder and change the design back. After speaking, Loki turned his head and saw AI Chui's blood-red eyes, and he was still holding the big hammer he used when forging metal in his hand. Ah, Loki, you are so weak. I'm going to kill you. In the end, after experiencing AI Chui's pursuit round after round, Loki successfully brought AI Chui back to Asgard with the wood of the world tree. But the next time Loki wants to ask AI Chui for help, it will probably be 100 years later. Because of the psychological shadow he left on AI Chui, it won't take 100 years to recover. Hey, Heimdall, long time no see again. Loki, who teleported back using the flying Thor, did not forget his mission as the god of mischief. When he had just returned from studying in Kamartaj, he had secretly left Thor's magic mark on Heimdall's shoulder while they were chatting. It was supposed to surprise Heimdall by showing up at his side while he was on duty. But later, because of various things, this prank plan was temporarily shelved. But Loki's mischief may be late, but never absent. Just taking advantage of this opportunity to return to Asgard from Nidavellir, Loki wanted to complete this prank that had been stranded for several years. So that's where it started, the scene where Loki pops up next to Heimdall to say hello. But Loki forgot a very important thing. That is, he is not only wearing a mask with a strange shape, but also using magic to change his appearance. In this case, Heimdall's first reaction as the Guardian of Asgard was to swing the Guardian sword in his hand and chop off the head of Loki, the stranger, who suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, Loki, who Heimdall said, "If you are a brother, come and slash me." Before he could react, he was directly chopped into ice slag by this sword. Fortunately, the power of freezing has the passive skill of elementalization. Otherwise, Loki's joke this time would be a big one. Loki's elemental body shattered into ice shards quickly returned to its original shape, but Heimdall's second sword followed. "Wait a minute, Heimdall! It's me, I'm Loki." Seeing that Heimdall was about to attack him, Loki hurriedly opened his mouth to reveal his identity while narrowly dodging the opponent's sword. But what Loki didn't expect was that after hearing Loki revealing his identity, Heimdall swung his sword faster. How could Loki not know now that Heimdall had already seen through his identity and wanted to seize this opportunity to take revenge? It could be said that this time Loki not only failed to play a prank, but was also tricked by Heimdall. He could only quickly take off the mask on his face, remove the disguise of magical changes, and reveal his original shape in front of Heimdall, which dispelled Heimdall's idea of continuing to attack. Alas, Heimdall sighed in disappointment as he sheathed his sword, obviously dissatisfied with not being able to teach Loki a painful lesson. Wow! Loki immediately felt his heart pierce. I didn't expect, you Heimdall, a guy with But what about Loki? As his future brother-in-law, Loki definitely chose to forgive Heimdall. But Loki couldn't help but think to himself in the bottom of his heart, "Humph. Heimdall, what you stab into my body today, let's Sif repay it for you from now on, Hia. Hia." After bidding him farewell under Heimdall's angry eyes, Loki went to the palace to greet Odin and Frigg according to the old rules, and canceled the leave by the way. From Odin, both Sif and Thor are now out on missions, not in Asgard. After coming out of the palace hall, Loki went back to his room to rest. After using Ice Age to freeze Igo for 1 day and 1 night, Loki hasn't rested until now. In the days that followed, Loki once again lived a routine life. After returning to Asgard this time, Loki has no plans to leave the 9 realms in a short time. More precisely, Loki doesn't intend to leave the 9 realms until he completes the system tasks. The task of Prince's Revenge has been delayed for nearly 20 years. If you don't complete it as soon as possible, you won't be able to get the system reward for a long time in the future. The main content of the mission is for Loki to avenge Lauf, the Frost Titan king who abandoned him, and to realize the rule of the Jotunheim kingdom and become the real king. In other words, to accomplish this task, two goals need to be achieved. First, defeat Lauf and use his own strong strength to prove that it was wrong for Lauf to abandon himself in the first place. Second, replace Lauf as king of Jotunheim. The first goal needs to be accomplished by Loki with his own strength, while the second goal needs to be accomplished with the help of Asgard's power. So after a long time of careful thinking, Loki thought of 3 ways to accomplish this task: top, middle, and bottom. The worst strategy is the simplest and the longest time-consuming. There is only one word in the core strategy. That is, wait. Wait until the peace agreement between Asgard and Jotunheim expires, and wait until the end of the law is approaching. Lauf, who was dying, could definitely not be Loki's opponent. At that time, Loki was the royal blood of Jotunheim, and Asgard was the backer. Succession to the throne became definitely a matter of course, and the task was naturally completed. But Loki is the least likely to choose this method. After all, the long waiting period consumes his most precious growth time. The core strategy of Zhongsa is cheat. The middle strategy is more difficult than the low strategy, but if everything goes smoothly enough, the task can be completed soon. In this cheat, Loki not only has to fool Asgard, but also has to fool Jotunheim. Asgard's Bifrost is made of a special crystal material, because this material is very sensitive to space wormholes, resulting in many natural space intersections throughout Asgard. These intersecting points of space are very hidden, and few people know about them. As long as you can find these intersecting points, you can leave Asgard and go to other countries in the 9 realms without going through Bifrost. Loki hadn't been to Jotunheim before, so he couldn't teleport there by flying Thor. If you want to deceive Odin and hide your entry into Jotunheim, you must first find the intersecting point from Asgard to Jotunheim. To complete this step, it can only be regarded as cheating Asgard, and to cheat Jotunheim, Loki needs to use magic to change into Lauf's appearance after defeating Lauf and come out to rule the entire Jotunheim as a fake Lauf. As for the best strategy that Loki thinks is the most effective, has the highest success rate, and is also the most perfect solution, the key lies in 2 words: open. Don't forget, Loki is a time traveler, and he also has the gold finger of this system. Although his gold finger is a little less sophisticated than the systems in other novels, it still provides a lot of powerful skills. And this has to mention the reward he got from the system when he completed the 3rd side mission. Skill: Flower in Mirror and Moon in Water, complete hypnotic ability. Proficiency: 80%. Skill introduction: the Zanpakuto Hajikyu skill from a hairsprayer. The effect is to control the opponent's 5 senses and magic power induction, so that he can completely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object as the master wants. The precondition for full hypnotic ability to be activated is that the opponent needs to see the host using the skill, Flower in Mirror and Moon in Water. But as long as you touch the host before the full hypnotic ability effect is activated, you can avoid the control of the 5 senses. The conclusion of the full hypnotic ability skill effect is shatter. For those who completely rely on the 5 senses to observe the world, the skill effect of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, complete hypnotic ability, is invincible. In other words, at least in the 9 realms, there is no living body that is immune to the effects of infernal beauty, full hypnotic ability. And with this skill, Loki can pull off the biggest prank he has ever planned in front of everyone. Loki will act as the screenwriter and director of this prank, and through the ability of complete hypnotic ability, fictionalize events one by one. He planned to use 20 days to show the whole prank to the end. Isn't he very bold? And in the end, the events one by one will all be connected in series to form a complete storyline. And the main plot of the whole story, Loki, has already been planned. At the beginning, let Lauf bring his own men to Asgard for a visit on the grounds of promoting friendly exchanges between the 2 peoples. During the period, it was discovered that Loki, the 2nd prince of Asgard, was actually his own flesh and blood that had been abandoned by him. In a rage, Lauf wanted to take action to destroy the shame of the Frost Titan family. But after the real fight, he found that the baby he once thought was a defective product had now become a stronger existence than him. Lauf, who lost to Loki, finally realized his conscience and realized his mistakes back then. In order to make up for his debt to Loki, Lauf, who was so guilty, proposed in front of Odin himself that he decided to hand over his throne to Loki to inherit. Definitely, there must be a lot of content and details to fill in, but if Loki's prank can be successfully completed, he can avoid all risks and restrictions, complete the task in the shortest possible time, and take away the one he already has. Long-awaited system rewards. That was the only time since Loki's system awakening. In the mission introduction, he saw the system rewards with the word super as a prefix. In order to get the reward, Loki can't wait to finish the big show. Woo, this is really not a good place to live. No wonder Lauf wanted to invade Midgard back then. If you want me to stay in this ghostly place where the seasons are like winter and the sun is never seen for thousands of years, I definitely can't stand it. Jotunheim just arrived in this cold and barren country. Loki couldn't help complaining. Even the Frost Titan, which was born in the cold, can't bear the environment of this land. One can imagine how harsh the conditions here are. Not only did Loki take the initiative to come to this extremely cold place, but in order not to attract anyone's attention, it took a lot of time to find the intersection point between Asgard and this space. Leave a mark here. Next time you come here, just fly Thor. Outside of the Frost Titan's palace, if this can be called a palace, Loki has left a magic imprint of flying Thor. It is really the architectural style of Jotunheim, which was damaged by the war in Syria, which makes it difficult to associate it with the word royal palace. You have come so far to die, Asgardian. Loki was about to step into the palace hall when he heard the sound that was constantly reflected by the surrounding ice walls and entered his ears. He didn't make any disguise today, and he was wearing the royal clothes of Asgard. Coupled with his appearance similar to other Asgardians, it was no wonder that Lauf called him an Asgardian as soon as he opened his mouth. You are so angry, Your Highness Lauf. I thought your temper should have been beaten by Odin 20 years ago. If we only talk about the firepower of verbal attacks, Loki can probably reach level single universe. What he said was equivalent to directly uncovering Lauf's scar, and then did not sprinkle salt, but directly sprayed fire on it to roast it. Now, even Jotunheim's coldness cannot suppress Lauf's anger. Odin is a murderer, a robber. Boy, I tell you, don't think that Jotunheim and Asgard have signed a peace agreement, so I dare not do anything to you. Believe it or not, even if I kill you now, Odin will not do anything to me for the so-called peace of the Nine Realms. Lauf's angry roar echoed in the empty palace of Frost Titan, and with Lauf's anger, Loki could feel that even the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. It turns out that what he said just now really aroused Lauf's murderous intentions. But Loki didn't panic at all. Instead, he showed a disdainful smile on his face and said calmly, Lauf, since I appeared here, you have made two mistakes. The first point, based on my place of birth, you shouldn't call me an Asgard, but a Jotunheim. Saying that, Loki took off the magical disguise that Odin had set for him, revealing blue skin, which was originally the blood of Frost Titan. Second point, from the perspective of strength, you are not my opponent at all, so even if you dare to attack, it is absolutely impossible to kill me. I'm not targeting anyone. I mean, everyone here is happy. The voice fell, and the palace fell into an unprecedented silence. The silence was not only because of Loki revealing his true identity, but also because of Loki's last arrogant speech. But soon, Lauf's wanton laughter broke the silent atmosphere. Ha ha ha. I said how the child who was abandoned by me to the apes disappeared later. It turns out that Odin is not only a murderer and a robber, but also a scrap collector. Ha. So you came here today because you want to avenge me, my biological father? However, it's 1,000 years too early for a flower like you that grew up in a greenhouse to challenge Jotunheim and Frost Titan. Hey, facing Lauf's ridicule and insult, Loki's face became sad, and he couldn't help sighing while resting his left hand on his forehead. This is really a headache. Originally, I didn't intend to kill you. Now that you say something like this, what should I do if I don't hold back when I do it later? The script behind it will be completely messed up, gone. While Loki was speaking, a vague black mist began to emerge from his body. At this moment, all the eyes in the palace staring at him, the intruder will see a scene of flowers in the mirror. Kill him, little ones. Following Lauf's command, the Frost Titans who had been hiding in the palace all jumped out of the shadows and surrounded Loki tightly. Even the 2 tens of meters tall monsters frozen on both sides of the main hall were awakened by Lauf. But Loki changed his previous sad look, and the smile on his face gradually changed. Come on, let the storm come more violently. 2 huge amounts of monsters and hundreds of Frost Titans began to exert their own killing instincts, constantly attacking Loki. These lethal killing moves landed on Loki one after another. But instead of Loki's screams, there was a sneer that sent chills down the spine. Jia. Is this all you guys are capable of? Frost Titan's ability is not used like you guys. Let me teach you how to play with ice. Frozen moment. A large amount of freezing air spewed out from Loki's body in an instant, and those Frost Titans who rushed towards him one after another couldn't react at all, and were frozen by the cold air with terrified expressions on their faces. Aren't you going to do it yourself? King of Jotunheim and Frost Titan, your Highness Lauf. Lauf's red eyes were full of anger, but he didn't act rashly because of Loki's provocation, because the freezing ability that Loki showed just now completely exceeded his expectations. And this effect is not inferior to Casket of Ancient Winters at all. Since he won't come down, I'll go up in person. After all, I'm very interested in the throne of Jotunheim. Saying that, Loki's figure dissipated like mist, and then appeared in front of Lauf again under Lauf's astonished gaze. Why, didn't you say you were going to kill me? I've already sent it to you personally, so don't force me to do it first. After all, I might not be able to help but kill you if I do it. Biological father. Jotunheim, in the palace of a king. Boom, 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 boom. Lauf was kneeling on one knee, punching the ground repeatedly. His fist was covered with thick ice, and there were sharp ice picks on the surface of his fist. When he turned his attention to the place where Lauf punched and dropped, at the moment had already been smashed into a deep hole in the ground. Inside the deep pit were some broken strips of cloth and a bloody corpse. Although the face of the corpse could no longer be distinguished, it was not difficult to tell from the color and pattern of the cloth strips that the real identity of the corpse was Loki. However, the strange thing is that Lauf, as the winner, not only did not stop because of Loki's death, but the expression on his face was not so much venting, but madness after being terrified to the extreme. It didn't take long, though, to find out why Lauf had become so weird. I saw that in the deep pit that was smashed by Lauf's fist, the corpse that was almost turned into a pulp began to squirm gradually. The squirming pieces of flesh came together little by little, and slowly spliced together into 2 bloody arms. These arms firmly grasped Lauf's falling fist, preventing Lauf from continuing to attack. At the same time, the remaining pieces of meat continued to squirm towards the 2 hands, and finally formed a complete body again. Loki, who had been killed by Lauf just now, was resurrected with a strange and evil smile at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lauf began to twist his body frantically, broke his hands free, and hugged his head and shouted. At this moment, even Lauf, who has lived for thousands of years and seen countless big scenes, couldn't stand it and began to collapse. Because the scene that happened just now has been repeated at least 1,000 times before his eyes. Every time he thought he had killed Loki, Loki would be resurrected in various ways and stand in front of him. Is this broken? Oh, looking at you now, I don't even have the heart to hit you anymore. Loki spread his hands, with a look of unfinished thought. Facing Loki's ridicule, Lauf, who had completely collapsed, couldn't think of any resistance at all, and with huge amounts of body, directly knelt down facing Loki. What is the purpose of your coming here today? If you want to take revenge on me, then you have succeeded. If you want to put forward some conditions, then no matter what the requirements are, I can promise you. But please let me go. Oh, can you do anything? What if I want to replace you as king of Jotunheim? Loki said to Lauf with interest. Lauf's pupils shrank when he heard Loki's condition and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But when the words came to his lips, he realized that he couldn't open his mouth because he was too scared. Loki shook his head, and his tone became indifferent. It seems that you haven't realized the gap between us, so I'll let you see how cruel the truth is. As Loki's voice fell, Lauf felt that the scene in front of him began to change constantly, and his eyes gradually blurred. When his sight became clear again, all the scenes in his memory had disappeared, replaced by a scene like hell. In the entire palace, there are corpses of Frost Titan everywhere, and everyone's death is extremely tragic, just like those Loki who were killed by him before. How about it? Don't the death conditions of your subordinates look familiar? That's right, don't doubt yourself. That's what you think. One of them counts as one, but they all died at the hands of you, the king. Your 5 senses were manipulated by me at the time, so you may not be able to feel it. You loyal subordinates, when you see the king, you're loyal to kill yourself? That expression, TSK, 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 it's really wonderful gone. Lauf, if you don't want to give me the throne, you don't want to become a lonely man, do you? Lauf's eyes were out of focus, and his head was bowed. At this moment, he finally gave up his pride as the king of Jotunheim and his dignity as a Frost Titan, and said to Loki, I agree, the throne of Jotunheim is yours from now on. But then, Loki's reaction was very unexpected. He shook his head at Lauf and said no. Lauf was stunned instantly. Isn't that what you asked for? Labor and management have agreed now, but you say no? Loki, no. Just your consent is not enough. Asgard is the ruler of the 9 realms. This matter must be approved by Odin. By the way, I don't seem to have told you. My name is Loki Odinson. I have already prepared the script for you. Tomorrow, you will take your own men and follow the arrangement on the script. After the matter is completed, I will spare your life so that you can continue to eat and drink in this ghost place, etc. Die. Did you understand what I said? Lauf turned his head and looked around. I understand everything, but where do I have any subordinates now? They're all dead in my hands. Loki looked at Lauf with disdain. That's why you can't win me. Everything you think you see is actually what I want you to see. Since I'm going to be the king of Jotunheim, how can I let these laborers who will serve me in the future die? Break it, mirror, flower, water, moon. Once again, Lauf's eyes began to blur, and the scene in front of him continued to change. After everything was settled, Lauf looked around the palace again. At this time, there were no corpses and bloodstains, and even the traces of the fierce battle just now disappeared without a trace. All the Frost Titans were hiding intact in the shadow of the palace, and even himself at the moment was sitting on the throne. In the main hall, Loki's figure has disappeared. If it weren't for the script in Lauf's hand, he would have thought that everything was a dream he had. However, until at the moment, Lauf did not dare to 100% determine whether everything he saw, heard, smelled, and felt was absolutely true. Compared with doubts about the reality of the whole world, the fear of Loki has become the only thing Lauf can confirm. Get up, Vico. If you sleep on, you won't be in time for the wedding of the king and queen. On a huge amount of ice bed, a Frost Titan teenager named Vico rubbed his eyes that were still a little confused, with an obvious sleepiness on his face. But even so, he still managed to get up from the bed. The Vico family lived in a 2-story igloo. They went downstairs from the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Vico went to the bathroom on the 1st floor to wash up and put on a grand dress. Today is the wedding day of Loki, the king of Jotunheim, and Sif, the goddess of Asgard. For this reason, the people all over the country spontaneously held celebrations to bless the wedding of Loki and Sif. The Vico family, who lived in the royal capital, was fortunate to be able to witness the wedding ceremony outside the palace today. The reason why Loki's wedding has received so much attention from the people is not because of his status as a king, but because of the changes he has brought to Jotunheim since he inherited the throne. 50 years ago, the previous ruler of Jotunheim, King Lauf, suddenly announced his abdication during his visit to Asgard and handed over the throne to the current king Loki. At first, this decision was opposed by Odin, the king of Asgard, but under Lauf's repeated insistence, Odin decided to give Loki a chance to prove himself. Odin will only approve of Lauf's decision if Loki successfully passes the 3 tests he set. Neither Lauf nor Loki disputed this. Therefore, Odin set 3 checkpoints for Loki that can verify virtue, wisdom, and skill. The first level is a test of courage. Loki needs to take a bone from the treasure trove of the Asgard wolves. Those who enter the treasure house of wolves will have the most terrifying hallucinations in their minds. If you want to complete the task, you must overcome your own fear. The second level is a task of testing wisdom. Loki needs to steal a bird's egg from the top of the mountain where the Asgard condor hovers and protect it carefully. The task of this level was not completed until all 3 tests were completed and the bird eggs were not damaged. The third level is a test of character. Loki needs to retrieve a piece of gold in an old mine full of gold. If you can't overcome your greed and take multiple pieces of gold, the mission will be considered a failure. After passing 3 checkpoints and obtaining 3 items, Loki still needs to take them back to the palace and hand them over to Odin to judge whether Loki has completed all tasks and passed this test. After the trial began, Loki first came to the first level to test his courage. To pass this level, Loki needs to enter the wolf pack's treasure house to take a bone. Although there are wolves around here, if Loki just enters to take a bone, he will not be attacked. The hardest part of this test is overcoming your own fears. As Loki went deeper, a mist began to rise around him. At the same time, Loki's most frightening visions began to appear in his vision. In the vision, Hela, Infinite Thanos, Celestial Group, Khan the Conqueror, one after another powerful enemies appeared in Asgard. They killed Odin, Frigga, Sif, Thor, and many innocent Asgard people, but the weak self was powerless to resist and could only watch Ragnarok come. Desperation began to permeate Loki's body. In the fog of the wolf pack's treasure house, Loki lost his courage. His legs weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't move forward. However, just as Odin, who had been watching from the sidelines, was about to stop the test, the fog in the treasury began to lift. And Loki also woke up from the illusion and easily got a bone in the wolf pack's treasury. Seeing that Loki successfully passed the first test, Odin had a gratified expression on his face. But what Odin may not know is that it is not his courage that Loki can pass this level, but the skills rewarded by the system. In ninja jinjutsu, there's an auxiliary jinjutsu that can deal with this situation. Magic Mirror World Turn. Decipher the illusion cast by the enemy on oneself and completely reflect the effect of the spell on the enemy. It was at this critical moment that Loki remembered this illusion, successfully dispelling the fog and getting the bone required for customs clearance. Then Loki came to the second level to test his wisdom. For Loki, it can be said that this level is not difficult. As the god of tricks, he may not have great wisdom, but he definitely does not lack small cleverness. After Loki came to the cliff where the condor was, he directly used the skill of Mirror Flower and Watermoon complete hypnotic ability. The condor, whose 5 senses are dominated by Loki, took the initiative to grab an egg with his claws, and then followed Loki. With the condor by his side, helping him carry and protect the eggs, Loki doesn't have to worry about the eggs being damaged during the third mission and on the way back. In this way, 1 person and 1 eagle came to the third and last level of this test, the Old Mine. This level will test Loki's character. The Old Mine is a cave full of gold almost everywhere, and it is a difficult test for anyone to be able to take only a piece of gold in such a place. But in Loki's opinion, this is the easiest of the 3 levels. It wasn't that Loki was ever noble or that he didn't like gold. It's just because compared with the rewards that can be obtained from the system after completing the mission, mere gold is. Loki pulled out his dagger, pried out a piece of gold from the wall of the Old Mine, and turned away without a trace of regret. In the end, Loki successfully passed the test set by Odin with the proof of completing the 3 major levels, and became the new king of Jotunheim. After Loki succeeded to the throne, in order to win the hearts of the people as soon as possible, the first thing he did was to change the entire natural environment of Jotunheim by himself. The most fundamental reason why Jotunheim is so cold is actually determined by its position in the world tree. In the world tree system composed of 9 kingdoms, below Jotunheim is Niflheim, the underworld of ice and snow. Niflheim is a world made entirely of ice, snow, and death. The biting cold wind that blows continuously in Jotunheim all year round comes from Niflheim. In the world tree, above Jotunheim is the kingdom of elves, Alfheim. As a race that loves natural plants and yearns for light, almost all places in Alfheim are covered by towering trees planted by elves. And this also almost completely blocked the light that should have entered Jotunheim through Alfheim, and Jotunheim fell into darkness. The dark surroundings and icy winds have resulted in Jotunheim's desolate and harsh natural environment. In order to change this, Loki first found a connection point between Jotunheim and Niflheim on the World Tree system. Then Loki used the energy of the 1,000-year-old building blocks and the skill of freezing power to build a great wall of ice thousands of meters high, blocking the biting cold wind blowing from Jotunheim and Niflheim. Immediately afterwards, Loki found a young fixed star in the universe and used the ability to fly Thor's mind to bring the entire planet back to the galaxy where Jotunheim is located. In this way, with the efforts of Loki, he successfully dispelled the haze and cold of Jotunheim and brought the first ray of light to the people of this country since they were born. So Loki in Jotunheim still has the reputation of the Sun King. Behind the name is the great deeds that Loki has accomplished. Definitely, the change of the environment is only the first step that Loki has taken to change the country. In the next 10 years, Loki has successively carried out reforms in politics, economy, military, medical care, education, and other aspects. From the status of Loki in the hearts of all Jotunheimers today, it can be seen that these changes have achieved huge amounts of success, and the lives of the people are getting better and better. While Loki was dealing with these national affairs, he did not forget to solve his own lifelong affairs. The relationship between him and Sif, after 50 years of watering and careful cultivation, is finally bearing fruit, and the two will join hands to enter the palace of marriage. In this regard, the parents of Odin and Frigga are still very happy, although the result is a little bit wrong. Sif married Loki instead of Thor. But no matter what, as long as it is their daughter-in-law, the only two who aren't too happy are probably Heimdall and Thor. Thor is a little better. His feelings for Sif, to put it bluntly, is the young Moai, and it is not an unforgettable love. Although there's a little sadness in my heart caused by the unilateral loss of love, but more blessings to Sif. As for Loki, forget about blessings or anything. Not cursing him is already Thor's greatest tolerance as a big brother. He is obviously a younger brother, but he is ahead of himself in every way. Be the first to be the king, the first to be the husband of Sif. It's strange that Thor can bless him. Not to mention that Loki had left an indelible psychological shadow on him before. Fortunately, Loki has been so busy dealing with Jotunheim's affairs these years that he has no time to continue torturing him. But Heimdall didn't have such a good attitude as Thor. Heimdall, who was sitting at the wedding scene, gritted his teeth and looked at Loki, the B****************, who abducted his precious sister, and his teeth were about to be crushed. If Odin and Frigga were not there, Heimdall would have rushed to stop the wedding. In any case, the wedding between the king of Jotunheim and the goddess of Asgard finally came to a successful conclusion. After sending all the guests away, the two returned to the palace. The rest was indescribable.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.